Meet GatherChunks. This is a chunk locked account, and my starting chunk will be the Lumbridge Castle chunk. I am starting this journey on a fresh level 3 account. To unlock new chunks and explore new areas, I need to obtain items on the collection log. My goal is to unlock Runescape one chunk at a time with an end goal of the trimmed achievement diary cape. Welcome to Logging Chunks. Real quick, I do want to mention just a couple of things. Now, this video compiles all episodes 1 through 8, and they are basically all untouched. Episodes 1, 2, and 3, I did go back and add the chunk unlock number alongside the chunk I'm unlocking, but other than that, all clips are the same. I didn't splice anything other than just make it flow in a better manner, because, some things just apply to certain episodes. So I cut those out, cut the intros out, but other than that, it's basically 99% untouched. I did my very best to fix the audio in episodes 1, 2, and 3. Episode 4 and beyond is really when I started to learn about editing, how to actually edit properly with audio and all that stuff. So I do apologize if episodes 1, 2, and maybe 3 don't sound too good. Again, I was learning a lot of things and learning a new editing software. I personally think it's pretty cool to see my journey with editing and commentary and see those skills improve throughout this entire video, because I've watched most of it back by now, and I'm very, very proud of my beginning episodes. They are a treasure to me, but I can tell I've learned a lot since then. So that's pretty much all I got for now, other than Season 2 will release about a week after this video gets posted. So if you see whatever date is down there, just add a week to that. And Season 2, Episode 1, aka Episode 9, I'm not going to call it Season 2 in any titles or anything. I'm just going to call it Episode 9 and 10 and 11, so on. I'm not going to include the season number. So with all that being said, thank you all so much for the support, and I will see you on the other side in Season 2. Oh, and one more thing. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. My goal is to get to 500 subscribers by the end of the year, and I'm closing in on that, so thank you all so much for the support if you are a subscriber. And if you're not, consider hitting that subscribe button, because I have an absolute plethora of good content to come, and I'm dedicated to making this series the best I can. Enjoy. Rules time. First off, this is actually going to be a main account, and I have access to the GE. Now, I know traditionally chunk locked accounts are Iron Man accounts. I concluded that a main account essentially would be better for this series. I think it'll make a little more sense when we hear the chunk unlock requirements. Secondly, this will most certainly not be an extreme one chunk man account. While I do love watching that type of content, it's just not for me. I'd prefer to leave those grinds up to those content creators. In fact, this will be the polar opposite of an extreme one chunk man account. A slight one chunk man account. Well, for the first chunk, that is. More on that later. This series will mainly be focused on the collection log, as I'll need to obtain collection log slots to unlock new chunks. Now, let's go over unlockable chunks. An unlockable chunk is an adjacent chunk to a chunk I already have, and I can choose that chunk. No rolling. I can choose it. An exception to this is physical forms of travel. These include things like charter ships, canoes, hot air balloon, the bird travel, and minecarts. No teleporting or magical forms of travel to unlock new chunks. And caves and dungeons within an unlocked chunk also become accessible. Now, currently there are roughly 500 above ground walkable land chunks, so having a 1-to-1 ratio of collection log item to chunk would not be too challenging. I think we can all agree that we would unlock this map pretty quickly. So here's my solution. The first 100 chunks will require one collection log item for each chunk. Pretty simple. And from there we scale it up a bit. Chunks 100 through 200 require 2 collection log items. Chunks 200 through 300 will require 3 collection log items. I think you can see where we're heading with this. Chunks 300 through 400 will require 4 collection log items per chunk, and chunks 400 through the rest will require 5 collection log items each. This brings us up to a total of about 1,500 collection log items to unlock 500 chunks. Now, we all know it's pretty much impossible to get every single collection log item in this game. 1,500 is very difficult itself, but achievable. As new updates roll out, new items will come out. Each chunk will also cost GP. This will be 5,000 times the numerical order of chunk unlock. That means GP and money making will have a huge part in this series. This is why I'm playing a main account. An example of this will be chunk 10, it costs 50k, chunk 11 costs 55k, and so on. And each chunk payment will be converted to platinum tokens and serve no use currently. My starting chunk of Lumbridge is free and will not count towards the order. I will also be able to do group content such as Pest Control, Shades of Morton, Wintertod, etc. And I cannot use other players' player-owned houses, and no donations. Alright, and that's pretty much it. So again, I recorded that over 2 months ago at this point, and I've definitely improved my commentary, I think, at least a little bit. But the rule I forgot to mention is I can buy any item on the collection log, for example, a dragon axe, let's say. I do need to, whenever I get it via collection log means I do need to sell it, but the downside is I cannot keep that GP when I sell it. I have to convert it also to platinum tokens. So I wanted to kind of design a risk versus reward system with that. Now as for the starting chunk, my very intelligent self did not check the Goblin Champions Role Wiki. It's a 1 out of 5,000 drop, but it also requires 32 quest points to obtain. And I didn't know this. Quite a big blunder, as I did 3,715 kills prior to even looking at the wiki. But don't worry, I do have a plan. Insert slight one chunk man mode. The starting chunk of Lumbridge will now consist of a few tasks while incorporating the Goblin KC. And I filmed quite a few clips during my journey, I guess you could say, to 3,715 kills. But I'm going to compact it into just a minute or two and talk over it. What we are going to do is finish off the 5,000 Goblin KC. Now, I estimate this will take about 20 hours based on where I'm at currently. Also, obtain 50 fire making, and chop a U log, all without leaving this chunk, just in Lumbridge, Iron Man style, if you want to call it that. And lastly, I want to obtain 100k to move on to my next chunk. Now, I know the next chunk should be 5,000 coins based on my previous rule about the chunk cost, but I want this to be steep. I need to punish myself for this because I messed up big time. There's not very many good ways to make GP in this chunk. I can fletch and woodcut, sure, but that's super slow. It's about 10k an hour, which, you know, by these account standards, that's pretty good. Honestly, it's not a very big issue. Getting the 100,000 coins will be fairly easy. It'll just take about 10 hours, which, you know, isn't too bad. Now, I do want to say a random event collection log item will end this. If I get one right after this, in this next clip, we're going to move straight to the next chunk and pay 5,000. But nope, we didn't get it. Actually, spoiler alert, we got a bunch of randoms, and I'll leave it at that. We'll see what happens, but I did get a bunch of randoms. I picked up my free air and mine runes. I did some fletching, made some money, went for a steel axe, saving up for the Mithril Battle Axe, huge upgrade. That'll speed up the Goblin KC by quite a lot. I was getting about 150 to 200 KC per hour with the steel, and the Mithril bumped that up to about 250 to close to 300. Now I did get Genie as my first random, so I put it on prayer. Nothing really else to put it on. I completely failed on clues. I had no clue how they worked. I should have done more research on the clues. I did get a bunch of Lumbridge steps, but I just messed up completely, and I didn't complete any. And I get random after random. Now the maze random event is always nice, as you get pretty decent rewards, and this account has no need to do that chest waiting tech to get all elemental runes. We don't need to do anything like that because we'll be accessing chunks in the hopefully near future. So as you can see, we just kept getting randoms that we didn't need until we got the random event. That's right, we got the mime event. We got a emote instead of a collection log item. I think that's about a 50-50 chance, honestly. I know that's a meme, but I think it was basically 50-50. And it was about at this point when I realized that I could not get the Goblin Champion scroll, so I just immediately went woodcutting, fletching, and fire making. I do want to mention I do have to voice over a few more clips that the audio failed in, but let's jump right into the live. So we have ourselves here a beginner clue in Lumbridge for once. I must have gone through at least 40 clues by now. No Lumbridge steps, but finally I have one. I'm just gonna send it, take the 10% chance. I might get it. Nope. And speak of the clues, this is, I think, back-to-back Lumbridge clues. Should have kept that first one, but of course there's no way for me to tell that I was gonna get this. But we're gonna roll the dice again for a 10% chance. And nope. We are nearing the end of these 5,000 goblin kills. It's been real goblins. We're not quite there yet. We still have about an hour and a half. 400 KC is about an hour and a half, because right now I'm getting about 320 kills an hour. Pretty quick now, honestly, so honestly about an hour, 15 minutes if I can do math. It's been pretty enjoyable, pretty relaxing. I mean, I can't complain, other than I found out a little over halfway through that I couldn't get this champion scroll, but that's perfectly fine. Like, we have a plan now. We're not sweating it. I feel like the task list that we have, the plan that we have, is a fair compromise, because that's probably going to take another 10 to 12 hours on top of all we've invested currently. And if I check that, we've invested 1 day, 3 hours, so we've invested 27 hours thus far. So we'll be coming up on 40 hours. And I wanted to continue picking up every single drop here, every single bone, all the drops, all the coins, everything, because it just felt right to keep doing it. I was already only about 13 to 1400 kills away from the 5,000. I did it for so long already, might as well. It's gonna pay off. We're probably gonna get 35 prayer because we still have about 400 kills. We're gonna get 35, probably 36 defense, maybe, and 39 HP. It's all gonna be super beneficial for later on. Granted, not efficient, but playing efficient is not fun. As for our first chunk unlock, we're going to be going to the Barbarian Village. There I will have access to the 10k in the Stronghold, as well as at least 4 collection log slots. And the way we will be getting to the Barbarian Village chunk is this canoe right here. Physical form of travel, within the rules. Yep, it's future me again, and of course this clip the audio fails on, but we got ourselves up to the 5,000 goblin kills. Now, in the future I do close this Rune Light tab here. I fixed my window capture settings, so this will no longer show. But there's the 5,000, give him a little raspberry, bury his last bone, and let's teleport home. So I think here I was showing you the cash, as well as the final stats we ended up on, 40, 40, 37, and some decent HP. And then here's our tab that we got. Bunch of items. The Rune Light is showing it as 400k total loot, so that's pretty nice. And as for these iron daggers, there was an iron dagger spawn in the goblin hut, so I picked them all up. Each trip I took 2 to 3, so that tells you how many trips it took. So the final price check of everything with these insane clicks is a total of 404,000 coins. Pretty good. My Goblin Emporium is looking quite healthy. So when we get to the GE, that'll be super nice to sell that eventually, if we get to the GE, but back to live. Alright, let's go ahead and sell this last one, and we have 100k on the account. Another big goal knocked out. I'm gonna keep fletching, keep selling these till I get 115k. We'll probably end up just with one more woodcutting level and probably one more fletching level. So we'll end on 48 fletching, which is pretty good. Can't complain about that. After that, we're gonna start fire making, which will need basically 1,000 willows to get to 50, which will be another 68,000 XP in woodcutting. We'll get close to 58, 59. And the last log for 50 fire making, the penultimate task. And there it is, 60 woodcutting. We have now officially, by my standards, completed this chunk. Let's go head over to the yew tree that we have access to and chop that log. There we go. We got the log. And I was selling the logs, just didn't feel like dropping them, felt like selling them, get a few extra 1,000 coins. Now I know the chunk of Lumbridge is not completed to its fullest extent, but right from the beginning I had an intention that this is not an extreme one chunk account or a traditional one chunk account. I wanted it to center it around the collection log. The 5,000 goblin kills were kind of a mock trial of getting the Goblin Champion Scroll, and the other tasks were just future things that will help this account. 50 fire making will be for the Wintertodt, and 60 will help us tremendously when we start forestry. And the combats are useful long term. But we could have gotten mage, we could have gotten thieving, we could have gotten crafting, cooking even, I think. We did none of that. So we're ending off 1 day 16 hours, which is 40 hours in this one chunk. And most RuneScape players will agree that that's basically nothing. But to me, this chunk is completed. So let's take out our 100k, and let's turn that into platinum tokens. The first platinum tokens on the account. So let's go ahead and throw them in their own tab, and this will be the tab we start. Now, future collection log items will go here, and I hope to keep them in the order that I get them, but later down the line we will run into bank space issues, but for now we're not going to tackle that. We're heading right up here to the Barbarian Village chunk. We can take the canoe from here, Barfy Bill, right up the River Lum to whoever has the canoe here. It's within the rules that I set, physical form of travel. Forgot my axe. Shape the canoe. Think we can make all of these. Might as well make a waka, and there we go. Float the canoe, and now we can paddle to the Barbarian Village. Chunk 1, the Barbarian Village. Now the canoe drops us off right there, conveniently within this chunk. A few notable things are the fire and the fishing spots here, not that we have access to either currently. We're mainly here for the stronghold. We also have access to a couple shops here. I think actually just one, as well as a tavern, but we're not here for any of that. We're here for the stronghold. To get access to the Skull Scepter, a creature from each level drops a piece of the Skull Scepter, totaling 4, meaning we have 4 collection log items to obtain within this chunk. Definitely not going for all 4 at once. We're not strong enough for that. Let's aim for the first and second levels. And here we are. A brand new chunk. Pretty roomy if you ask me. Lots to unlock here. Lots to do. Holy music tracks. 1, 2, 3, 5 music tracks just coming up here. Super cool. Let's go ahead and get that 10k. So much interesting yet useless content down here. Really wish they could rework this thing somehow. Fancier boots. Definitely take those. I got the 10k. Alright, the Minotaur actually has negative magic defense. So we're going to go ahead and use up all these runes that we got. Might as well, since we're going to need magic in the near future. The first magic level on the account. The only real drawback of this is I have to manually cast it, but these are dying fairly quickly. Alright, and there's 5 magic. Now we can switch to Water Strike. Hey, the first food. Don't mind if I do. And there it is. Missed the pop-up, but new item added to the collection log. We got our first slot. Alright, so we put this in the bank. Very first slot. So let's go ahead and take out our 10k, because this is chunk number 2. 5,000 times 2. 10,000 coins, platinum tokens, 10 more platinum tokens to the count. Now whenever we get to unlocking our next chunk, we'll already have the payment completed. And there is the bottom of the scepter. Very nice. Came a little early, I believe. Yep. Very nice. Well, let's go ahead and put this there. Slot number 2. Let's go ahead and take out 15k. Turn these into tokens. This is payment for chunk number 3, and we are now up to 125k in platinum tokens. First chunk super steep, but it had to be. We are making a beeline straight for the Grand Exchange, so we have to go through the Edgeville chunk to get there. Let's take a deeper dive into Edgeville and the Grand Exchange and see what they have to offer. Chunk 2, the Edgeville chunk. Now, most notably, we have a furnace here along with a new bank, as well as the Edgeville dungeon. Now, this dungeon is going to be super useful. We're going to be killing hill giants to get that giant key, which is on the collection log. We also have a new general store, as well as a wilderness slayer master, which we're never going to use, at least a long time from now. A new canoe location, as well as fairy ring that we have no current access to, and soul wars. So most of the things we cannot use currently, but we will be heading to the Edgeville dungeon. Chunk 3, the Grand Exchange chunk. Now, this pretty much speaks for itself. I don't need to explain any further. We have access to trading on this account. Let's just jump right into it. We do also get access to a spirit tree, which we can't use, an agility shortcut we can't use, and the Caldegram minecarts that we also can't use. So we're just going to use the GE. And I think this chunk also has a couple clue steps, but other than that, that's it. Now, let's jump in. Alright, and we are back. Now that we've gained all the critical information about this chunk, let's go ahead and unlock it. And there we are. We can now walk into Edgeville. Get any music tracks? Yep. One new music track. It's kind of like an integrity check. Alrighty, let's just go ahead and go straight to the GE chunk. We have our payment here for the Edgeville chunk and the GE chunk, as well as the collection log slots that we obtained. To unlock these, just be careful we don't go in the chunk by accident. Looks like we had to walk all the way around, which is fine, but we should be able to cut through right there. At the corner, I guess we could have come up through Barbarian Village, but it's alright, we wanted to walk through our brand new chunk. Let's go ahead and unlock it. And there we have it. Now we can walk through this little gate, opening, and walk to arguably the best chunk that we can ever unlock. Goodness! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more music tracks. This Runescape will come in no time, am I right? Alright. Don't actually know how I got this used short, but I might have accidentally picked it up. I guess we'll put that right back where we found it. Well, now that we're here at the GE, there's no better time than now to sell everything we got from all the goblin kills, as well as these iron daggers that we picked up. We're gonna leave all this. We're gonna sell these, and this, and this. Yeah, that should be about it that we're gonna sell. Might as well sell these and this, and these and this. Alright, and here's pretty much everything we're gonna sell, so let's see how much we get for it. And I have a little surprise at the end. So it looks like there's not really any kind of market for these goblin books. I even tried selling for 1 GP, and I did sell a few for more than 1 GP, but I'm just gonna slow sell them for 125 to get a little more profit from this. So let's sell all these birds' nests now. So from the goblins, we got 377k. When this comes through, this will be an additional 7k. Let's call it 385. Not too shabby. Alright, everything pretty much insta-sold. So we go from 377 to 648. Another 311k. Forgot about this tooth half of key. Let's go ahead and sell that as well. Alright, 657k, all essentially from chunk 1, the Lumbridge chunk. Now, I mentioned a surprise. Paying 15k for arguably one of the most overpowered, useful chunks on this account seems way too cheap. Even though we paid so much for our first chunk, it doesn't seem right to only pay 15k GP for this one. So I'm going to make this one steep as well. So let's take half of this, which is 328.5. So I'll take 328. And then we'll convert, you know what, we'll do an extra 1,000. Round up. Convert this to platinum tokens. Okay, we got 582 GP left. Perfectly fine. So now, what we're going to be working with is 332k. We're going red cape all the way. Now, one thing we do have to be careful of is buying items that are already on the collection log. As mentioned in the rules, if I buy any item that is on the collection log, when I go to sell it, I'll have to convert it to platinum tokens. So we definitely want to be frugal and be conscious of what we're buying. Like, we're not going to buy this, obviously. But if we buy something like a whip, or an obsidian cape even, we're gonna have to sell that back and convert it to platinum tokens. So here is what we ended up with: full Addy, glory, red cape, Runescape, combat. I changed my ring of wealth for a charged ring of wealth so we could teleport to the GE. And then in the inventory, rune axe, some food, potions, some runes, and some pickaxe, and a staff of fire. Pickaxes are to start mining pretty soon. And we'll just sit on this 99k. We'll need it for upgrades and skills and such later on. But let's go kill some hill giants. I'm looking forward to killing some hill giants in this pretty decent gear. 3 seconds into the dungeon, somebody training mage with this teleport. I don't think I've ever seen that before. But hey, look at this. We got some pretty decent rocks here. And we already have ourselves a beginner clue. Can we do it? I would doubt it, but yeah, we can't even get this strange device still. So that'll go right over here in the no-go pile. Oh, missed the pop-up. There is 40 defense. We can go get rune now if we want. I think we can afford it. Alright, I went ahead and bought the rune. It cost about 80k to buy these 3 pieces, the full helm, the plate legs, and the kite shield, but I think it'll be worth it long term. I didn't even notice. Oh goodness. It's a pretty good chance to get a collection log slot from him. See what we get? Yes! Finally! A random collection log slot. That is so good. Alright, let's go ahead and put these beekeeper boots in the bank. And it looks like we have just enough GP to access our 3rd chunk. So let's go ahead and take out 20k, because this is now our 4th chunk unlock. Because this was 1, 2, 3, and there is the additional 20 platinum tokens. Alright, and this bone will be our first big prayer level on the account. 37 prayer, we can now protect from magic. Very nice. This should be the last rock. For 30 mining, we can now access Mother Lode Mine and get pure essence and mine coal. Both of these don't really matter, we mainly care about the Mother Lode Mine. While we're here, let's go ahead and mine this coal rock. No, coal. Hey, 43 hit points. Didn't know that was coming up. Alright, no more interruptions, please. Hey, that took quite a while. Here are the spoils from getting 30 mining from 1, training it manually, so we got a total of 60k. It took about 2 hours, so 30k an hour. I'll rate that method a solid 1.5 out of 10. So I've done quite a lot of thinking about my first chunk of Lumbridge and how I didn't get any collection log slots and kind of accessed Barb Village. We'll call it Alpha. Had early access to Barb Village. Now, I got these 2 chunks fairly quickly once I got here. Still doesn't quite sit right with me, so what I think I'm going to do is use these beekeeper boots as a unlock of Barbarian Village. I'm still going to keep it in the same order in the bank that I got it, slot 3, but now I need an additional collection log item to get to the next chunk. I've already paid my platinum tokens to unlock my 4th chunk, so this is chunk 1, 2, 3, and then the 4th chunk will be this chunk right here, just west of Lumbridge. That chunk I still need a collection log slot for, but we've already paid the 20 platinum tokens for it. Then following that, we go into the Drainer Village. Think of that 100k we paid to unlock that first chunk as the convenience fee. Break time over, let's get back to Hill Giants. Welcome to Definitely Not a Bot Farm. If I had to guess, they're probably going Pura bots, because I've actually never seen that before until just now at this spot. I don't think I can even access that. I'm pretty sure it's gated behind some kind of quest. I think you have to do Lost City just to access it from anywhere else on Gielinor. But those two, totally bots. Look what we have here, Evil Bob. If I can get him. There we go. Let's see, get fishing. So I can either get fishing or magic XP here. I'm not entirely sure how it works. I'm assuming your lowest skill. Alright, let's see what we get. 650 fishing XP, 7 fishing. Oh, there it is. Finally, that took way too long. It took 416 kills. And back to back? Nope. Oh well. Now we did get this beginner clue that we can actually complete. Just 1 out of the 9 I believe I got, 10. Let's just go send it, see what we do. See how we do. Are we lucky? Okay, we can still get lucky. Nope. While we're here, I think it's a perfect time to complete an account first. So let's go do it. If you guessed complete Cook's Assistant, you guessed correctly. Let's complete the first quest point on the account. First cooking levels on the account. We got 4 cooking off of that. So we've already paid the 20 platinum tokens for the next chunk. This is the next collection log slot item for that chunk. So we can now access this chunk whenever we feel like it. Let's call it the West of Lumbridge chunk. Most notably, we get a tree patch, which we don't have access to any farming currently, so this is nice. We can do some raking content. We also have the Ham Hideout, which will be pretty good for easy clues. Once we start pickpocketing some of those, maybe we can, I don't know, maybe knock out some easy clues that way. And also we get the Lost City quest start. Other than that, I don't really think there's too much in this chunk. This is basically just a means to an end travel chunk. Not a fantastic chunk unlock, but a necessity nonetheless. Here we are at the chunk border. Let's go ahead and unlock it. And there we have it. Now what item should I go for next? I have a few options now that we're expanding chunks a little bit. None in this chunk, but I believe we can either get the long bone, curved bone, which we're definitely not going to get that, or the 2 skulls to the skull scepter. We've landed on killing the cattle pawns to get the top of the scepter, and this is the gear I'm going to be going with. The Zerishian bottoms we're not buying even for 20k, so I'm not sure what the deal was with that. So I went with Zamorak Monk bottoms, as well as a Brutus shield. Super cheap, and it actually provides some decent magic offensive stats, but I can't equip it yet. I need 25 mage. Which for 23? We're actually gonna switch to the Ankus. They have less HP and less mage defense bonuses, and there's a convenient safe spot here in this location right here, far south of the cave by death. Yeah, this is way better. Big mage level on the account, 31. We can now teleport to Lumbridge. That is the first teleport we can actually use to a chunk we actually have. And the Ankus drop the left skull half. There is the skull left half. That was super lucky. Now let's take out 25k, convert these to platinum tokens, and there we go. There's our next collection log slot, as well as the platinum tokens. But we're not quite ready to unlock that new one yet. It is future me again, and we are going to be training some agility with toy mice. Now, if you wind these things up, you can actually release them and then proceed to catch them, granting 3 XP per mouse you catch. And our goal level is going to be level 15 agility for a pretty special agility training method. Back to life. There is level 2 agility, the first agility of 13 more to come. There's 10 agility coming in fairly quickly. And here's the last toy mouse we're gonna catch ever for 15 agility. It's in the chat. You can see it. We're gonna go to the monkey bars under Edgeville Dungeon. That is the key to unlocking ultimately what we're going for. Total, this took just about an hour, maybe a tiny bit over 1 hour. This man is holding a grudge on me. Sorry, dude. This is interesting. I bought these for 17,000 coins, just about on the dot, and I ended up selling them for 23, just over. So that's about a 1k profit per toy mouse to wound toy mouse. So I'm gonna see how much money I can make off of this. This could be some decent money. Okay, the market must be so small for these that nothing's going on. But we did end up making about 8,000 coins. I'll rate that up a 0.5 out of 10. There has been over 50 hours of progression in this one episode alone. We learned a lot of things, mainly about champion scrolls, and are just starting this journey. Here are the stats we are ending up on, as well as the collection log tab and the current chunks. I'm glad to be using the Beekeeper boots as the collection log payment for the Bar Village chunk. To have an item associated with that chunk feels complete. I have no regrets paying the 100k for that chunk. The monkey bars in the Edgeville Wilderness, these only require 15 agility and they cannot be failed, meaning you can get up to 13,000 XP per hour, which is the same rate as the Varrock rooftop course, but you can start at level 15. It's a one-click method, so you don't have to worry about moving your mouse, and this is basically a dead zone for PKers. And our goal level was going to be level 42 agility, and you'll see why later. We are here at the monkey bars, so let's see if we actually fail. So only 15 agility requirement for 20 XP, and let's do some more testing. Yeah, I've been testing this for 10 minutes now, and I can confirm I do not fail whatsoever. This is a good rate, such a good rate for level 15, 20, even 30. This is a great training method early on. If you want to skip out on the rooftops, this is definitely the place to be. The only downside is to being a low level, I'm getting beat up by these earth warriors and deadly red spiders. I'm already out of my 10 lobsters I brought, and it's only been about 12 minutes. So I'm going to have to bring some risk-free tank gear, as well as a little bit more food, so I can keep these XP per hour rates up, so this doesn't take me too long. It should be much better. We got a defense potion, as well as 3 items that we're going to keep if we somehow get PK'd, which I don't think we will, but you never know. We're only risking this red cape. Let's see what we got. When I was researching the Edgeville Dungeon monkey bars, I came across the wiki page, the OSRS wiki page, and I noticed something peculiar. The monkey bars here do not show anywhere that you cannot fail them. Let's change that. That is better. So we just added this one little sentence. So before, when you saw it, you would see this. And now you see this. And looking at the Earth Warrior page, we also notice it states, it is recommended to bring food in an emergency teleport as failing the monkey bars will damage the player. Let's change that as well. Okay, and now we got the correct information in there, telling players that it is not possible to fail the set of monkey bars. And we kind of spruced up this paragraph just a tiny bit. So before it looked like this, and now it looks like this. With this last crossing, that gets us to 30 agility. It took right at 1 hour to get. Lots of stuff at 30, mainly the Varrock rooftop course, but we're not going to be doing that because that requires, I think, 3 more chunk unlocks just to access. It's going to be so nice having my run restore at a much quicker rate, because level 1 agility is absolutely awful for run energy regen. You get it back so slow and it's so sluggish. Jagex has actually come out with a run energy changes proposal article, and I haven't taken too deep of a look at it yet, but I am looking forward to seeing what they came up with and how this will potentially change the way we do agility. And I believe the graceful outfit is getting reworked too, to have more of an inline set effect as other skilling outfits, such as the Gardens of the Rift, Wintertod, where it helps you specifically in training agility. A notable level coming up here, that is 35 agility. We can now access the Barbarian Agility course, which we're probably never going to do, but most importantly of two things, that gets us to 500 total level on the account, as well as 35 is halfway to 42. That's RuneScape math for you. And there we have it, 42 agility. Total time spent training agility, just under 5 hours. There is just one thing we have to do before we start forestry, and that is to unlock the Drainer Village chunk. Now in the last episode, we already paid for our chunk unlock with this collection log piece and these platinum tokens. So let's go unlock it. Here we are looking upon the new chunk we can unlock, so let's go ahead and unlock it. But first, let's find out what this chunk has to offer us. Now the chunk of Drainer Village is a great unlock for the account. It gives us access to forestry. Finally, we can start forestry. It also gives us fishing, so we can start fishing whenever we please. A jail that we can go to jail with. I believe it's used for 2 different quests. Many clue locations as well as quest starts, and the Drainer Market. We're not really here for any of that. We're just here for forestry for now. So let's dive in. Let's go ahead and take our first steps into the Drainer Village chunk. Any music tracks? Well, I guess no music tracks, but hey, we're here. Okay, let's pick up the forestry kit. Should be completely free. Let's wear that. Now, I don't know about you, but I think I'm looking pretty snazzy. So here we are. Our home for the next who knows how many hours. Truth be told, I don't even know what I'm going to unlock first. But these are my people. There is 61 woodcutting. We can now use the dragon axe. And I was thinking about it, and I think it's a well worth investment to get that. It's only about 70k right now, so let's go pick that up. And we cannot do this clip. Not yet, at least. So let's put it in for this amount. See if it'll buy, and perfect. A little less than what we just paid for. Now we can't wield it, so it will put us down 1 inventory slot, but that is just a-okay. We're left with 14k, and once we get this item from the collection log, whether it be from Wintertodd or it be from DKs, we will have to sell this and convert whatever it's worth at that time to platinum tokens, but it's a well worth investment overall. It will increase woodcutting efficiency by about 7.1%. So I'm curious to see how much these willow leaves actually sell for, since it says actively traded price of 62 coins. So let's put it in for 50 and see what it does. Okay, so they sell for 54 coins each. You get these pretty commonly. I've only been doing it for about 45 minutes and I get 80. I got 88, so that's some okay money. 0.25 out of 10 maybe. Whoa, sturdy beehive parts. This must have been a part of the part 2 update to forestry. Did not even see that coming, but that's another collection log slot. We can now access our next new chunk. I missed the woodcutting level pop-up, but that is 62 woodcutting. And we have now put, where is it? There it is. We have now put our sturdy beehive parts in the collection log tab. We actually got another event 2 minutes after we finished that one. Super nice. These things are actually worth 3k each. You can high alch these. Might come in handy in the future when we need to alch all but one. But let's keep going. We just got a thieving level from this event, the Freaky Forester event. Oh, holy people. So I think this is my first time doing this event, so it's not really sure what I'm doing exactly, but I'm just clicking boxes. So with these pheasant tail feathers, I can actually make the entire pheasant outfit. All 4 pieces are on the collection log. Now the whole outfit in total cost 60 feathers to make and only requires 15 crafting. If I get this event maybe a total of 8 or 9 more times, we could get that whole outfit. but I've been here 2 hours now and I've only seen that event once now. It's too independable to depend on for consistent collection logs. I think I'll just get this one over time. Or not. Literally 2 seconds after I ended the clip, we got the event back to back. Goodness, we were like almost tick perfect that whole event. I've never paid so much attention in my life to RuneScape, but we got exactly 30 tails, which is enough for 2 pieces of the pheasant outfit. That means we just need literally 1 more collection log slot, because these 2 are technically banked as long as I get 15 crafting. We just need 1 more slot and we can immediately move on to our next big goal. I was so focused on what I should buy from the forestry shop and calculating, doing how many hours it should take me, how much GP I need. I didn't even think about these pheasant outfit pieces that I could get, nor did I think I would get 30 already after 2 events. I could have gotten 3. If I paid attention and knew what I was doing the first event, I could have easily gotten 3. And I didn't even tell you what 4 chunks I need. I was going to, because I thought I was going to be trapped here for the next 5 hours, 6 hours, but turns out I don't. It actually changed the color of the unlocked chunks to a more easy on the eyes color. It also matches the color of the shading, so that's the same color. But we're heading Port Sarim. We're going way over here to Corrend. Port Piscarillas Docks. This chunk here. And lastly, this chunk right here. I'm sure you could have pieced it together by now. We're heading to the combat ring. We'll get more into that in a little bit. For now, let's go make some GP and start unlocking these chunks. Alright, so checking our spoils, we have 1478 anima infused barks, which we can actually buy a piece of the lumberjack outfit. Now I wanted to avoid buying the lumberjack outfit from the shop, from the forestry shop, and I wanted to get it through temple trekking one day. But I already have enough bark to get 1 piece. The only issue is GP. The cheapest one will cost me around 60k, or if I stay here for potentially about 1 more hour, I could get the cape pouch, which doesn't require any logs, so I won't have to pay any money. I'll just need to get another about 1,000 bark. So I'm just going to go ahead and get 1,000 bark real quick before we move on. And then after that, we'll check the final loot from 2 hours of forestry. Well, I guess it'll be more like 3 hours, because I still need to get the 1,000 bark. Now, if you're wondering why I'm going for the cape pouch, it serves no use. To my knowledge, it's just for the woodcutting cape, and you can do something else to it with another forestry item from the shop. We need it because it's free. See, these next 4 chunks are going to cost me 150k to unlock, and I believe I only have 14k in the bank. So money is going to become an issue fairly quick. It already kind of is now, but by the time we get the last couple 100 bark here, we should meet that goal just from the forestry that we've done. There is 63 woodcutting. Okay, let's see. Do we have enough? I know we're going to be close, but let's see. Oh, so close. I only need 38 more. Dang, so close. Alrighty, that's the last event. We should now have enough. Yep, 2804. Let's go ahead and make a trip to the GE and sell everything we got. Nests, logs, and leaves. Alrighty, now that we're here, let's go ahead and sell these logs and these nests. So this took in total just over 3 hours to complete. We ended up getting 2 events of the Freaky Forester for a total of 30. So that'll be 2 collection log slots. This was a collection log slot to get 1 of these. We ended up getting 10 from, I think, 3 different events. And then the logs, we banked all the logs, mainly willow, a couple oaks, but we ended up only getting 4 nests, which I was hoping for more since they're pretty good money. But I still can't complain. I am truly surprised at just how expensive willow logs are. They used to be like 14 GP each back in the day, a couple years ago. So let's sell for 101 and see if they sell. Darn. Oh, they did sell. That came in a bit late, but works for me. Let's go ahead and sell these. Alrighty, total between the logs and the nests, we get a grand total of 142k. Not too shabby. Now let's empty out all of our leaves. Oh nice, you can just take everything out all at once. Let's put those back in there for now. So we ended up getting 295 willow leaves, 20 regular leaves, 20 maple leaves, and 13 oak leaves. Let's go ahead and sell all these. Alright, so we tested these. They sold for 54, so let's go ahead and sell each one for 55. Yep, pretty much immediately. I have no idea how much these regular leaves will go for, or oak leaves. They're saying 87, so we'll put 75. Instant sell, very nice. 223, let's go 220. And those sell instantly too. I'm really surprised. So let's see how much money we get in total from 3 and a bit hours of forestry. Nice. We get a total of 169k. Now, I'm not going to factor in my costs, being the Dragon Axe. Since a normal account would be able to sell this back whenever they finish with it, I am not. I'm going to keep this, and again, one day I'm going to sell it, convert it to platinum tokens. But we have just enough money now to afford all 4 chunks we need, plus a little bit extra. So if we do the math, 169,681 divided by 3, that makes forestry at level 60, specifically only at the Drainer Village spot, about 56k an hour. Not bad. I think that's probably our best moneymaker as of right now, but we're definitely going to need much, much better money-making options. And typically, you would be hopping between worlds and between locations on the map, but as you can tell, we don't really have anywhere else to go. So these rates you can expect a lot higher typically. I would rate this a 2.5 out of 10. And I do need to mention that you can buy certain items from the forestry shop and sell them for money, so that would up your profit by just a little, but odds are not by a whole lot. The most expensive thing is the axe handle, which is going for about like 2.6 mil currently, but that requires 10,000 bark, which that alone would take 8 hours to get. So, you know, odds are you're not going to be completing forestries for money. Now there is just one more thing we got to do, and that's get the crafting level. Turns out you actually only need level 2 crafting to make the pheasant clothing. So yeah, that's all it takes. And there we have it, level 2 crafting. We can now craft the pheasant clothing. Very cool. First crafting level on the account too. Alrighty, and here we are at the forestry shop. Tons of stuff here to unlock. We'll unlock it all one day. We're here right now for this bad boy. Cape pouch. Costs 2,500 Amina bark. That's it. Let's go ahead and buy it. And there is the collection log pop-up. Cape pouch. Bringing us up to 7. And now we should just be able to immediately make 2 pieces of this. From what I could tell from the wiki, there's no other requirement other than just two crafting and having the feathers on you. So we'll go ahead and make the legs, and there is another collection log, pheasant legs, and then one more. We'll go ahead and make the hat. And there it is, pheasant hat. Here are the items we got in order of 6, 7, 8, and 9. So you can see we're now at 9 collection log slots. And here's our 150k payments for chunk 6, 7, 8, and 9. So let's go ahead and convert these all into platinum tokens. Just for visual representation, here's 30k. $35k. $40k. And $45k, totaling to 150 platinum tokens, which totals to 150k. So let's go ahead and dump all this in the tab. So we're up to 650 platinum tokens. Let's put this back. This was number 7, this was number 8, and this was number 9. Alrighty, before we unlock these next 4 chunks of Port Sarim, Port Piscarilius, the chunk to the west of Port Piscarilius, and the Combat Ring chunk, let's go ahead and see what all of those have to offer. Alright, the Port Sarim chunk. Now the way we're going to be getting here is not by walking, so we're not going to take the path because that takes 2 chunks to do. We're actually going to be taking advantage of a quality of life update that came out, I believe, May 8th of 2024, and that is that they took away the medium Lumbridge Diary requirement for the shortcut, as well as they moved it south a little bit. I'm pretty sure it was still in this chunk right here, or the Port Sarim chunk, but regardless, it gave us that little more bit of security with that. So we can take that shortcut straight away to Port Sarim. Port Sarim itself is huge. We get access to all the charter ships, as well as a few shops for fishing and runes, a couple clue, couple quests, but mainly we're getting access to all the charter ships, which Intrana, Port Piscarilius, Catherby, I mean, you name it, all the ports are pretty much accessible through this chunk. And now as for Port Piscarilius and the chunk west of Port Piscarilius, they don't really offer much of anything other than maybe 1 or 2 clues and 1 or 2 quests. They mainly they give us access, I should say, to all of Kourend, so they're kind of huge for the account. Even though they don't offer much at all content-wise, they offer maybe 1 or 2 clues and 1 or 2 quest locations. They do offer a means of travel, that being the charter ships here, and the railcart system here. Now, typically, you used to have 20% Lovekinge favor, or maybe even 30 or 40, I don't quite recall, but you had to have favor in the Lovekinge house just to use the railroad system, and on top of that, you would have to go to each location and show a scroll of some sorts. We don't have to do that anymore. It's completely free and accessible to use now, barring the 20 GP cost it takes to ride it, but they also added multiple locations that we'll touch on later. But we mainly care about that it's no longer locked behind any sort of favor, so no favor, no requirements. We can take it straight away to the Combat Ring. Yep, there's a railway system right here, and we can walk straight over to the Combat Ring. And I don't even have to say why the Combat Ring is massive, but I'll go ahead and say that it gives us 25 collection log items to obtain here. Now, I should savor this. I plan to savor this. I sure hope I can stick to that, savoring it, because when things get a little tricky down the line, I do want to have this as a backup in case I get stuck on something. Other things that this chunk has to offer is nothing really else. I mean, we get the agility course start, but we can't finish it because it takes us through this chunk, I believe, so we can't do that. We're literally just here for the Combat Ring, but I am perfectly fine with that. This is the best chunk unlock, barring the GE chunk on the account. All of that agility, nearly 4 hours of just random agility methods for this. And I was careful to make sure I had the agility plugin turned off, just in case you guys could see it. But it's green, which means we can go ahead and head straight through this thing. We are completely avoiding this chunk and this chunk. 2 chunks that I did not want to get this early on, as they will be useful in the future. This one for farming, this one for a couple quests and clue locations. But as for now, we don't need those. We just need this chunk. And it was the perfect combination, the perfect recipe. We are in this chunk. It's so nice. It's so nice. Such a good update. Now we can go to Karen with Veos here. We can go to Entrana. So much to do in this chunk. We'll definitely be returning quite frequently to this chunk, as the charter ships are just going to be massive to get us around certain docks. Like maybe this one. I think we'll end up needing those two chunks eventually, as well as I believe this one takes you to Remington. So yeah, we'll be heading to that dock to go to there. But this can get us to Catherby, I believe. And then a few other locations. It's super useful regardless. Regardless of where it takes us, it's useful because it takes us to places we can unlock by conventional means. Before we officially head to Corrend, we're actually going to do the X marks the spot quest. It takes you on a mini clue journey, I guess you could say. We don't have Spade, let's go get one. But it takes you from Lumbridge conveniently through each one of these chunks. I'm like 99% sure we have everything we need to complete this quest. Now regarding that shortcut we took to get to that Ports of Rim chunk, it did require 42 agility, but we could have boosted, but honestly I don't like boosting skills if I can get it. We're going to need the levels anyways. Stew boosting is awful, not that we have that unlocked. We could have used an agility potion, or we could have used a summer pie, but we need agility levels anyways. I figured, might as well just get the level. Alrighty, and so I'm pretty sure this one is for the quest, and when I clicked on the Feel Orb, it did this one, so I'll just try to dig here. Talk to Veos, and this will be quest complete. Now I believe we get an XP lamp, as well as 200 coins. And we're not going to go there yet, Veos, because we don't actually have that chunk unlocked. But let's see this beginner clue. I actually forgot that you get a beginner clue from this quest. So let's see if we can do it. Nope. But we are going to hold on to that, because that's one chunk away, and we're going to need that chunk pretty soon. And where we're heading, we're about to unlock a lot of chunks. As for the XP lamp, I believe I'm going to put this on Slayer if I can. Perfect. That is level 4 Slayer. We're going to need level 10 Slayer, which I think we'll get pretty soon here between this and the Varrock Museum. Okay, let's go ahead and get the Port Piscarilius chunk. That is now unlocked. Let's go ahead and head that way. Here we are. We are now at Corrend. Any music tracks? We get one. Oh, and we got the greatest music track of all time. Let's go ahead and unlock this chunk as well. Alrighty, and there we go. We now have this chunk as well. Just one more chunk. Alrighty, we are at the minecarts, the Lovakinj minecart system. Super niche, but for our account, for a restricted account, super helpful. I really wish these two chunks were a little more useful as opposed to just having a charter and having the minecart system, but we needed them. It's all good. So let's talk to Rayleigh, see what they did there. And let's be sure to not go to a spot that we don't have unlocked. So this should be the Shazian East Wall. So let's go ahead and unlock that chunk. So it is this chunk right here. So let's go ahead and unlock that. So now it should drop us off right here. And that is all 4 chunks that we paid for. So let's head to Shazian East. Let's hope I know my directions. There we are. Only cost 20 GP to ride. No favor, no tickets, none of that. Now have access to maple trees. That's pretty cool. So now if we ever want, we can always just get our own maple logs, I guess, for forestry items. Not that we would. And there's some yew trees, some very tall, uncuttable pine trees. Pretty nice scenery here, honestly. But we're not here for any scenery. Yep, we are here for the Shazians. Shazian 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now, we're definitely not going to be unlocking all of these all at once. I'm going to get tier 1, tier 2 maybe, and kind of have this as a stockpile of chunks. So whenever we out of places to go, no more collection log slots, we can come here. An easily renewable source of chunks. Definitely missed the music tracks, but we got an additional 4, I believe, from going to that one chunk. Very cool. Yeah, we need to start figuring out what we want to do now, because now we have access to over 30 collection log slots, and 25 of those can be obtained super quickly and super easily. So let's formulate a plan. Well, I believe first things first. Our cash stack is not looking too good. We do have a 1.1 million bank somehow, mainly thanks to these bad boys right here. But we definitely need a lot of money because we're on chunk 10 now, and chunk 10 is going to cost us 50k. So, and then 55, and then 60, 65. It's going to go up pretty quickly. Money is going to bottleneck us very soon. So let's go make some money somehow. I think we're going to do some crafting. Okay, so I was thinking, and I believe I want to start crafting some opal necklaces and maybe some opal bracelets. Both will be pretty accessible pretty soon here. Just going to get a couple levels. So right now a silver bar is about 100 GP, and each cut opal is around 850 GP, meaning input will be right around 950 GP per necklace, which each necklace is currently going for about 1.6k. So if you do the math, we'll make about 650 GP profit per necklace. So I think we're gonna go with that and see how it goes. Alright, so we scraped about everything out of our bank we could, and we're up to 73k, which should be a nice starting cash stack to get this going. 2 crafting now, we need 16. Yeah, 16 crafting, so that should only take probably 100-ish leather to get there. Oh my gosh, each leather's going for 410 GP, are you serious? That's so much money. I guess we'll start out with buying 50, see where that gets us. Alright, already found a better method. I'm actually going to go to level 7 crafting. At 7, I can get access to making gold bracelets. And right now, I can make about 110 GP per gold bracelet. So we're going to do that until 16. Oh, turns out it was level 6. So let's go ahead and put these back. Let's try to sell these back for roughly what we paid. We'll put them in for 409. Just let them sell. And then these, just let them sell for whatever they sell for. Yeah, not very good. But we have 53k to work with. We'll go ahead and buy some gold bars. Shouldn't take too much to get to level 16. It's only about 2,500 XP. We'll just get we'll get 50 of these as well. Another perk of training agility, you get access to this shortcut right here. Super nice. There is 16 crafting. We can now craft opal necklaces. There it is. So now the profit per hour will really start raking in. These currently give about 100 GP per bracelet in profit. So we had to smelt close to 100 total. So in total we made about 10k off of these. But let's go to the GE. Let's buy some opals. Let's buy some silver bars and get this going. Let's see what happens when we try to buy it for 1480. Okay, it doesn't look like anyone's actually selling it for 1480. Let's try 1550. Okay, 1503. Okay. Alright, so looking at this, the margin on these are close to 200 GP, which is pretty high. So I could either do these slow sell for about 1500 each, totaling about 600 profit, 600 coins per in profit, or I could do insta sell for 400 coins profit. Or third option, I could turn them into dodgy necklaces. We have, I believe it'll be level 1 enchant, maybe level 2. I mean, regardless, we have the level to enchant it, so we can enchant those. So a dodgy necklace is currently 1907. So let's see if it buys for 1850. Instead bought for 1810. And then sell it back. Okay, the margin on these is a lot tighter, so what I may end up doing is buying one cosmic rune and using a staff for the water rune. So let's see how much each cosmic rune is. 85 GP each. Okay, that's what we'll do. We'll make them into dodgy necklaces. So we got 50 opal, 50 silver bar, 50 cosmics, and we have the water runes already in the bank for level 1 enchant, which only requires 7 mage, which we got 33, so we can actually do up to level 3, I think. Well, not quite level 3, but level 2, but we just need level 1 anyways. So let's see how much profit we get from this. We spent a total of about 51k on these. We sold 50, which only took 7 or 8 minutes to make and enchant, and looks like we made close to 40k profit, pure profit. This potentially could be like 350k an hour. Let's test it out. Let's do a full hour of this and see where we end up. Current cash stack is 105k. So the hour is just now about up. So let's go do some math, see how much we made. All the numbers are in. So here's what we got. So we crafted a total of 550 opal necklaces and enchanted all of them. We went from 33 to 37 mage, 16 to 34 crafting. So overall pretty good. We can actually tally to Fally now whenever we get that. But most importantly, the GP. How much did we make? Let's find out. So we started with 105k, we ended with 480, making our GP per hour with this method 375k, as well as crafting and magic XP. That makes this method an easy 10 out of 10 for the account. Would definitely do again, but I want to try some more. I want to try out Chaos Druids for an hour, see how well we can make money there. The wiki says we can expect to get about 190k per hour, so I want to see if that's true on an account that has these stats and pretty noob gear. I don't expect any PKers down here. I mean, it's going to be in like level 3, 4, 5 wilderness maybe. We have a glory, so we can easily just teleport away. We'll just run the 16 tiles to the gate. I think we should be just fine. So let's see how much we make. Kill number 2, we get a looting bag. That'll help these trips last a little longer. Big strength level coming in, that is 50 strength and 55 combat. Now if you know your RuneScape math, we're 0.78% to 99. And this will be the final kill for the 1 hour. So after this kill, let's head to Edgeville and see how much we made, do some math, all that fun stuff. And here is everything we got. We picked up everything except for the bronze longswords and the vials of water. I didn't expect to get 4 bronze longswords, otherwise I would have picked them up, but they're a 1 out of 128 drop, so I did not pick them up. But as for the vials, they're a super common drop and they're like 2 coins each. But in total, we gained 21,440 combat experience. We went from 48 to 50 strength, as well as 1 hit points level and 1 attack level. We killed a total of 268, And here's all the loot we picked up. So let's see how much this is a price check for. 172k. Let's go sell it and see if we actually make that. Everything is sold, so the final is nice. We made 169k. Almost 170. Now we do have to subtract the potions we use. So we used 2 of these, and I don't think we ate a single food. So we subtract the potions we used, we ended up making about 155k. So 155k an hour, killing Chaos Druids on a mid-level to low-level, really low-level account is not very great. I'll rate this a 2 out of 10. And we are now up to a 638k cash stack. Now there is one more money-making method I want to try. We are going to be using the same method, but this time with jades. We're going to make these into jade necklaces and then enchant them into necklaces of passage. And it should be about the same money per hour, but we'll be getting more mage and more crafting experience. So total input, we put in 223 for those, 61 for those. So that's about, what, 350k into this. And then we'll see how much we get back. Big level on the account, 40 magic. That means we could teleport to our POH, but that is one thing I do want to talk about. To access our POH, we need at least this chunk right here, the Remington portal. And in the rules, I've stated I cannot use any form of magic teleportation form to get to a new chunk, essentially. So we'll need to actually unlock this chunk the old-fashioned way so we can access the POH before we teleport there. Now, I would also need to buy a POH, and I believe the best place for that would be the Varrock estate agent. So whenever we do come around to getting a house, we'll just use that one because it's one chunk away. Yeah, and it's right here, the estate agent, just 1 block away. We'll need this location for mini quests, as well as, I think this is the, no, it's not the museum, but we'll also need the museum chunk pretty soon here. And this is the last jade necklace we're going to enchant. Perfect. It's been, oh, there we go. It's been exactly 1 hour. Ignore the 27 minutes I had to log out in between. You know, kids are busy sometimes. But here's our 650 necklaces. So these 650 necklaces took exactly 1 hour to craft, from jades and silver bars to jade necklaces, and then also enchant them into necklaces of passage. So in total, we went from 34 to 44 crafting and 37 to 43 magic. Really good levels. We'll need both of those levels in the future, especially magic, as magic will be a great money maker soon when we can do obelisk stuff with the earth and air in particular. So I think this will be our primary mage method until we get 55 for high alch. But let's sell these. Let's see how much we get. Alright, so they're selling for 1155. So let's dump them in for 1150. And we'll slow sell them. Okie dokies. While those are slow selling, let's take a look at the chunk picker map. So here we are at the chunk picker, and I think this is a better way to show you guys what I have unlocked and kind of talk over some goals. Right, so we have now access to, way over here, the combat ring, as we unlocked a little bit earlier. Now I want to start using this. I think I want to get the first tier for sure, all in one go, which will be 5 collection log slots. And I've been really brainstorming, thinking about what I want to do and what kind of order I want to unlock things. So I think my plan I want to start doing is unlocking some Varrock and heading towards Canifis. Now, Canifis in particular doesn't really offer too much for the account. It offers the agility course, which we can do since we already have 42 agility. But mainly, we want to end up working our way to Barrows. I think Barrows would be a great source of both GP and collection log slots, and the chance of getting a duplicate is pretty high, so we'll end up making some decent GP from the items as well. And also on this route, we will be gaining access to plenty of quests as I am probably going to be heading to the palace, followed by here, and then this way, right up through here. So we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. A total of 7 chunks, and I probably will unlock this one too to unlock Gertrude's cat and Romeo and Juliet quest. So 8 chunks, meaning we will need a total of 8 collection log items, and if I do the math on how much GP that is, and that's going to be 630,000 coins just to unlock those 8 chunks. That's why we're doing all this money making now, because I prefer to have the money in the bank when I go for collection log items, and I also don't want to just go for immediately all 25 Shazium pieces to get 25 essentially stacked up chunks. I kind of want to take it bit by bit as I have a goal. Okay, that took about 15 minutes to slow sell all of them, but we ended up doing that. Definitely worth it to wait a little bit as we get an additional at least 30 to 40,000 coins. So moment of truth. We are now over a 1 mil cash stack on the account. Super nice to see that, but unfortunately we're gonna have to be spending it about half of this immediately, just about immediately. But let's see how much we ended up making in that 1 hour. So total input, as you can see here, I just kind of sold a few things in my bank that I had extra of. Here again was about 350k, and then total we got back 740,000 coins, pretty much on the dot, and that difference is a total of 390k, which is 390k an hour with pretty good both mage and crafting experience. I'd say this is a solid 9 out of 10 method. And here we are at the combat ring. So let's go ahead and talk to Soldier Tier 1. And we should be able to attack him no problem. Favor's gone. Shouldn't be any issue here. Let's fight. And this kill should be a collection log. Yep. Shazium Gloves Tier 1. So let's talk to him again and get all 5 pieces. And another collection log. And there is the helm, plate body, and last but not least, the Shazium boots. So there is all of Tier 1 into the collection log. We take a look at the tab. We are now up to 14 slots. Now, we do need 8 collection log pieces in total. So we're going to kill Tier 2 2 times to get his armor. And then the 8th one, we will get a Mark of Grace from the Canifis course. And there is the Shazium Gloves 2. There is the plate body 2, so that is all we currently need. Let's go ahead and start unlocking some chunks. We just teleported to Lumbridge and we got the Sergeant Damien, so we can have a good chance of getting a camo piece here. And let's see. Nice. We got the camo top. That is another slot, so we don't even need that Mark of Grace. We can just immediately unlock all 8 slots. Perfect. Chunks, that is. And we are at the bank, so let's go ahead and deposit each one in the order we got it, which it is in the order we got it in the inventory. So gloves, green, helm, body, and the camo top. So there is what our tab's looking like currently. This was a complete chance. It was super nice to have. Nothing like having a good old collection log slot from a random. So looking at the Priest Imperial quest log, it has no requirements other than 15 combat. So I think the best way to handle this is to just unlock the chunks as we need them for the quest. So it looks like this will be the first chunk we unlock at the palace. I don't know if we can walk through here. We'll go ahead and unlock this when we get over there and see if we can walk through there. Okay, and here will be the payment for that very first chunk. This was our 10th chunk unlock. So 50 platinum tokens and the Shazium Gloves 1. Here we are. So it looks like we can walk through here pretty easily. I don't think we can, however, get to the actual gates right there. So I think we'll immediately have to unlock this chunk, but let's just try it anyways. And there is the chunk unlocked, so let's walk over here. No music tracks. Yeah, it's going to make us path around these stakes here. So we will unfortunately have to unlock this chunk here as well immediately. Let's see if we can. Yeah, we should be just in this range right after we pay for it. So there's 55k for chunk 11. And there is the new next chunk unlock, chunk 11. Now we can start the quest. Alright, so we are already being sent all the way to the temple. So that's an additional 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we need to unlock 4 additional chunks right now. And just to visualize, 60k, 65k, 70k, and 75k. Bringing us up to 270 platinum tokens to unlock these 4 chunks right here. So this one, this one, this one, and this one. Getting pretty steep already. But here is also the 4 collection log slots for those 4 chunks. And with that, it officially puts us over the 1 million coins in platinum tokens mark. And we are already down to 670,000 coins. Nearly half of our cash stack is already gone. But let's go ahead and unlock this first chunk. And there we go. And immediately we'll have to unlock this one as well. We can actually do the Soul's Bane quest too there. I don't think it takes us anywhere besides that cave right there, or the rift, I guess. And here we are at yet another chunk we need to unlock. And there we go. Just one more. And this should be the last chunk we need for this quest. There we go. With all that, I think we can now complete the Priest Imperial quest. Oh my gosh, I had no idea how expensive stamina pots have been. I guess I'll go ahead and buy one. It's gonna be helpful. And there we go. That is Priest Imperial quest completed. One more quest point. Should get a prayer level from that, I believe. Yep, that is 38 prayer. We are inching our way closer to overheads. So we currently are sitting on 2 chunk unlocks we can do right away with the Shazian plate body and the camo top. But I want to do a little bit of content within what we just unlocked. First on the docket, let's do the Daddy's Home mini quest. This should give us level 8 construction as well as a POH. I was sitting here like, oh no, the door's in another chunk. Nope, you can walk through right here too. And there is the Daddy's Home mini quest completed. Got us up to 8 construction as well as some pretty good loots here. I don't think I need any of this at the moment, but I will keep the planks and just, I guess, sell these for now. You know, I may as well buy the rune boots, even though they are on the collection log. They're super cheap. They're only 7,000 coins. You can buy it instantly for less than 7,000 coins. And these will forever sit in the bank until we obtain a new pair. Once we obtain a new pair, that'll be on the collection log, and we will sell these back and convert that to platinum tokens. But again, it's only 6k and it's such a big upgrade. Wait, 2 more music tracks. I think we got 2 prior on the quest of Priest in Peril, but we're now going to do the Soul's Bane quest. This is a medium Varrock diary requirement to do this quest, so we might as well knock it out now. And there we go. That is a Soul's Bane quest completed. Any levels? Nope. I believe that is all of the kudos we need. So Orlando, give me my XP. Got 1,000 Slayer, 1,000 Hunter. Brings us up to 9 Hunter and 10 Slayer. Well, since we're here, we might as well get the log. We have obtained the actual collection log itself. Now, we don't actually need this thing for anything, although it's a 1-click to read it, so, I mean, might as well put it in the bank. Well, I think it's only fitting to go ahead and put it in this tab as the very first item. So the tab itself is the collection log. Okay, and here we are back at the chunk picker. Now, I wanted to avoid this area for a little longer, but the way I see it, I could either stay over here and unlock this chunk, complete 2 quests, and then unlock this chunk and complete 1 quest. I think that would total me 7 or 8 quest points, so not bad. Or I could use these 2 slots that I have currently, or these 2 chunks that I currently have kind of in my back pocket. Winter just might be coming. Now, if you're wondering how I'm going to get there, because there's a lot of chunks between me and the Toad. Well, the railway, one of the new locations, is right here. It'll immediately take us here. It's another physical form of travel. We can access it straight away, and then the Winter Tot itself will take 1 chunk. So totaling 2 chunks, I think this is a worthwhile chunk investment, because we can yield up to 10 collection log slots from this one minigame. While it's nobody's favorite, it becomes a necessity at some point. And here we are back at the bank. So to get those 2 chunks, we will need 80k and then 85k, totaling up to 165k we're paying just to access Winter Tot. And then these are the 2 last collection log pieces that I have to use. So let's go ahead and turn these into platinum tokens. Another 165 to the tab, bringing us close to 1200. We have arrived at the minecart system, so let's go ahead and unlock these straight away. I don't think we can see the chunk from where we will be standing at the doors, so let's go ahead and get this chunk, as well as this chunk. So the Northern Tundras and the Winter Tot itself is now unlocked. And then we're going to take the Lovakinj minecart network to this location right here, and we should be able to just walk right up this way. Okay, so be careful to pick Northern Tundras. Seems like we're good. So here's the gear. We are rocking, and I mean rocking. We got the Santa hat, yak here, yak there, and then a fire staff. And we'll be using wines for food, very cheap food, and we will be fletching. Alright, and there is a 1 hour of Winter Tot completed. We stacked all our crates, so let's go see. We ended up getting 12 KC, which I thought it was always 10 to 11. So we have ourselves here 11 crates, because we opened 1 in the beginning, so we have 11 now. Total we got from 50 to 59 fire making, and I think 2 construction levels and 1 fletching level. Overall, not bad. But let's see what we get from these crates. See if we can get lucky. Oh, and there we go. There is 1 slot. Burnt pages. Oh, and there is another slot. Super lucky with that. Pyromancer's garb. We got 3 more. Last one. Nope. But hey, we got 2. I was hoping for 2. And here we are at the bank. So let's go ahead and put these burnt pages in. Let's put this Pyromancer garb in. So now we always have to keep 1 burnt page in our bank, but we can sell the rest. So these are actually very, very valuable, as they are worth close to 3,000 coins each. So hopefully I get more of these. 63 fire making. So we're at 20 KC currently. Let's go ahead and open up the 8 chests that we have in the bank and see if we get anything. So I believe this is everything we got from the 20 supply crates. Let's take out all but 1 burnt page, because we need to leave that there for collection log. Tab means. So 1 hour, 45 minutes of Winter Tot. Yeah, not too great, but we're not really there for cash. We're mostly there for the collection log items, which we did end up getting 2, being the burnt pages and the Pyromancer's garb. Super nice to have those 2. Now let's move on to something else. Alright, there's everything sold. We actually got a little less, as usual, than what the price checker said. We also ended up getting a total of 23,877 coins, bringing us to just over 200k, which math would say we're getting about 130 20k an hour. I don't know the exact, but just over 100k per hour with pretty bad stats overall. The Wintertod rewards are dependent upon skill level in fishing, mining, farming, woodcutting, crafting. All that stuff plays a part in what rewards you get. So we'll go back there when we have higher stats, but for now, we will be happy with the 200k. And real quick, the stats, we ended up on 63 fire making, no woodcutting levels, close to a fletching level, and close to another construction level. Forgot to sell the herbs and gems I got. Did that real quick. We got an additional 40k. And that brings us back up to a 700,000 coin cash stack. I think I'll just stick with my original plan of unlocking this chunk right here, which grants us access to a much better bank, and we can actually run to the GE through here instead of having to tiptoe right through there. And also this bank's a little further. And then the other chunk we would be going for is the Wizard's Tower, which we can definitely do one quest, which is Imp Catcher immediately. As for other quests, I don't believe we can do the Restless Ghost yet, nor can we do Rune Mysteries, because we need this chunk for... So we need this chunk for the Restless Ghost, and I believe... Well, I don't think we need this chunk. No, we do. We need this hut right here for the Restless Ghost. So we do need to access both of these chunks to do that quest. And Rune Mysteries actually takes us, I believe, in just this chunk in Varrock. I don't think it takes us anywhere else besides here, up to here, and the Wizard's Tower. So I think we're going to work towards unlocking this area. But we are going to do this first. This chunk, followed by this chunk, and then these two chunks will be 3 and 4. So these two items will be unlocking us chunk number 18 and chunk number 19. So by math, that is 90,000 and then 95,000 respectively. Brings us up to 185k for paying for these two chunks. Not too shabby. Platinum tokens. Add that to the stack. Yep, we're getting up there. And here we are at the chunk border. Let's go ahead and unlock this chunk. And there we have it. We can now step in. Do we get any music tracks? Not looking good. I don't think so. Oh well. We're gonna do the Gertrude's Cat quest as well as the Romeo and Juliet quest. Both of which we shouldn't have to leave any chunks that we currently have. And there's the Romeo and Juliet quest completed. 5 full quest points. That's the only reason we did it. I don't even think it's needed for literally any other quest. And there is the Gertrude's Cat quest completed, giving us 1500 cooking for 13 cooking, 1 quest point, chocolate cake stew, and a kitten. Now it's time to unlock the Wizard's Tower chunk. And there we go. Wizard's Tower unlocked. Any new music tracks? Just one. We'll take it. Since we're here, let's go ahead and complete the Imp Catcher quest. And that is Imp Catcher quest completed. Looks like we got a magic level from that. 44 magic. We're now up to 11 quest points. I don't think we can do any more quests here. So let's move on to the next thing. One Step Beginner? Nope. Okay, let's see. Panic at the Alcarid Mine. I think we're not quite there yet. Yeah, we don't have any current plans to head that way, but I'm gonna go ahead and keep it for now. May as well keep it. So actually, I was thinking, and I'm pretty sure we just unlocked the Varrock Agility Rooftop course with this chunk unlock. I know it takes you this way and over here towards the anvils and over here and then over the pub, so I'm pretty sure we have access to this now. And if we do, we're not 20 levels above the requirement for this course, so we can realistically get a Mark of Grace, which is a collection log item. Oh, I guess there's the pop-up as soon as you complete a lap, with your next lap having a Mark of Grace, I guess? I assume that's how it works, but let's go collect it anyways. Should be up here somewhere. Yep, right over there, there it is. And there we go. There is officially the Mark of Grace in our inventory. Okay, back at the bank, let's go ahead and deposit this into the bank for our now 20th item on the account. So with that collection log item, I think I want to go for this chunk just south of Varrock, the entrance to the town right here. There's not a whole lot to this chunk. It's pretty much a dead chunk overall, except it does give us maybe a couple quest locations, maybe 2. And then I don't even think it has a clue location. It might, but I don't think it does, honestly. The main thing we're here for is this little altar here, which we're going to gain access to the mini quest for rune crafting, whatever that is called, Enter the Abyss, and then also we're going to get access to here, which is, I think, is used for Shield of Erov, as well as this area, which is going to be used for Demon Slayer, which we are going to do now. So here we are. We are at the 100k mark. So let's convert this to platinum tokens. Here's our payments for the chunk we're about to unlock. Man, it's getting pricey already. And we are now at the part of the quest where we have to go right over there to that circle. So let's go ahead and get this chunk. And there we are. And there it is. 3 quest points, cool little animation. We are now up to 14 quest points and 8 quests completed. Here's our most recent chunk right there that we got. And I'm thinking again, I think I'm gonna currently, for now, scrap these 2. And I have a few options I can do. I'm really into questing right now, so I want to get a couple more quests knocked out to get my quest points up a little more. And I think these 2 chunks will only provide a total of 3 quests for me to do, which I'm pretty sure will only be 3 quest points. Or I can unlock these 2 right here for a total of 7 quest points. So 2 chunks for 7 quest points versus 2 chunks for 3 quest points. I think this one will be more beneficial, the Drainer Manor route right here, because I need this area right there to start the Vampire Slayer, and it takes you in here anyways. And Vampire Slayer brings you to Varrock, and we already have that area. And you can also do Ernest the Chicken. Ernest the Chicken is entirely within the Drainer Manor, so we also have access to that. So I think we're going to head that way, which means we need 2 additional collection log items. I think you know where I was heading, but I just got a frog random. I'm pretty sure I can get... Where are you? I'm pretty sure I can get a frog token from this. Yes, perfect. Well, that is item number 21. And if we go to the random, that is now 3 random event collection log items. And there we go. Shazian Helm 2, item number 22. So now we have both pieces of collection log items, I guess, to access the 2 chunks we need, which are this chunk right here and this chunk right there. Let's deposit item 21, item 22. We now have 3 full lines filled with collection log items. So the next chunk is 105, and then the following chunk is 110,000 coins. Yeah, so this is for chunk 21 and 22, totaling 215k. Oh man, it's getting so expensive, but hey. So let's convert these to platinum tokens, put them in the stack. We're coming up close to that 2 mil mark, and we're only down to 185,000 coins. We only have money to unlock 1 more chunk right now. Let's just go ahead and knock both of these chunks out in one go. And here we are at this chunk. Let's go ahead and get this one too. And there we go. We now have complete access to the Drainer Manor. We now have complete access to the Drainer Manor as well as this wheat field. And maybe... nothing really. There's nothing. But let's go ahead and get these 2 quests completed. Man, big kudos to whoever figured out all of those doors. That must have been a nightmare. This should be quest completion, pretty sure. Yep, there it is. 4 more quest points, 300 big ones to the stack. Brings us up to 18 quest points. Here we are at the end of the Vampire Slayer quest. Now, this fight should be no problem for us. And yep, we 3-shot him. And there is a Vampire Slayer quest completed. 3 quest points, bringing us up to 21 quest points. Decent amount of attack experience for this quest, bringing that up to 44 attack as well. We got ourselves a mime random event. Let's see if we can get some redemption. And oh my goodness, come on. What do we get? And we got the Beekeeper's Top. Very, very nice. So I needed some time to edit and have some downtime, so I decided to come to Forestry and knock out another item. Now, we're super close to the next item that I want to get. We're at 4,951 bark. I need 5,000 along with 300 oak and 300 willow logs, and we will be going for the log basket. Now, it will have some use on the account. It's not going to be a completely useless item like the cape pouch was. This can store up to 28 logs of any type, and I think it just takes up 1 inventory slot. It's kind of like a fish barrel, but this is the woodcutting version. So that's what we're saving up for. It's on the collection log. Might as well go ahead and knock out some of that stuff. Alrighty, we just finished up the rainbow event, so we now have enough, but I'm just going to stay here until I get 68 woodcutting. Should only be like 5 minutes. Oh, we got a mysterious old man. Let's see. Another mime show. This better be 3rd time's the charm. Alright, that should be the last one. Let's see what we get. Collection log. Come on, come on. Oh, man. And there we are. There is 68 woodcutting. We can now do nature offerings. I'm not entirely sure what that is. Is that a forestry thing? Okay. So it's some kind of forestry thing with a reward of some sorts, but we're not focused on that. We are focused on getting a next collection log item. But let's check the bank, see everything we got. So I banked everything again. We got 2278, one above max, and willow logs, and they've dropped down a bit, but this stack is apparently worth 209,000 coins, as well as we got all these nests. So let's open these, see if we get any kind of good seeds. Hey, there's a U seed. And I know everything else is pretty useless. Go ahead and drop all those. Guess I'll take the papaya seed. Alright, well let's go ahead and sell everything we got. And I did keep 300 of the willow logs for the log basket. So we get 355. Let's go ahead and buy it. And there is the collection log pop-up, the log basket. We're now up to a total of 24 collection log slots. Now, we did get this one as slot 23, and this one is slot 24. So let's go ahead and add these to the bank. So the final stats after about the 4.5 hours, we went from 63 to 68 woodcutting. I think we got 1 construction level, as well as we got up to 2 farming, all from that one event that I forget the name of, the mulch one. Struggling sapling. That's it. Other than that, I don't think we got any more levels. Well, I think it's about time to end. So here are the stats from the end of episode 1 to now the end of episode 2. Pretty good. Here is also the collection log tab, which is looking very nice. Here's the total number of collection logs now, which we're up to 24. Pretty insane. And here are the current chunks we now have unlocked. Now, we're kind of getting all over the place, and pretty soon here it's going to be hard to fit these all on the screen, but I'll keep doing it and then change things up whenever we need to. When you think of transportation in old school RuneScape, you're probably thinking one of 3 things, and I'll give you a second to think about it. Now, you probably thought of just regular walking and running, teleporting, and maybe fairy rings. Well, all of those are fantastic transportation methods, But there's another one. Another one that no one ever thinks of, no one ever uses any longer, barring maybe Ultimate Iron Man. We're talking about the hot air balloon system. This transportation method is locked behind the Enlightened Journey quest. Released in November 6th of 2006, this odd and frankly clunky, to say the least, method of transportation was released to old school Runescape, or I guess then RS2. Now, to get around, you need certain levels in firemaking along with the subsequent logs. This takes you to a total of 6 different locations, one being, of course, Entrana, the others being Taverley, the Crafting Guild, Varrock south of the Lumberyard, Castle Wars, and the Grand Tree. Overall, this is particularly not a very useful method of transportation. There's plenty more better options out there. But for us, it's game-changing. I have 3 main goals for this episode. That is, to get 43 prayer for overheads, unlock a new method of transportation, and to unlock the herb lore skill. Now, each can be tackled relatively easily, but together, it's going to be quite a monumental task to overcome, as this will require at least 10 chunks to unlock, and if we take a look at our bank, we are currently sitting at a 523k cash stack. That is nowhere near enough to get those 10 chunks, as it's going to cost at least 1.3 mil, as well as an additional 8 collection log items, because at the end of last episode we got this item, and this item, so we have these 2 in our back pocket ready to go. We can pay for the next 2 chunks as well immediately. And here we are at the chunk picker. Now, to gain access to herb lore, we need to complete the Druidic Ritual quest, and we need to get to this area right here to do so. Now, as you can tell, it's relatively lengthy distance away from the closest chunk I have. That's a total of 4 chunks that I would have to unlock just to complete that quest. But I have a different idea. Now, in the last episode, we completed a bunch of quests, got ourselves up to 20 quest points for one big quest, and that is the Enlightened Journey quest, which takes place here and here, and I believe these are the only 2 chunks that we need to access that quest. So that will give us a new transportation method, as well as get us actually to this location right here, which is a hot air balloon. Now, it's a physical form of travel which we can use, and then that puts us only 1 singular chunk away from that, but at the cost of 3 chunks. So totaling 4 as well, but the hot air balloon system is a useful unlock. It takes us over here to the Tree Gnome Stronghold, as well as down here to Castle Wars, which Castle Wars is a different entity I don't want to tackle at this time, but this will be pretty big for the account one day. Now, as for the prayer training method, now in the last episode I unlocked the Wintertodt area with the minecart system, which dropped you off right here, but just 2 chunks away to the south and to the east is the Dark Altar. Now, again, thanks to the changes of the Corinne favor system, we no longer need any sort of Arceus favor to do this. We can access the spellbook at level 1 magic with no favor requirement. So we're going to be using Ensouled Heads to gain our prayer experience. Now, to do the Enlightened Journey quest, there is 1 skill requirement which we lack, and that is the 30 farming requirement. Now, I don't think this is a hard requirement, as you need to get willow branches during the quest, so the game assumes that you need to grow your own willow tree, which you don't. You can actually buy the willow branches on the GE, so I'm not sure exactly if we need that, but I do want to get that anyways, as farming will be a great source of money. Now, I was thinking about what chunk to unlock that gives us a good farming patch, and I landed on this chunk right here, the South Falador Farm Patch. Now, it gives us access to the entire patch here, as well as the quest start location, and it also gives us access to the Explorer's Ring teleport, which we don't have yet. And then I don't think we can get through to Falador here. Once we unlock the chunk, we can go check, but I'm like 90% sure we won't be able to walk through that. But this will be the current chunk we're gonna buy right now. So let's get out our 115k, as this is chunk unlock number 23, and this was slot 23, the Beekeeper's Top. So let's convert these to platinum tokens and add them to the tab. So now we have that chunk paid for, so let's go unlock it. And there we have it. We now have access to the South Falador farm patch area. So we grabbed ourselves some farming supplies as well as a few seeds that we can immediately plant, as well as I want to make our own compost, which also gives pretty decent XP. So we can get up to level 15 and plant an oak tree at, well actually we should have 2 farm patches, yeah. So we have this farm patch for oak tree and then this farm patch right there for oak trees. This level 30 requirement shouldn't take too long. And we did end up getting 3 new music tracks, bringing that total up to 83. Okay, let's run over here and check real quick to see if we can access Falador through this chunk. Oh goodness, I'm gonna try it. It's so close. I don't know if this is a walkable chunk right here, or a walkable tile right there. No, I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I did get 3, I think I got 3 more music tracks there, but wait, can I walk this way? Wow, I can get in here. Oh, that's awesome. Well, I didn't leave my chunk at all, so I could access this chunk right here whenever I wanted, theoretically, but we're not currently here for this one. We just wanted to check, but it's pretty cool how we can actually get in here. So since we're unlocking chunks, I'm going to go ahead and unlock the Intrana chunk. Where is it? There it is. Yeah, here, we're gonna go ahead and take the charter ship to Intrana, which is a physical form of travel. So let's see what Intrana has to offer us. So the Intrana chunk is pretty interesting. It gives us access to at least a dozen quests, so that's super useful. As well as a, I believe, law altar, which is right over here in this area, just above the A in Intrana. And we get a furnace, which we don't need. Fishing, we don't need. This, I know this is used for quests. Mainly, we need this area purely for quest purposes, as there's no other reason to come to Intrana. And unfortunately, we will have to unlock this chunk here as well, right here, because the Enlightened Journey quest start is right there at the quest icon. This is the only quest you start on Intrana, and it's unfortunate that it is like 10 tiles into that chunk. But for now, we're just going to go unlock this one here. So let's go do that. So here's our collection log piece for that chunk, as well as we're now up to 120k for this chunk. And there's the platinum tokens added to the pile. We're close to 2 million coins worth of platinum tokens. We are here at the Monk. Let's go ahead and pull up the map, head over to Intrana, and let's unlock the chunk. And this will be chunk number 24. So there we have it. Now we should be able to take the boat no problem. And we now have access to Intrana. Looks like we got 1 new music track as well as an easy Falador achievement diary. And as you can see right there, this is where you start the Enlightened Journey quest. But we need 1 more collection log item before we access the start of the quest. So in the last episode, when we unlocked this chunk right here, right there, we got access to the Varrock sewers. Now I know we had access over here through the Edgeville dungeon, but I don't believe we have the agility requirement to take the shortcut to this one. But since we gain access to this, we can kill moss giants, which they also have a respective key drop of a mossy key drop. Same drop rate 1 out of 128. So let's hope we don't go 416 KC before we get that. 1 KC key. Nope. I completely fluffed it, but I totally forgot that I had a beginner clue in my bank, and I should have brought it with me to drop so I can get potential steps that I can complete. This one's in the Panic in the Alcarid mine, which we're not heading that way anytime soon, but I do want to keep it. But taking the clue with me now, we missed out on 2 clues, but we keep going. Oh, there it is. I missed the drop. But there is the mossy key. That is collection log item number 25 on the account. We are a quarter of the way to 100. I went ahead and left the beginner clue because, like I said, I don't think I'm going to the Alcarid area anytime soon. So I believe we only got 2 attack levels and a hit points level. Not too bad, as it only took 63 kills. Alright, let's put this in the bank, and there is 25 collection log items in the tab. Now, we do have enough to pay for another chunk, which we do have access to the other side of Antirana, but we're going to go check on our crops. And currently we're at 4 farming. So now I need to start making some more money, and I'm going to go with my crafting method of making jade necklaces. Where are they? Jade necklaces, turning those into necklaces of passage. Once I get my magic to level 49, I'm going to switch to red topaz bracelets. Now, I already have the crafting level for that to make those, but what I don't have the magic level to do is the level 3 enchant, which the red topaz bracelet requires that to turn it into a bracelet of slaughter, which I think that'll be the best GP per hour. So I need a total of 951 jade necklaces. So let's see if we can just buy this all at one fell swoop. Okay, absolutely not. No, we'll do this in increments then. Alright, we just made ourselves 400 necklaces of passage. Input, I think, was about 230,000 coins. And it looks like we'll get back a decent amount. So let's sell them 4 GP less than what they're going for. Alrighty, and there is all of them sold for a total of 422. So we made just about 200k from that for about 45 minutes of work. And there is level 15 farming. Took a short break to do some farming because I really wanted to get 15 while I'm working on making money so my oak trees can grow. So we now have access to planting trees. We can plant one here at the Lumbridge area, and then we can plant one right up here at this area. Now total I believe they yield 468.5, I think, if my memory serves correct, XP per tree. So we'll be still farming here at this patch, but we're up to Marintills, we're planting tomatoes, we're harvesting for sure. We're a true farmer. Alright, so here's patch 1. We're gonna finish raking. I've actually been doing a bit of raking content to get some extra experience. And I did actually look it up. These yield a total of 467.3 experience each. And they only take 2 hours and 40 minutes to grow. And here we are at patch number 2, so let's plant this one and pay for it. Now we will check on these in about 3 hours. And there is our goal level of 49 magic. Now we can enchant ruby jewelry, which is big, and red topaz jewelry as well, which is what we're going to be doing. Now we got 2 more to do, so let's just go ahead and finish these last 2 and then go sell and see what we made. Alright, so looking at the history, we bought all these for about 305,000 coins. And then we're going to sell them. Oh man, I know we're not going to get that much. I think they were selling for about this much yesterday. So let's see. Okay. Alright, well those are selling at a pretty decent rate. Selling like 10 per minute. So I'll just leave those in there for now. And my next thing I want to do is actually go for 55 magic while making money via crafting. We got up to 50 crafting, and there is a couple more jewelry things I want to try out. As I said prior, I want to try out these red topaz bracelets, turning those into bracelets of slaughter, and I also want to try out the red topaz amulets. Now the burning amulet is what you make out of this, and it's actually selling right now for close to 3,000 coins, and right now the topaz plus silver bar plus cosmic rune is about 1900, so that could be over 1000 GP profit per necklace. So I'm going to try this one first, see how much money it makes in 1 hour, and then I'll try this one and see how much that one makes in 1 hour. And while I'm doing that, I'll be getting mage XP, which will get us up to 55 for high alchemy. Now we don't really need high alchemy for anything in particular. 55 is just kind of an iconic level for magic. And we'll have high alchemy, which does give us some options to make money, such as the adamant plate body, which I used to turn a profit when you alked it, because I think it alks for 9,800. Alright, these are not selling very quickly at all any longer for 1065. So I'm going to go ahead and take out the money, take them out, and drop it down to about 1055. I think these would sell a lot quicker. Okay, yeah, they insta-sold, bringing us up to, well, let's check the GE history. So that was 532 plus 48. So that is right at like 580. So about 580,000 coins. And we said about 305,000 coins went into that. So yeah, another solid 275k. So we're going to go ahead and make ourselves 600 of the topaz amulets, turn those into burning amulets. Now I only have 350 topaz because they are very expensive and I can only afford that many at a time as I'm at 19k cash stack. So let's go make 600 of these and see how much we make in total. Now one thing I forgot about as I am making these is that we actually need to add a ball of wool to these before we can enchant them. So we'll go ahead and do that since we're already committed to this. Right now each ball of wool is going for about 60 GP each, so that'll add a little time to this as it takes time to string them all, but the profit will definitely be worth it. Oh wow, these are actually a little more than 60 GP each. Let's see how much they're going for. So max price 72. And the split would be, so 3 GP, so I'll try to buy them for 70 coins each, I guess. I can't afford many at all, because this is all we got to work with here. I'll just chuck it in all for as much as I possibly can. We'll do 260 for now, and I guess we'll just, I guess we'll wait. Yeah, making these into amulets from the ball of wool and the amulet unstrung is pretty quick. This shouldn't take more than 10 minutes overall to make all 600 of those. Pretty easy, pretty nice method. And there's 200 strung, so let's go ahead and enchant these. Only took about 3 or 4 minutes to do these. Not bad at all. And there is our 200 burning amulets enchanted. Only took about 10 minutes to do all these 200. So with adding the wool plus enchanting, should only add about 45 minutes to this, and then crafting them takes about another 45 minutes. So in total, to make these 600, it'll take us about an hour and a half. Okay, one is selling for 312, so we'll put them in for 3 and see if they insta sell. Just about all insta sold. Now this is insane profit. While it takes a little longer, a little more tedious, we are making so much more money from this method. 600k cash stack. So let's go ahead and buy another 150 balls of wool and then enchant 150 more. So moment of truth. 400 burning amulets. 1.188 mil. Now that is a lot of cash that I have not seen in quite a long time on this account. We are at a 1.3 million cash stack. Very, very good to have. So in total, well, let's do the math. Alright, so the numbers are in, and the total output of all 600 was 1,784,000 coins. Brings our total profit to 610,000 coins, meaning since it took us an hour and a half, we made about 405,000 coins in 1 hour. So 405k per hour for a moneymaker on this account is pretty good at the current status we're at with, I believe, 25 chunk unlocks so far. So now we have our 670 silver bars in topaz and cosmic runes. Let's go ahead and make some bracelets of slaughter and see how they compare. So there is 55 crafting, nothing too notable, but we can now make the Slayer helm. Now that is going to be a long ways away, but we have the level requirement to make a Slayer helm. So I'm looking forward to making that one day. And here is the last topaz bracelet for 55 magic. We can now cast High Alchemy. Alright, so we are at the GE with our 670 bracelets of slaughter. So they are currently going for 2264. Let's actually see how much one's going for. 2650, pretty good price. Which is more than this. 2650. Let's see if we can get this much for it. Insta sold 1.7 mil. We have an additional 96k here. We are up to a 1.855 mil cash stack. This is by far the most, by almost double of what I ever had on this account. So we made roughly 500k from that, and this took just over an hour. It took about an hour and 10 minutes. So that's at least 470 to 480k per hour. So now that we have all of this money just burning an absolute hit in our bank, we need to go spend it. But first, we do need to do a farming run, so let's go do that. There is the handsome fella. So let's check health, and this should be 467. Can't see the 0.3, but that is 17 farming. Looks like we get nothing out of that. But mainly, the XP is all we care about. Let's go check the next one after we demolish this tree. And I do want to quickly mention that all of my crafting, enchanting methods have been with me manually casting the enchant on the item. So if you do a auto cast, it's going to be significantly slower, as the auto cast is, I believe, 7 tick, and the manual cast is 3 tick. So that does affect GP per hour by quite a lot. And check this health, it should be a 19 farming. Just barely snuck that in there. We can now do Terramins, so let's, I guess, take these back and get some Terramins, so we can start farming up some higher XP stuff. And I didn't mention it, but we did end up getting up to 57 crafting from all that. For now, since our trees are still growing and we're only level 20 farming, we still have a bit of a ways to go. My guess is at least 2 to 3 more days of in real life time. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and start the process of unlocking ensouled heads via right over here. So let's work on another collection log item, because we have one here. This can be the mossy key that we obtained earlier. So we just need one more collection log slot for this chunk right there. We are going to be heading to the Wintertodt, stacking up 10 chests at a time until we get one more collection log item. And if you're curious, our Wintertodt is looking like this. We have the burnt pages and the pyromancer's garb. I'll actually just go ahead and open them one at a time as I get them. So nothing here. There's 3 piles of bones here. Wintertodt taking out some hardcores. Hey, missed it, but didn't miss it. There is the warm gloves. That took precisely 19 chests to get. We are just shy of 69 fire making. Might as well stay for one more game. See if we can get a back-to-back. Alright, so we got our 69 fire making. Do we get a back-to-back? Oh well, there is 40 KC at Wintertodt now, and we now have 3 items from the Wintertodt, bringing our total up to 26 collection log items. Yeah, so we will be currently unlocking chunk number 25 and 26 in the order. Alright, this will be a total of 125 for chunk 25, and 130 for chunk 26. But there is the platinum tokens, and I believe that is now going to be over 2 million coins and platinum tokens on the account. Let's go unlock these new chunks. What in the world? Why is that so big when it's on the ground? How do you fit 4 of those in your backpack? The scaling to that thing is just completely off. I know I haven't been recording many randoms, but this is the 3rd sandwich lady in a row for me. I wish it would have been the mime or something else. I need some redemption. And this is the 3rd pie in a row. Okay, and I think we're here at the chunk border. It's a little hard to tell, but this is definitely it right here. So let's see what these chunks have to offer. Alright, so most notably, the only thing in this chunk is the 1 fairy ring, which I believe they have now taken away the 80k payment requirement for it, which is a good change. And I think there is maybe a clue location or 2 in this one chunk, but that's it. Literally pretty much useless chunk. But it's a means to teleport here with a fairy ring, which is kind of useful. But this one, a great unlock, the Dark Altar. And again, thanks to the changes that Jagex has made to the Kourend favor system, you no longer need any sort of Arceus favor. so we don't need to access the library to get any books. We don't need, I think it was like 60 or maybe even 100% favor to get access to the Arceus spellbook. All that's been scrapped. The spellbook has even been reworked. It's in a super good spot in my opinion, but a fantastic change nonetheless. We're going to go ahead and unlock these chunks back to back. Stepping foot into our new chunk. One new music track, not a moment of relief. Okay, there's a few bats here actually, but yeah, that's literally all this chunk has to offer. So let's just immediately run right over here past a few bats and get this chunk as well. And there we have chunk 25 and 26 now unlocked. So we can run up here and we should be able to immediately access the Arceus spellbook. And yeah, not a single hiccup there. Get some decent teleports from this that I'm sure we can't use any of them at the moment. I don't know where this takes you, but I assume right up here. Other than that, I don't think we can use anything else. Well, we can use Drader Manor, but we're not going to use this spellbook right now for any kind of utility other than the ensouled heads, which I think we can only do Adept reanimation. I also got a medium task in the Corrend and Kebos area, so let me see what that is. It must be a new change, because I don't recall ever switch to the Necromancy spellbook. Was that always in the game? I'm not entirely sure if my memory serves correct, but I don't think it was. So now we can access Ensouled Head training method. Now my goal level is actually going to be level 45, so I'm going to need a total of 41 more of these. And money's not an issue at the moment, so let's just go ahead and bump it up. It's only going to cost us 35k, so super cheap. This is basically close to a 1 GP per XP method, which is pretty good for prayer. It'll just take, 15 minutes to use all these heads, but that is no issue. And the reason we're going for 45 is just to access the Eagle Eye prayer and the Mystic Might prayer. No real use out of either of them at the moment, but it'll be nice to have in the future when we do end up needing those two prayers for some reason. I guess I'll scrape together all the Wintertodt loot that I got from those 20 chests and sell it and see what we got. Yeah, I only made 68,000. Now I did get coin drops. Runelight is showing a total of 50k coins of 40 crates, so I'm going to assume I got 25k from that batch 25. So about 93k, and that took close to 2 hours to do those 40kc, or those 20kc. So I did actually forget that I need runes to cast the Adept Reanimation spell. So total, this is looking more like a 2 GP per 1 XP method. Still really good for prayer. So now what we do is change our spell book. We should already have the level 41 magic, so that is no problem for us since we have 55. So all we do is we're in the vicinity of whatever this is, the Dark Altar. We animate the head. It spawns in a reanimated version of a giant, just in general. We kill this, and then we get 650 prayer XP. Very easy method, just takes a lot longer than using bones on an altar or the Chaos Altar, and much more time consuming, but we do save a lot of money, and also we have neither one of those methods unlocked anyways. And there is 43 prayer. We now have all 3 overhead protection prayers. Now we're just going to go for this one, Eagle Eye, and this one, Mystic Might. And that is the last ensouled head for 45 prayer. Alright, so that is one big goal knocked out for the episode. 45 prayer. Very nice to see. Now we're still working on our farming. We're almost to level 30. We should be getting that the next farm run, but I have a bit of time before that. And I can't do my Enlightened Journey quest until I get that. So I also can't unlock Herblore at this time, so I'm just going to go do some fishing at Draenor and maybe get level 15. And by then, my crops should be ready. Alright, let's throw these in the bank. We ended up getting 101. It took about 25 minutes. Not too bad, but definitely not good either. So let's take out our farming stuff, and I think it's about time. So everything looks to be grown. We are currently growing sweet corn, limpworts, and harlanders. And by the way, we did get to 12 fishing, so I guess it was really not that good. Alright, we should get the level here if we get some good RNG, and there it is. There is level 30 farming. Now we can grow our own willow trees, which I don't think the Enlightened Journey quest requires it, even though it says it here. But we got it anyways, might as well, just in case, because we need farming in the future anyways. But that is another big level knocked out. So here's our farming tab that we made that I don't think I've ever shown yet, but here it is. And this is everything pretty much that we've gotten from 1 to 30 farming, all manually training it with literally 1 herb patch, 2 allotments, a flower, and 2 tree patches. So I think that's about it. So let's price check this. I have no idea exactly how long it took to do all the farming. My best guess would be about an hour to an hour and a half. So 50k. It's not good money now, but we are starting to grow Hairlanders and Limpworts. So between those two alone, that's 20k, and that was the last 2 farm runs, essentially, maybe 3. So farming will be a great moneymaker soon, just not right now. I think once we get to Toad Flax is when the money really starts coming in, which is level 38. Oh, we actually made 55k from selling all the drops, or I guess crops that we grew. But we're now back up to a 1.6, nearly 1.7 mil cash stack. So now, what we have to do is get out of that, go down here, go to Antrana. So we now have everything to start the Enlightened Journey quest, apart from the chunk itself to start the quest, because we need it right there. Now, we don't have any more collection log pieces in our back pocket, as this one and this one was used to obtain our Ensouled Head method prayer training. It's a mouthful. So we're going to have to go get at least 2 more collection log pieces, because here is the start, and then we are required to fly the hot air balloon to this place in Taverley. Once we fly it, we will be spawning in here to complete the quest. So I want to make sure I have this chunk unlocked before I complete that quest. So as for my next item, I'm going to be going for the cattle pawn piece of the scepter, which I believe is the top. I want to say it's the top of the scepter. Now, last time I tried that, I was using Fire Strike. It was not good at all. So this time I've invested into actually using death spells, blast spells. So currently I have the level to use Earth Blast, so I'm going to use that. Now, something interesting is that I want to get Mystic, but all Mystic is actually on the collection log. And if I invested that, that's over 100k down the drain that I'll have to convert to platinum tokens at a later date. I don't want to do that. But regular blue Mystic is actually not on the collection log. From what I can tell, I have it pulled up on the side here. Right here. And it is only the light, dark, and dusk versions of the of Mystic. So nowhere do I see any sort of other link on the web page. So it's just these. I can confirm that I can buy the blue Mystic set. So let's go ahead and do that. Yep, there we go. So yeah, we invested 157k, but again, we can sell this back at any time. And here's the second installment of Definitely Not a Bot. He is 100% stuck looking at the wall. So again, same game plan as episode 1. We're going to be standing in this tile right here, going ahead and attacking 1. Pulls me out, pull right back out, and then I'll stand right here and I'm safe spotted. And yeah, this is already hitting it so much more. Yeah, this is going to take 10 seconds per kill. And there is the top of the scepter. I got pretty spooned on that as well. Pull this over. I think you can see that. That is 27 KC for that. we now have completed the entire stronghold, all 4 levels, all 4 pieces. Now, in the future, whenever we do want to make our Skull Scepter itself, we will have to come back and get 4 more pieces, 1 of each, because in order to make the Skull Scepter, we would need to take all of these out and combine them, which we're not going to do with these. We're going to get duplicates of each one before we do that. So as for the next chunk that I want to unlock, payment-wise, it's going to be this chunk, as we just mentioned a few minutes ago. But I also need to unlock this chunk to access the Druidic Ritual Start. So now I'm going to go for actually 2 additional items to unlock these 2 right here. Now I think it's about time to return to our literal stockpile of chunks. So in the Shazian armor we currently have Shazian Boots 2 and the, however you pronounce that, 2. So we can go ahead and get those. That'll complete the first and second set, leaving us with 15 additional collection log items to obtain from that. There is the Shazian Boots. And there is the Shazian Greaves. I looked up how to pronounce it. The Shazian Greaves Tier 2 unlocked for items 28 and 29. So now we officially have all the chunk payments, collection log items I should say, to unlock the 3 chunks that we currently need. So let's put these in our tab. Alright, so let's take out all the money we need. So chunk 27 will cost 135k. Chunk 28, 140. And then chunk 29, 145,000 coins, bringing our total to 420. We can actually put them in platinum tokens on a bank chest, which I didn't know until just now. Let's go ahead and do that, bringing us up to a nice 2,600 platinum tokens on the account, leaving us with a 1 mil cash stack. So while on a farm run on mobile, of course it happens, I figured it would eventually, we got a Hespori seed. Nothing too crazy, but that is actually, if we take a look, we stop farming for 1 second. That is actually on the collection log under miscellaneous. And by the way, we are currently up to 35 farming, and while I'm at work, I've been using mobile to do my farm runs, and I did switch to using Ultra Compost. So that is nice to have the Ultra Compost for my herbs, and I've been using it for the goat himself. So let's go ahead and add this to the tab. There is item number 30 in the tab. Alright, so now before we even start the quest, we need to talk to him over there, but we need to unlock the chunk first. So let's go ahead and unlock it. And there we go. We can now step foot into here. I doubt there's any music tracks, so let's just keep at it. So we are now at the part of the quest where we actually need to fly, and we need to fly to the Taverly chunk. Fly to right there, the hot air balloon. So let's go ahead and unlock that straight away. Nice. Now let's go ahead and fly there. Physical form of travel. Alright, coming in hot. Now that should be quest completed. Almost. Let's talk to homeboy here. And there is quest completed. The Enlightened Journey quest. We now have access to the balloon transport access. That's kind of a weird phrase. But we now have the access to the hot air balloon and 37 farming. And also here is our brand new chunk, which it looks like this guy is using it. So maybe it's not as forgotten as we think, but I think this is the most forgotten method of transportation in all of RuneScape, because it only takes you to, I believe, 4 different locations. This is 1 out of the 4. And it slipped my mind to mention this, but there is the crystal chest, or I guess the chest you unlock with the crystal key. That is also in this chunk. And here is the 3rd and final chunk that we can currently unlock. The, let's call it, Heroes Circle chunk. And there we go. We can now access the Druidic Ritual quest, so let's go do that. So let's talk to Cake Mix here. This should be the quest complete. Telling me how to do herb lore, and there it is. Druidic Ritual quest complete. 4 quest points. It's a lot. access to the Herblore skill, and some free experience to get us started. Now that gets us to level 3 Herblore, and we did get a couple new music tracks from that, so we're up to 91. And while I'm here, I might as well do the Witch's House quest. So I got the piece of cheese, and this should get us 1 HP level. Got ourselves here a Dunce Random Book of Knowledge. Let's go ahead and put that on Slayer for 11 Slayer. And there is a Witch's House completed as well for an additional 4 quest points. Didn't realize these quests give so many quest points, but also 6.3k hit points experience, bringing us to 48, and 59 combat. So I didn't even mention prior, but we have now completed all of our major goals for this episode, as we got 45 prayer, we got a new method of transportation, as well as we unlocked the Herblore skill. Conveniently all 3 right here, so I can see them. So let's move on to something else. So it's now 2 full days past when I recorded my last clip, and in the meantime, I've been busy IRL, so I've just been logging on, doing some farm runs, doing a bit of forestry while I can. But this is the last farm run we're going to do for now, because we can play actively right now. So let's plant these, and I have a confession to make. While I was doing forestry, I got yet another item, and I utterly failed to capture it with a screenshot. Yeah, needless to say, I tried my best, but I couldn't quite get it. But it's there. It's the fox whistle. That was collection log slot number 31 on the account. So currently, if we go check, and there is the fox whistle in the bank. It is collection log slot number 31 in the tab. I got it, I believe, on my 3rd or maybe 4th fox disarm trap event. Super lucky, as it's a 1 out of 50, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, my bad. But we've been farming a lot. Let's check. Deposit these and this and nice and this. And we end up with a total of 81 toad flags, 54 Heartlanders, and 94 Limports, and 154 strawberries. So let's go sell all of this and then do some more stuff. And also at the time of recording this, the Wild Gothic Sleeps quest came out yesterday. And yeah, we don't have any single one requirement for this quest, but we'll explore that quest way down the line. But it did add an additional 2 collection log items. Now I believe they are changing the way the quest works, along with the drops you get from the Tormented Demons itself, but you get the Bone Claw. And the Tormented Synapse also came out. Again, I think they're changing those items and the name of them, but they will probably keep with the 2 additional collection log slots. So that is 2 more that we have to obtain, and I think they added, I want to say 8 or 9 music tracks, so that is also another 8 or 9 music tracks we need to obtain. So another thing here, we have 16 pheasant tail feathers, which you need 15 to make an outfit piece, which is a collection log item. And we got these from 2 different events. It's pretty difficult to do this one on mobile, but we ended up getting 2 events, so we got just over 15. So let's make our 3rd now item. So we're gonna make we might as well go ahead and make the pheasant boots, just because we have this and this, might as well just go down the line. So pheasant boots, that is collection log item number 32. And we now have 3 chunks to unlock. So we got this hard clue from a clue nest that we got while doing forestry, and it's an actual step we can complete. Now, realistically, we have basically a 0.01% chance of actually completing a hard clue currently, but we might as well give it a shot. And yep, that is Deep Wilderness. We are definitely heading there in no time soon. So we have ourselves here a beginner clue that we got from forestry, and it's a Reldo step. So odds are we have a pretty decent chance at completing this, but let's feel this and see what goes on. Very cold, same temperatures as last time. I know there's like a teleporting method you use for this. Let's teleport here, feel, very cold. Thought there was a way you could do this with the clue plugin. Atop Ice Mountain. I don't think we have access to that one, as that is right over here. So that is, looks like it's in this chunk, farthest possible away. I have to unlock 2 chunks to get to that. So here's what our current log and bird nest stack is looking like. Pretty decent. This is about 125k GP total, but I'm going to hold on to that for now and let it stack a little longer because we're only at 2,000 bark. And our next unlock we can do is at 3,000 bark, which is, I believe, the log brace. And I don't know if I'm going to go for that yet. I may want to go for a more expensive item to unlock those because it'll be more time worthy to do stuff like that now when these chunks are still 1 collection log item per chunk. So let's hold on to it for now and see what's next on the docket. So here we are at the chunk picker. Now I have a few options that I can do, and I want to unlock the Lumbridge Swamp here, and I actually want to unlock the Mage Training Arena. They've come out with an absolute slew of updates to this somewhat recently, I think back in May of 2024, which will make Mage Training Arena good again. I guess it was never good, but it's going to make it tolerable now. There's so many changes to go over, so many I haven't even looked at and read. I personally am a fan of the Mage Training Arena, and it's only going to make it better to have these updates implemented. So I think for now, what we're going to do is use those 3 collection log items that we got to unlock this, this, and this. So these will be chunks 30, 31, and 32. So this one, and this one. So let's pull out the 150, the 155, and then the 160 for a grand total of 465,000 coins to pay for the Mage Training Arena. But that is completely worth it as we get 11 collection log items from the Mage Training Arena. So let's add this to the stack. We're now over 3 mil. And we are at the chunk border, so let's just go ahead and unlock all 3 of these chunks in one fell swoop. And there we have it, all 3 chunks are now unlocked, and I believe they added this gate here pretty recently, which is very convenient for us, as I think prior you had to run up through here and back through here. But let's see how many music tracks we get. 1, 2, 3, and 4 music tracks. Very good, very good. We're now up to 95. There is the telekinetic room done, and I don't think I did end up saying what I'm going for, but we are going for the infinity boots, as that item will take about an hour and a half. So starting out with 55 magic, we're now up to 57 solely from the telekinetic room. So far I'm liking the changes. Up next, the graveyard. Alright, and this will be the last of the graveyard room for now. Let's go move on to the alchemy room. And with this turn in, we should have, there is 60 magic. We also have our 120 alchemy pizzazz points, so we can move on to the final room to unlock ourselves the infinity boots. That's going to be the easiest room of all 4, the enchanter's room. And here is all the points we need in the enchantment room. Now we have enough to buy the infinity boots, so let's go buy those. All the changes that they made to the Mage Training Arena is a direct XP per hour boost, as well as very good quality of life. So there's the infinity boots. They're all green, which means we can buy it, confirm 1 pair of infinity boots, and there it is, our first Mage Training Arena item. I think we can wear them. Yeah. The next thing I'm going to be going for with the Mage Training Arena is probably going to be the Bones to Peaches, as it'll help with the graveyard room. So while I've been editing, I've been doing some forestry on this side, and we're actually up to nearly 4,000 bark, as well as all these leaves. Very nice. But we're here for another item, and that's actually going to be the log brace. Now, it takes 3,000 barks, which we have plenty of, 300 maple and yew, which total these cost about 100k. I know it's kind of steep, but this is a cheap item for bark. I figured might as well buy it, since we already have the infinity boots. That's 1 chunk we can unlock, and this one's 2 chunks we can now unlock. So let's buy it. And there is the log brace. So now we have this one and this one to unlock ourselves 2 brand new chunks. And let's put those in the tab. So here is all of our loot in total from all that forestry. I have no idea how much it was, but if I had to guess based on the bark I have, about 5 hours. So total we got just under 300k from those about 5 hours of forestry. Now if we could sell both of these, we would have made some decent money, as this one is worth about 258 and this one is worth 339. We would have made 600k, but we cannot sell these as we need them in the bank. Alright, here we are at the chunk picker. Now we're going to go ahead and unlock the Lumbridge Swamp. Most notably, we get this dungeon here, which has 2 collection log items behind it, believe it or not. We will venture down there one day. Access to the Restless Ghost and the Rune Mysteries quest, as well as access to Xanaris, which to complete the Lost City quest, we need to traverse through these 2 chunks to get here, or at least this chunk. So we can complete that quest now. So we got 3 quests to do, actually 4, because I believe that's Mistland Mystery. So we can do 4 quests in these 2 chunks, as well as we get 2 collection log items down here. Again, we'll talk about that maybe next episode, but for now let's go knock those quests out. But first we have to pay for them, so let's get out ourselves 165,000 for chunk 33, and then 170,000 for chunk 34, meaning we're paying 335,000 coins to unlock the Lumbridge Swamp. Put those in the tab, and clean 3,400. And there is both chunks now unlocked. Now let's go ahead and knock out the Rune Mysteries quest, the Restless Ghost quest, and we might as well do Mistland Mystery while we're at it. There is Rune Mysteries completed, and there is the Restless Ghost quest completed. And there we have it, the Mistland Mystery quest is now completed. All 3 easy quests that we just knocked out took about 20 minutes total. So let's move on to a little bit more of a challenging quest, being the Lost City. Alright, and the very challenging boss fight has been done. So let's go chop ourselves the Draymond Tree. We're gonna get 1, 2, we'll just get like 5 or 6. So we made ourselves the Drum Staff. Let's go ahead and open the door. This should be the quest completed. Yep, 3 quest points and access to Xanaris. Now I think this is an instance. Is this an instance? I'm not honestly really sure exactly what takes you here. So maybe this is considered a cave and dungeon, I guess. I always thought it was an instance. But nonetheless, we're here. We now have access to Xanaris and all it has to offer. I believe all that it offers really is a Slayer Master. We don't need any of this part, the market. A couple quests here. Cosmic Runes, and this bank, and Puro. Not a whole lot here, but this does give us a means to access fairy rings one day, so this is actually a great unlock. And there is 72 woodcutting. Been chilling here for the past little while. We're currently up to 2,352 bark. I'm just saving up just in general for the next item. Not entirely sure what it'll be yet, but I do have something to say, and I actually ended up getting another collection log item, that being the Lederhosen hat. Where is it? Let me just go to random events. I got the Lederhosen hat earlier. I could not record it. I got the random in about 5 minutes logging on, couldn't record. So I do have that, and I cannot find the picture, the screenshot I took of getting it. So I'm going to go to the bank real quick and just show you that I have it. But the only way to get that is to literally get a random, so there's no cheese in that. And it's right here. I made sure to keep it in this tab. So let's go ahead and put it in this tab, and that is item number 35 on the account. So earlier in the episode, I believe the beginning of the episode, we discovered that we can access the Falador area, specifically the mining guild in the, well, I guess party room. Right through here. We can actually walk through here this way and then get into this chunk. So I'm going to consider this an unlockable chunk since I can walk through there. And since I got the Lederhosen hat and I wanted to unlock Falador pretty soon, Hey, nice hat, SuperDuck29. Alright, so here we are at the little area we discovered we can walk into through here, and then right through here, we can actually access it right here. So it's very convenient, we just barely get it, so let's unlock it. Alright, so let's take our first official steps into Falador. And I don't think we're going to get any music tracks for over here. We're going to have to take this roundabout way to get in, but that is fine. I don't want to risk stepping out of my chunk, because so far I have not on this entire account, which is pretty rare, I think, for accounts like this. You accidentally step out. But yeah, we have access to, well, some of Falador. Not quite all of it. This chunk unlocks basically the rest of it. So while I was doing some forestry, I ended up getting quite a lot of beginners. These two I cannot do, as they involve chunks I don't have unlocked. This one is a Reldo step, but both of these, I believe, are steps that I can pretty much guarantee complete. This being Charlie, and this one being a step I know I can complete. So I'm going to knock these three out, see if I can do them. I'm going to start with the bow at the Grand Exchange. One step beginner, maybe 10th time's the charm. Nope. Let's see if we can do it though. We cannot do that, as it involves that chunk right there. Alright, so I believe this is a step we can complete. Yep, it's right over there. So fingers crossed we get the 45% proc. Somebody must have just did their beginner clue right here. Yes! We finally have a beginner clue casket on the account. I'm going to go ahead and check the last clue that I have. I believe the Charlie step, so if we get lucky we can have two, but I'm not counting on it. We have one. And sadly we cannot do this step that Charlie gave us, as it is over here 2 chunks away. So we're going to go ahead and drop that clue as well. But we do have one. I'll go ahead and pick this up so it doesn't get in the way. Let's stand by Charlie for good luck. Let's see what we get on our first ever beginner's clue casket on the account. So I think it's a perfect time to end the episode here. So right now I'll put up on the screen my stats from before and after the episode, as well as the collection log tab and the total number of chunks we have, or I guess I should say the total number of collection log items we have, as well as all of the chunks we have. Now it's getting harder and harder, but I'll keep it up until I can no longer inform you of all the chunks, and I'll do it a different way. But for now, that's how we're going to do it. So I have an ambitious goal this episode, and that is to get to 50 collection log items, aka 50 chunk unlocks. Now, if I had to guess, it's going to cost me over 3 mil GP to get that. And as you can see right now, we're 10% of the way there essentially. So what I'm going to do is focus on a lot of money making methods in this episode, while also making some pretty good progress towards those chunks and just general progress as usual. But we've been farming on the side. Yeah, we're up quite a lot in the farming department. Here's the fruits of all of our labor. Let's take it out, price check that. So 475,000 coins, and this has been maybe 2 days of farming, 2 IRL days that is. I want to utilize something that nobody uses, that's been on the collection log since it's first come out, and that is creature creation. Now it's locked behind the Tower of Life quest, and most people do it on Iron Men for their spider eggs, red spider eggs, or maybe something else that I'm forgetting, but mainly red spider eggs, the Spidines. But what most people don't do it for is the collection log items you can get from it. There is a total of 7 collection log items locked behind the various creatures you can create, and all it takes is the Tower of Life quest, which I'm like 90% sure it's only going to take us the one singular chunk in Artie, this one right here. Oh, there's 44 farming, by the way, but only right here. The only problem is getting there. So I was thinking I could either go here to this dock right here from Remington, or I could take the Port Khazard, both of which are going to be 1 chunk away regardless. So I think I'm going to go with the Remington way. This is going to take me 2 chunks, but I'm going to need this chunk for a house portal anyways, and this chunk I believe I'm going to need for Dragon Slayer, along with Biohazard and maybe another quest or 2, and I think we get the Bob Ross NPC which is a pretty cool NPC. You've got to look at him. So let's start working towards the creature creation. And there is all the fruits of our labor sold for 509,000 coins. Wow. Yeah, farming is huge for the account for money making, as an hour's worth of work, not even for 500k. It's super easy. So what I'm going to do for money is actually do unpowered orbs, 76 coins each, probably 80. Cosmic rune, that is also, well, that's closer to 100, but still it's about 180 so far. So that, you turn it into a earth orb, because that's the current mage level I have. These are selling for about 9, call it 920. So that's going to be quite a good profit, about 750 GP-ish profit per one I make. I don't know how much I can make per hour, so I'm going to go test it. Alrighty, so the hour is up. We ended up making 537. It could have been one more inventory, but I decided to just go ahead and come with a GE. Now, total input for these was about 220k, and right now, I know we're not going to make very good money just by looking at this. Put them in for this. The insta sell for 489. So what is that? Like 260k? Yeah, 260k per hour for that method. Wow, you get mage XP. I got 2 mage levels. It's not great XP per hour. Talking maybe 40k max per hour mage experience and 200k GP profit. Not very good. I'll give that maybe a 5 out of 10. Your money's really going to be made making the air orbs. So we just finished up a quick session of crafting. We got ourselves 500 burning amulets. So let's go sell these, see how much we get, and let's talk through some goals. We have 1.7 mil now. If we check, we did 500 burning amulets. This was by far the better money maker. I also did 500 of the bracelets of slaughter, which those didn't do as good. I think that's dropped a little in price. I believe that is now roughly 300k GP per hour, but the burning amulets is definitely over 400k GP per hour. Super nice. So let's go to the chunk picker and let's see exactly what we need to do. Here is actually all of our chunks. So this is what we're working with currently. We have a total of 36 at the moment. So earlier I had mentioned I want to start working my way towards Artie, making the Artie push, which I think is going to be super beneficial both now and later on for the entire account. The best way I see to get to Artie is by using this dock right here. Now this takes you to here at the Remington area, but to get there we need 2 chunks. And then once we get here, that's a 3rd chunk. And then to get to Creature Creation Tower of Life quest, we need this chunk, totaling, I believe I just mentioned 4. So we need 4 chunks just to get there. So I think you know where I might be heading. Yep, we are here at the combat ring. So currently we have 10 collection log items from here, both tier 1 and tier 2 completed. I'm going to go ahead and knock out the first 4 of tier 3, and then we'll start unlocking some chunks. There is one of them, and there is another, and there is the penultimate item we're currently going for. Let's get the last one, and there we have it. All 4 is now unlocked. Collection log items number 35, 36, 36, 37, 38, 39. And we're going to toss these in the bank in the order we got them. So greaves, plate body, boots, and then finally the helm. So there's what we're currently working with in the collection log item tab. So now we got to pay for all these chunks. So it's going to be 180 for 200k. So this is going to be really pricey, but well worth it. Alright, so there's all 4 for a grand total of 750,000 coins. Platinum tokens, add that to the stack for a very healthy looking platinum token stack. So I did not mention, but we did end up getting to 60 crafting from, I believe it was 57. And then we actually got up to 63 magic from doing our money making methods the past few hours. And we now have access to a Remington. So any music tracks? It looks like we might have got 1. 2. Very, very good. So we can do some mining here, which might be useful as we're only level 30 mining. I don't want to start motherlode mining until I get at least 41 for the rune pickaxe, because we do actually have that chunk unlocked as we unlocked it at the very end of last episode. But most importantly here, we now have access to our player-owned house, and I think we could do Witch's Potion quest over there. So let's just go ahead and enter our home for the very first time, and we get another music track, Home Sweet Home. This looks like my first apartment. And here we are at yet another new chunk. So we get a few quest locations over there. This is used for Dragon Slayer. Not much here, honestly. I mean, we do get... Where is he? Where's Bob? Is he here? Did they take him out? Is it just Da Vinci? Oh, hey-o. Very nice. Well, this is a perfect time, because we're going to get another level that is 12 Slayer. So we're actually lamping Slayer because Slayer is going to bottleneck us pretty soon, as Slayer sends you across the entire map of Runescape, and as you could tell, we don't really have much of the map of Runescape unlocked. So getting Slayer up now will be very beneficial for once we start temple trekking, because temple trekking is going to be our main Slayer training method, at least for a while. I have no idea what our goal level will be, but lamping it now just to get the head start. Forgot I actually needed some GP for the charter ship, but now is a perfect time to cast our home teleport spell for the very first time. And go through the portal and instant access. That is nice. Alrighty, so before we actually travel there, let's go ahead and unlock the RD chunk itself, because we're going to be getting off the ship right here, so this will be in this chunk. Let's go ahead and get that unlocked. Now, this is a physical form of travel, so we can travel there. It is within the rules. So let's head there. Oh no, I went to the wrong place. I went. Oh man, let's go ahead and head back and retry that. That's the very first time that's ever happened. Well, it has to happen to everyone at least once. We did get 3 music tracks by accident. A momentary lapse in judgment. Let's go to Ardoon this time. Okay, there we go. Now we're in the chunk we belong in. So here we are, the city of Ardy. Alright, and here's the last chunk we are going to unlock. Now we can walk through here. My literal 10 years of Iron Man experience getting Ardy capes, teleporting there and running through this way to get to the bank has taught me that this is a walkable area. Let's go ahead and unlock this last chunk, the Tower of Life chunk. Alright, and we now have the chunk unlocked. Looks like we get another music track. And there is the Tower of Life quest completed. I think we'll get a thieving level from that. Yep, 18 thieving and 18 construction. Oh, and we got 750 total level. Now, I really wish this builder's outfit was a little more useful, as it's purely a cosmetic. Ideally, this should have been the outfit for construction, but alas, they made a different outfit for construction. Alright, so the first 2 things we are going to kill is the Newtster, the Nerutster, and the Unicow, both of which have the satchels that drop from them at a rate of 1.666 repeating. So it should be super common. I brought 8 of each, so I can get at least 8 kills of each one. Let's make sure to not go to Brimhaven. Yep, there we go. So we're going to go for those 2, and then after that I have a specific plan I do want to try. Alright, so I believe this one is for the Newt Rooster. So let's put this one on there, and then put a feather on there. 1 Eye of Newt, 1 feather, and then you activate. And then this creature appears, we kill it, and then we can get back from this 4 to 10 Eyes of Newt. And I'm not sure if they're noted or not. I want to say that's probably a RD diary requirement to have these items noted. Yep, so they're not noted, so I'm not going to bother picking any of them up other than the unicorn horns. So let's just keep at this until we get it. Oh, and there it is, the Rune Satchel. I don't think that took more than, 4 kills to get that. Let's go ahead and pick that up. Now, off to the next one, the Unicow, which I believe is right over here. And there it is, the Green Satchel. That took only 2 kills. Pick up all these unicorn horns. Now, I was thinking, since I'm already over on this side of the map, I do want to get to Port Khazard. This has most notably the fishing trawler minigame within it, and I believe this is this location for a charter ship, so we can get here both ways, but I'm going to walk there. Additionally, this offers, I don't think any clue locations, but it does have a couple achievement diary locations connected to it, but mainly the fishing trawler is all we really care about, because that's 4 additional collection log slots. And then with the second item, we're actually going to unlock the fight arena. Now, this is basically a dead chunk, as I don't think any clues take us here, but just one quest. Maybe, I think actually maybe one elite clue takes us here. Other than that, we're just doing the fight arena quest here. So let's go ahead and unlock these 2 chunks. And let's go ahead and deposit these into the bank as item 40 and 41 respectively. Now comes the little bit of a painful part. We're now entering the 200k per chunk. So let's go ahead and get 200k out for this chunk, as well as 205 for the next chunk. So we're paying 405k for fishing trawler in the fight arena. No problemo there. Add this to the stack, and we are going to exponentially start increasing both our platinum token stack and exponentially decreasing our cash stack. We've already used 1.2 mil, but it's all good. Alright, so let's walk into our brand new chunks. Looks like we get one music track, and then the chunk border was here, so I just unlocked them both at the same time. So let's go ahead and walk one step into that chunk, which is right here. And it doesn't look like we get any music tracks, but we will during the quest. So alright, we now have access to the fishing trawler. Now, we only have 12 fishing, so we can't even equip the fishing trawler outfit, the anglers, once we get it. It's just gonna kind of sit there on the back burner for now. We'll visit this chunk again in the near future, I'm sure. But mainly we're here to do the fight arena quest, because that's going to give us some decent attack experience, should get us close to level 50, and I want to take advantage of questing now while it means something, because it'll be diminishing returns if we're, let's say, level 65 attack. We're not going to get any benefit out of doing the quest, but currently it'll save us about 40 minutes of actually training attack to do this 10-minute quest. So, oh, and there is a notable level 45 farming. Can now grow maple trees, and we can actually access the farming guild itself. Now, we're very, very, very far away from the farming guild, so it's not going to be used anytime soon, but it is nice to know that we can actually get into there and talk to Lady Serval. This will be quest completed. The fight arena quest is now completed. Tons of attack and thieving experience. 49 attack, and that should get us, 22 thieving. Nice to bypass a few attack levels, as we've never really quested any of our combat levels, and it's nice to not have to spend 4 hours killing stuff to get levels. So I think next I want to move on to some fishing. Get my fishing up to level 30-ish or so. We could start fishing trawler at, I believe, level 15. Not entirely sure where it is. I'm pretty sure it's level 15 though. We'll just move on to some fishing. So a moment ago I had mentioned that I want to start utilizing quests to their full advantage currently, because once we start progressing our account, we're no longer going to be getting the full benefits from doing quests other than the quest itself, which is still a benefit, but we want to use the XP rewards from certain quests to our advantage now, and I want to use that for both fishing and mining. Now, fishing, I can do the Sea Slug quest, which it'll require these 2 chunks here. So I'll need to get 2 collection log items for those, but that would get us up to about 27 fishing, skipping out on most of the early levels and getting us pretty much straight to salmon. And then for mining, we're currently level 30. We can actually do the dig site quest pretty soon. We just need a couple skill requirements, which we can do now since we have Herblore unlocked. And we need 2 more chunks for that, totaling 4 chunks for quests we're going to do in the future anyways. Might as well go ahead and do them now while they matter for our XP rewards. So let's start working towards getting 4 collection log items. Alright, let's see if that is the last event we need for 5,000 bark. So close. Oh man, I gotta wait around for one more event. Well, that was a good time to say that we are 73 woodcutting, halfway to 74, as well as we have a ton, and I mean a ton, of pheasant feather tails. We can complete the outfit, so that's 1 collection log slot right there. And then, yeah, like I said, 6 bark away. And in case you're wondering, if you noticed that the audio sounded a little different, I'm currently testing different audio settings, so once I land on something that sounds proper, I'll let you know, but for now, just bear with it, I guess. So sorry. And to speak of the event, we just got another one just like 5 minutes after that one. Super convenient for us. We should now have, yep, the 5,000 bark that we need. So the next item we're going to be going for is the Twitcher's Gloves. Now, these gloves give, I believe, a 20% chance to receive a certain type of nest, and you can set that nest to whatever nest you feel like, whether it be seed, ring, or egg nest. And that's pretty huge, because we can set it to egg nests. And if you don't know, eggs are actually used in the woodcutting guild on some kind of giant bird's nest, I guess, and you have a very slim chance to obtain the evil chicken outfit from doing that. All 4 pieces of which should be on the collection log if we search evil. And yeah, they're on the miscellaneous tab, but each one of these are super rare, so the best way to obtain it is to just literally slowly build up your egg stack and just hope you get good RNG. But we're gonna go for those gloves now, so let's go ahead and unlock those, and let's go ahead and get out 15 of these, because we should be on our last piece of the pheasant outfit we need. Alright, so they take 5,000 bark and 500 willows, of which we chopped 2,500 during this grind, so we had plenty of logs to spare. 5,000 bark, 500 willows, let's go ahead and buy it. And there is the Twitcher's Gloves. Very nice that we actually have a pretty decent glove to wear while we're woodcutting. And then we can go to settings, and then change it to, ooh, even clues on here, I didn't know that. But yeah, we're definitely going to be setting this to egg for the foreseeable future. And then we can make the last piece of the pheasant outfit, which I'm pretty sure is the pheasant cape. Okay, yep, it is the pheasant cape, so that is now unlocked as well. So we have 2 collection log items now. Now we can go unlock 2 more chunks once we pay for them. So let's put these in the bank in the order we got them. So the gloves, followed by the cape. Now our next 2 chunks are going to cost 210k, 215k respectively. And yeah, we don't have enough money, but we do have some decent stuff here to sell, as well as all of these herbs and limpworts. We've been farming, we're gonna reap what we sow. Alright, so we have 2 more things to sell here, but I'm looking forward to this. Over 1 mil just from between forestry and farm runs. That is literally the actual gold mine. We made 1.1 mil in 4 hours of forestry maybe, and a couple days of farming, maybe 3 or 4 IRL days of farming. From 1 patch, literally all from 1 patch. So we can immediately go ahead and pay for the next 2 chunks, being 210 and 215. Still leaves us with just over 1 mil cash. Add those to the stack, and we're now over 5 mil in platinum tokens. Alrighty, so we are at the chunk border, so let's go ahead and unlock this chunk. There we have it. We now have the Witch Haven. I believe this is Witch Haven. Yeah, okay. Just making sure. At the part of the quest where we need to access, unfortunately, the fishing platform, which is basically a dead chunk, as I think there's only this clue, or I think there's only this quest, maybe 1 clue location, and then we might come back here 1 other quest, but this is so far the deadest chunk we've had to unlock. So let's go ahead and unlock it. There we go. Fishing platform unlocked as chunk number 43. Let's go ahead and travel. There's the 7.1k fishing experience. We have now completed Sea Slug quest. Got some oysters, as well as 27 fishing, skipping out on so many early levels. The last alch, there it is. We're at 15,000 coins in the alchemy room for 30k XP drop. We're at 307 pizzazz points in the alchemy room. We have the 200 telekinetic, the 300 now alchemist points, these 200 graveyard points, and now we just need, I believe it's 2,000 enchantment points, and then we can get the Bones to Peaches. Now when you actually buy the Bones to Peaches spell, you don't actually get any item for buying the Bones to Peaches. It's literally just an empty item collection log slot. I don't know how to explain that any other way other than you just don't get an actual tangible physical item. So what I'm going to do is buy a pair of bones. Once we unlock the spell, we'll cast it on this pair of bones and then put the preceding peach in the collection tab so we have an actual item to put in there. And I'm like 90% sure I fixed the audio, so I do apologize if a couple of the previous clips didn't sound too good. Now, I have this beginner clue in my bank that I want to do. It's a Charlie the Tramp step, so I'm going to go ahead and try it and see if we have any sort of luck with it. Well, we don't have any sort of luck because we got basically one of the 4 or 5 steps we cannot complete. It's the West of the Champions Guild dig spot. You can actually sell sturdy beehive parts, and you can sell extra pheasant tail feathers. I have 55 of these extra. I've been getting tons of events while I'm mobile. You can actually sell all of these back to the shop, and you can get bark. I had no idea you could do this. So if we shop here, I think we just select. Yeah, we can sell these. We need to keep one in the bank, which we already have. So we sell all of these for a clean 1,000 extra bark, which is about 1 hour of forestry. So I think I previously mentioned that all I need to get Bones to Peaches currently is just get the enchantment room points, which we're actually very close to level 5 enchant. It requires level 68, and we are very close to 68. We're going to get it in the room. So I'm going to go ahead and buy myself some water runes for now. I should buy the mud staff, so let's just see how much the mud staff is. It's a collection log item, but let's just see how much. Okay, it's only 22,000 coins. I'm gonna go ahead and buy this. Okay, it sells for 30k. Okay, 26, 20, 203, whatever. But we now have the mud battle staff. Now, in the rules, if I do end up getting this, or I should say when I end up getting this from DKs, I will have to sell this and convert it to platinum tokens, but the mud battle staff is just so cheap. It's a low risk item for me to do. This deposit should get us to 68 magic. We can now do Dragonstone Jewelry Enchanting, which I don't believe that we get any more points per enchantment here. We could test it. Previously we were getting 6. Okay, no, we do get more points. We're getting 7 now. Yeah, it's a direct point upgrade as well as a direct experience boost. So right here, this should be 2,000 enchantment room points. We can now, let's go ahead and do this last one. Deposit these. We can now go purchase ourselves the Bones to Peaches spell. Alright, let's go ahead and trade with the Reward Guardian right here. Click on Bones to Peaches. We now have every single room done. Confirm Bones to Peaches. And that is a collection log item, even though there is no item itself. For some strange reason, you don't even get a scroll. But there is collection log item number 44. Let's turn these bones into peaches. And then this will be our item for the Bones to Peaches. So let's go ahead and release that and deposit a peach. So I am really enjoying this new Mage Training Arena. All the changes they made are fantastic. I would definitely give this a go if you haven't already. I know you don't like it. I know most people do not like Mage Training Arena, but I promise it's truly not as bad as you think. It is fantastic Mage experience, as I went from level 62 all the way to 68 Magic just getting Bones to Peaches. Literally just Bones to Peaches alone got me from 62 to 68. Now, it only took about 2.5, maybe 3 hours tops. 10 out of 10 would recommend. And last thing I do want to mention is that this is a hard Lumbridge and Drainer, for some reason, requirement for the diary. You can't use a tablet, a Bones to Peaches tablet for this. You have to cast the spell yourself. So as for the second item we're going to get to unlock the dig site area to do the quest is going to be the Beginner's Wand. A very cheap item. As you can see, it's going to take like 20 minutes maybe to get total. And whenever we do have to upgrade the wand, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But for now, let's go ahead and get a cheaper item so we can do the dig site quest. Oh, we got ourselves a B random. I think I might be able to get a collection log item from this. Let's see. Yep, there it is. The Beekeeper's Hat. Pretty lucky. I don't think I've gotten flax at all from that event. That is now collection log item number 45 on the account. We could technically go do the dig site quest right now, but I want to go ahead and stick to it, get this Beginner's Wand. But there is item 45 to the tab. Wow, yeah, the Bones to Peaches makes a giant difference here in the graveyard room. Alright, so we have all our points, and that took basically 22 minutes, 23 minutes. Beginner's Wand, let's go ahead and buy that. There is the collection log pop-up. So now we have a total of 3 chunks to unlock, 3 chunks at our disposal, and we should have enough money for 2. Definitely not 3, but we should have enough for 2. Alright, let's go ahead and pay for our 2 chunks we are about to unlock. So 220k, 225k. This will be for chunks 44 and 45. Platinum tokens. So there's our payment for the 2 dig site chunks that we need. Now, the only thing is we need to do is to get the quest requirement. The dig site, it requires 25 thieving and 10 herb lore, and currently I am at 24 thieving and 3 herb lore. So I'm gonna go get those, and then I'll see you back at the chunk unlock. Alright, so there is both chunks unlocked, and I don't think we got any music tracks from the first one, and I don't think we're gonna get any more. Well, it doesn't look like any new music tracks. Let's go ahead and start this quest. And there it is. The dig site quest is completed. It took about 45 minutes, as it is a very long quest. But there is 37 mining. We skipped out on, that's probably about an hour's of mining. So we needed this quest anyways. It's perfect. And we also got 17 herb lore from that. So now what I want to do is just level out these stats, get 41 mining for the rune pickaxe for Motherlode mining, and then get to 34 fishing for the trawler's outfit, the angler's outfit. Alright, with those 2 questing goals kind of out of the way for now, while I work on the fishing and the mining, I'm gonna push towards unlocking all of Ardy. Now, there's a lot of questing and a lot of achievement diaries locked behind this specific area, and I want to go ahead and knock these 4 chunks out now while they're still relatively cheap. I already have 1 item to use, the Beginner's Wand, on the East Ardy chunk right here. And then to get these next 3 chunks, I'm going to think of what to do, but I think I'll use Fishing Trawler as at least 1, 2, or even all 3 of those. I'm not entirely sure. Alright, so let's go ahead and get out our 230,000 coins for that East Ardy chunk. Convert that to platinum tokens. So now that chunk is paid for. There we have it. There is the East Ardy chunk. So I'm going to assume we're going to get some music tracks for this. Okay, just 1. Now, Plague City is the quest I was trying to think of, but you can't actually start it until you get this chunk right here. and it's going to take you to this chunk, as well as I believe you have to go right up here in this little tiny sliver of the town in the West Arty section, which is unfortunately in that chunk, but we need that chunk for the achievement diary anyways, so it's not a total loss. Right in there we have it. There is 30 for fishing. We can now wear the angler outfit, and here is going to be the last iron rock for 41 mining. We can now equip the rune pickaxe and gilded pickaxe one day if we ever get that. So now what I'm going to do is go sell this stuff real quick, do a farm run, and then I think I'm going to do some fishing trawler. And here we are on the fishing trawler boat. Murphy over there is saying that the ship will be back in approximately 1 minute, and then we can start our first game of fishing trawler on the account. I haven't done fishing trawler in so long, but I have gotten the angler's outfit on 2 different accounts, so I do know what to expect, but they've changed it a lot recently. I guess not recently, 3 or 4 years ago, but the drop rates are different, everything's different, so it's just more of a tedious grind, but we'll knock it out. We'll get probably all 4 pieces. I think I can expect the full outfit in about 5 hours. Hey, finally, there is the angler's hat. That took 23 trawlers. We're currently sitting on 41 trawler KC, but we just got a beekeeper random. I'm gonna go ahead and do it. I'll miss this game, that is fine by me. Alright, what do we get? Do we get the final piece? Yes, we do. We get the final piece. We just missed the boat, but that is perfectly fine. Oh, that is so good. And I did get the angler top in the previous clip. So yeah, we now have 3 chunks to unlock. So we could go do that Plague City quest whenever we want. But I really want to see this through to the end, because I've been here 4 hours already. I just want to be done with it. Oh yes, there it is. Finally, the angler's boots. We're at 51 trawlers. Oh my goodness, I'm so dry of everything. I should have already had the outfit by now, but I already had the entire outfit, but I still need 1 more piece. Once I get that final piece, we'll put it all in the tab. Oh, we got Leo. This is a super good chance at getting another collection log item. Alright, I think I got it all correct. Let's see. Come on, Leo. I know you want to do it. Give me a grave piece. A grave item, whatever it's called. Dang it, man. Well, alright. It knocks out one of these 4 that we could possibly get. So as I come near the end of this fishing trawler journey, I don't have the 4th item yet. I'm still missing the pants, but I should be getting it real soon, I hope, because I'm 13 trawlers past when I got my last piece, which was the boots. So, this minigame, it needs a lot of help, to say the least. Now, other than the questionable shape of the boat, and the fact that we're just on some random instance area with 4 seagulls and the kraken tentacles that spawn in, and they're not even facing the correct direction. As you can see there, that one spawns in, hitting the boat. Well, the other one's not spawning, but it spawns on this side and it faces the complete wrong direction. So this minigame is just truly an abysmal minigame. If they make sailing, there it is. See, it just faces the wrong way. It doesn't make any sense. But if they make sailing anything like this, where it's just bug littered, not going to be good. I'm looking forward to seeing what sailing has to offer and how they're going to approach it. But if it's going to be anything like this, I am not wanting it at all. But it beats aerial fishing somehow. Aerial fishing is pretty dang bad itself. Even with these changes they've come out with these past few years, it's still just not good. The 1 out of 12 rate, it just doesn't seem accurate. Every single person on this boat, apart from apparently this dude right here, He gets this outfit in like 70 trawlers. Supposed to be about 48 on average. See, this person 2 out of 46, 1 out of 48. I myself am 3 out of 64. It's like this, it has to be bugged. The drop rate has to be bugged. And I know it only takes 5 minutes, but still, 5 minutes, you can do 10 an hour because you have to wait 1 minute per run. You can get 10 runs in 1 hour. So it's like, it's so bad. It takes 7 to 8 hours to get this outfit, and the XP is horrible. The construction XP is horrible. The loot you get is horrible. Experience just in general is horrible. Yes, and there it is. You complain so much that you get what you want. There is the final piece, the waders, waters, whatever you want to call them. We have them, and you might too. Let's go check the bank for the final piece. Oh man, that feels so good to have. That took 65 trawlers, and the loot tracker is saying 83.4k made from the fish. I'm gonna go sell it and see if it's truly worth that much. Let's go ahead and take everything off that we got. We actually got 5 collection log items from all of that. I didn't even mention, but we're now up to 50, even 51 collection log items, which we are halfway to 100 now. So let's go ahead and put all of these in the tab in the order we got them. So there is the 5 collection log items we got. So now we can unlock 5 chunks, but we're looking extremely weak on cash. So let's go fix that. Alrighty, so here's all the fish we got. Now, I guess for an Ironman this would be okay, but for a main this is literally bad. Just bad. Total we got from 34 to 46 fishing. A lot of XP. I guess not a lot, but just a lot of levels. And then we actually got from like 18 to 29 construction at 5 experience per hole you patch. I got 8,845 construction XP. Pretty funny. And I think I got maybe 50k fishing XP from all that. Alright, for a whopping 74,868 coins. That is extremely great, huh? But there is one more thing I have to show you about money. Now, we've been doing all our farm runs the past 4 to 5 days now at this point. We're up to, 239 toad flax and 159 limpworts. If we sell these, and we get a grand total of 919,000 coins from that one farming patch, by the way. I really should start pushing to unlock a few more, but all of our money is being made literally from this one farm patch alone. It's pulling all of the weight. Its back must be killing it. So let's add that to the cash stack for a total of back up to a 1 mil cash stack. Now each chunk is gonna approximately cost between 235 to like 250k, 255k. So this seems like it'll be just enough to unlock 4 chunks. So we need to make a little more money. Alright, so we'll just sell these logs along with the nests. This should be just enough to get us over the threshold for 5 chunks. These willow logs are actually selling for a pretty good amount. And these just dump them in. We get another 176,000, which, yeah, that should be enough to unlock us 5 chunks. So I had to really scrape my bank for a few more 1,000 coins, but we ended up getting just enough. We have 48,000 coins left, and this would be the amount that it would cost us to unlock 5 new chunks. But currently, we don't need all 5. We just need 3. So let's get out 235, 40, 245, 720,000 coins into the tab. And those 3 payments will cover this chunk just above East Arty, this chunk, I guess the combat training chunk, and then the West Ardoon chunk. And there we have it. There's all 3 chunks now unlocked. Now we should be able to complete the entirety of Plague City. And there is the Plague City quest completed, 1 quest point, some mining XP, but most importantly, an Arty teleport scroll. Read that. We can now teleport to Arty. So let's go ahead and do that. That should be like a medium task. Yeah, in the Arty area. Now we officially have the tele to Arty unlocked. Right now, I think I'm going to go do Biohazard. like 80% sure we have all the chunks we need, because it takes us through there, takes us to Remington, there, and then I believe Varrock over here to the pub, right there. Oh, we actually don't have that. Well, we have 2 chunks, we might as well go ahead and unlock this one. So when I get to the part of the quest that I need to unlock this chunk, I'll do that. Alright, and welcome to the 3rd installment of Definitely Not a Bot. A level 3 cooking on this range, weirdly enough in Varrock, using this bank. He has no other stats, 1 in everything, 10 hit points, and 35 million cooking XP. That is 110% a bot. So here we are at the part of the quest where we need to go into this pub, talk to Chansey. So let's go ahead and unlock this chunk. But first, I guess we should go pay for it, huh? Alright, so that's going to be chunk number 50 on the account. So by math, 50 times 5,000 is 250k. Pay that. And then there's the platinum tokens for that. And then it's going to be the angler's boots as payment for that chunk. And there we have it. So now we can continue on with the quest. And there we go. There is the biohazard quest complete. 3 quest points, 1250 thieving XP, and access to, well, full access to West Arty as well as the combat training camp. That should be 26 thieving. Well, since I'm over here, I'm right by this farming patch. Money is quickly becoming an issue, and having this 2nd farming patch unlocked will help tremendously, as I can do 2 farming patches per run. It'll essentially double my profit with farming right now, and we're right here currently, so we might as well go ahead and unlock that. And there we have it. That chunk is now unlocked. Now, I actually just completely forgot to convert these to platinum tokens, so let's go ahead and do that real quick. Alright, there is the chunk officially paid for, putting us over 7 mil in platinum tokens, with only 47,000 coins left. Oh, so sad. And I totally forgot to mention that completing the fishing trawler actually green-logged our very first activity within the collection log. You can see here all 4 pieces of the fishing trawler have been obtained. That is the first green log. Very exciting stuff to come. So there is one last thing I want to do before I complete the episode, and that is to unlock this chunk right over here, just south of the East Arty chunk, that being the monastery chunk. And I want to do the 2 quests that are involved in this chunk, the clock tower and the monk's friend quest. No real need for it right now. I just want to round out the episode, so I want to go back to where we started in the beginning of the episode, get 1 item from the Tower of Life, from the Spidine, the red satchel. So let's go do that, make a little more money, as we have 41k currently, and this next chunk is going to cost us, I think, 260. Oh, and we got a tea flask. I did not know that was coming, but that is the collection log item we need. Now, I do need the red satchel still from these Spidines, but I'll just come back at another time because I want to go ahead and do it now. But first, we actually need to pay for the chunk. So, in the last episode, I believe it was about the full Mystic set, which this blue set is not on the collection log, so I can go ahead and repackage it and sell it. Oh, I think it's close. Yep, we have just enough. So let's go ahead and pay for that last and final chunk. 265,000. There is the platinum tokens. Into the tab. So here's the payment, platinum token wise, and here is the collection log item for the monastery chunk. Let's go ahead and unlock that and do those 2 quests. And there we go. There is the monk's friend quest completed, 2,000 woodcutting, 8 law runes, and a quest point. All pretty much irrelevant at this stage in the account, but nonetheless, we got it done. Now let's go do the clock tower, which I don't think we need any chunks, as it should take place all within this. Alright, and a very random quest should be completed now. There we go, 1 quest point and 500 big ones to the cash stack. Again, not really sure why that's a quest, but we got it done nonetheless. Alrighty, we have just enough to buy the rune pickaxe, so I'm going to go ahead to Motherlode Mine now and do a bit of AFKing and probably end the video at some point. Well, here we are at the Motherlode Mine, the very first time we are coming into this area. As you can see, we have 2 new music tracks unlocked. Now, I'm going to be spending quite a while down here as there are a total of 6 collection log items locked behind Motherlode Mine, and I will be getting these over time. And I've actually not been down here in a long time. This does not look familiar to me at all. Well, I don't know when they added all these extra veins, but this is super nice to have over here. I don't think they had them over here. It seems like they made this place just a little more tolerable. So I think the time is now to go ahead and end the episode here. So I'll put on the screen my stats from before episode 4 to after episode 4, as well as the collection log tab in the bank, and my character summary, which I think is a better way to tell you all of the progress that we made. It shows quests and achievement diaries as well as time played, so it's nice to see that go up and see how long I spend on each level in each episode and whatnot. And finally, the total number of chunks we have alongside the total chunks we have unlocked. Now, we made quite a lot of progress in this episode, mainly in the Kandarin area. As you can see, we unlocked like 10 chunks on that side of the map. Now, the next episode, I want to focus back on the Asgarnia and Mistlin area, of the free-to-play areas in particular. What you're looking at here is all of the current chunks I have in the Mistlin and Asgarnia area, and here is actually the same map, but this time with beginner clue steps. Each marker on the screen, as you can see, is a beginner clue location. They all take place within free-to-play, and the highlighted areas are the chunks that I need to unlock. This is going to require at least 9 collection log items, as well as about 2.5 mil cash, and I actually want to make this a bit challenging. So I'm not going to use creature creation, and I'm not going to use the Shazian areas to unlock any chunks. This is going to be laying the groundwork for the next episode, which I'm super excited about. I've been looking forward to it for a long time coming. That's all I'll say for now. First stop, Motherlode Mine. I'm curious, since they've updated this area so much, I want to know if you can still do that whole method where you drop just enough to not meet the total space left required. So now this is 24 and I have 25 space. So if I deposit these, the game will recognize that I can essentially do a whole nother inventory. I'm gonna go test it and see if it actually lets me. Okay, so if we take them to the hopper and deposit, well, that is an unfortunate fix to the Motherlode Mine, but okay. Let's see what we get. Hey, a whopping 1 golden nugget. But you do also get gold ore here now. I think, was that always? Did you always get gold ore? Maybe you always did. Maybe, I think they're giving XP for coal now. I think that's the change. Well, hey, I think we can get some smithing XP on the account. I don't think you need a smithing level for these. Yep, you can go ahead and do that. Oh, that's an easy Falador task. Did not know that. Holy moly, 6 golden nuggets? Now that's what I'm talking about. More of that, please. Oh, we got ourselves a Beekeeper random. I'm missing 1 piece of the outfit. As you can see, I got some on now. Let's see if we can get this final piece. And what do we get? Yes, we have the full Beekeeper's outfit now. The Beekeeper's gloves has been achieved. We have the first completed outfit on the collection log for random events. Go to randoms, there is the entire Beekeeper's outfit done. Alright, well that is the first collection log item of the video. Collection log item number 53. Hey, this is a pretty important level. This is 50 mining. Alright, so it's been just about 2 hours now, so I'm going to go ahead and ransack this to get... Oh wow, that was only like 56 or 58. But I want to see how many ores I got along with golden nuggets, because I really haven't checked the bank yet. I've just done a farm run, and that's the only time I saw the bank. I didn't really pay attention to my tab. So let's see. We got ourselves 31 golden nuggets. Now that is actually enough to buy 1 piece of the Prospector outfit. I believe the Prospector boots. Now, I'm not going to buy them quite yet. Because I don't want to get the boots first. I want to get maybe the helmet or the legs or top first because those are more expensive. And B, because we have no money. Now, we're currently sitting on these beekeeper gloves, so that's essentially in our back pocket. But like I said, we don't have any money to unlock any new chunks, but I am doing some farm runs. We're up to some decent stuff. This will be about 400k GP right there. But that's still not even enough to buy 2 chunks currently. So if we look at the total ores, that says 93, that says 16, so 110k there. We barely would have enough to buy 2 chunks. So I'm actually going to go ahead and unlock the Falador chunk right here. This one, so I can actually teleport to Falador, as previously I was teleporting to Draenor with the Glory, and then walking all the way up through here in this tiny sliver to walk over here. I'm just going to go ahead and unlock this. It'll make it so much easier to get here, as well as Falador is just a very useful city. Let's go ahead and sell our farming supplies, and we get a total of 438,000 coins. Now, this is going to cost us approximately 265,000 coins, because this is chunk unlock number 53. So 53 times 5,000 is this. Let's convert that to platinum tokens, put that in the stack. Looking very, very good. Now, this is the item in which we are paying for it. So let's go ahead and unlock that Falador chunk. And there we have it. We now have the Falador area unlocked. So I don't think we're going to get any new music tracks. But we do get a new farming tree patch, which is nice. Let's just go ahead and teleport straight to Falador for the first time. That should be an achievement diary. Yep. I am just happy that I could teleport here. Now, I'm going to head back to Motherlode Mine, and I think I'm going to stop at 60 golden nuggets. I think currently I'm at maybe 35 or 36, so about another hour and 45 minutes, maybe 2 hours tops. We should have that first piece unlocked. And here is a big level for mining, I guess. That is 55 mining. We can now obtain mithril ore from the Motherlode Mine and also mine it ourselves. But the mithril ore will give us a significant XP boost, and I don't think they're too pricey, so unfortunately we're not going to be getting much more GP, but XP is always nice. We have ourselves here a XP lamp, so we're going to put this on Slayer for 14 Slayer. We're getting close to our goal level, which is actually level 17. So it's either the cave bugs or the cave crawlers alongside the cave slime that have the respective bronze boots and the iron boots locked behind them, both of which are on the collection log, so that is why we are lamping Slayer to get level 17 for that. Alright, so we now have ourselves 60 golden nuggets, so we can trade Prospector Percy here and get the Prospector Jacket, and that is the collection log item, 1 out of the 6, I believe, from the Motherlode Mine. There goes my last little bit of ore right there for level 60 mining on the account. We can now do tier 6 stars alongside Day Out Essence and access the mining guild, which the mining guild I think has 3 different collection log items within it, which is pretty nice. But we're going to stick here until we get the second item of the prospector's outfit, which will probably be the prospector's helmet. Well, I didn't think I would get all the way to level 61 mining. I'm pretty sure I'm like 5 nuggets away from the next item. We can now actually use the dragon pickaxe. Now, I'm not going to go buy that because it is approximately 1 mil GP currently, and due to the rules of the account, if I buy it, I cannot resell it and get that 1 million coins back. So I value basically 3 chunk unlocks over a dragon pickaxe at this point. We finally have the golden nuggets to obtain the next item, the prospector's helmet. And there is 2 out of the 4 prospector pieces. That is 100 golden nuggets out of the 180 we need for the entire outfit. That is nice to have over half of them already done. So let's go ahead and put these 2 items in the bank tab. So the jacket first, followed by the helmet. So now we can unlock 2 chunks, but yeah, we're pretty low on money. But I'm gonna meet you at the GE because I have a lot of things to sell. So here's everything we have obtained in the past few days. Now the loot tracker is going to see a 1.6 mil, 1 mil just in toad flags. We've been doing a ton of farming as this took about 5 days of IRL time to do. Let's just go ahead and sell every single thing we got here. So from the mining we get 485, and from the farming we get 1.1 mil, totaling 1.65 mil. That is a lot of money. We're now back up, should be to a 1.7 mil cash stack. Now if I had to guesstimate as to how long that took to get those 2 pieces of prospector, I'd say based on my XP, which I'm at 244,000 on the Runelight tracker, at 26,000 experience per hour, that's going to be 10-ish hours. We'll call it about 10 hours, because I don't think it tracked a little bit of my time, so we'll call it 10 to 12 hours to get those 2 items. Not too bad. So with those 2 items we just got from Motherlode Mine, I'm going to access this chunk here, the River Lum chunk, alongside the Lumbridge Mill chunk. These are pretty decent unlocks. We get the Champions Guild here, and then maybe 2 quest locations here, and a beginner clue step here, so pretty good stuff here. But we also get access to a portion of interest, a porcine of interest. I can't remember how to pronounce it, but you start the quest here in Drainer, right down here, and then it takes you up to actually this dungeon right here. So it keeps you within this little area here. So it's perfect because that'll give us 1,000 Slayer XP alongside 30 Slayer points. We don't need the Slayer points at the moment. What we do need is the 1,000 Slayer XP because we are currently level 14 Slayer, and if we get 1,000 XP, that'll put us actually to level 17, which is our goal. So let's go ahead and pay for those 2 chunks with cash. That is 270k for chunk 54, 275 for chunk 55, totaling 545. Throw those into the tab, and we're inching our way very close to the 10 mil mark. So this item and this item alongside the platinum tokens is paid. Now let's go unlock those couple of chunks and do the quests. And there we have it. Both of those chunks are now unlocked, and I actually picked myself up a Chronicle. We could teleport straight over there across the river for no task or nothing. I don't know why there's a Gadava berry bush there. It has to be picking up. Okay, there it goes. I was about to say, no, it has to be picking up from my main or something, but yeah, there's nothing there, I promise. So we have access to this area, which actually has a beginner clue step here awaiting for us. So I brought the clue. I think this is still, okay, 1 step. We have a pretty good chance to get a casket. Yes, there it is. There's a casket. Casket number 2 on the account. I'm just going to go ahead and open it. No milk in it. And of course, typical beginner clue casket loot. But hey, at least we can start pretty much guaranteeing caskets for beginner clues, which is a win. So let's go do the quests. Okay, let's talk to Spria, and that should be quest completed. Yep, for 1,000 Slayer XP, 1 quest point, 30 Slayer reward points, and some reinforced goggles. Now, no task at the moment. I will come back and get another task another day. But there is 17 Slayer. We can now kill cave slimes, which, as we mentioned previously, we can get the bronze boots and the iron boots. So I'm going to do those at some point, but for now, I'm going to hold off just for the moment, do some more questing, maybe do a little bit of Mage Training Arena. Alright, so here we're going to do another easy quest. I'm actually going to try to speedrun this, so let's see how fast we can do this quest. And done. That took a little too long, but there's 1 quest point, 150 crafting, and 60 big ones to the stack. Nothing of importance, but 1 more quest alongside 1 more quest point. Okay, and let's drink this mysterious stuff here. And there is quest completed. Now we can officially move on, because I don't think there's any more quests that I can do. Okay, come on. This is the 4th time. I know you want to give me the mime outfit. Come on. Yes. Finally, we have a piece 2 pieces! I got 2 pieces? No way! Oh my goodness. Well, this is the 4th time I've got the mime event, and the previous 3 times I got the emotes, so I'm finally getting some of my needed collection logs from that random. Let's go ahead and put those in the tab. So it looks like we got the gloves first, followed by the legs. There we have it. 2 more items to unlock, 2 new chunks, and we do have the money, but I'm gonna keep doing some forestry because I need some AFK time right now. Well, I did not expect to be doing forestry for this long, but we have 10,000 bark on the account. We can buy our next item, which is going to be the felling axe handle. Now we have our 500 oak logs here. Let's go ahead and buy this. And there we go. The felling axe handle is obtained. Arguably the best item you can get from the forestry shop, as it is worth a lot, 2.7 mil, but unfortunately I cannot sell this. I need to keep it in the bank permanently. But plus side is I can buy one myself if I want to now and not have to convert it to platinum tokens. And if I try to use this on a dragon axe, let's say, it's going to consume the item. So I also can't use this right now, so it just essentially is going to sit on my bank forever. But let's go ahead and put that in there as collection log item number, I believe, 57 or 58. Well, I totally forgot to hit record, but I sold all of my willow logs alongside the leaves and the bird's nests and seeds that I got from the bird's nests for a grand total of 605,000 coins, making that about 60k GP per hour because it took me about 10 hours to get that. But don't worry, I still have the axe handle. But if we were able to sell that, we would have made quite a handsome profit. But unfortunately, we cannot. So 605,000 coins I still will take any day. We're back up to a 1.5 mil catch stack. And if you are curious, this is what my forestry collection log is looking like. We have pretty much everything from the shop now, apart from the blueprint and the funky shaped log. And as for the lumberjack, I'm going to get that from temple trekking alongside the upgrade for the outfit. I'm just basically missing the petal garland here, but that'll come over time. So since I have 3 collection log items now and I can unlock 3 chunks since I have plenty of cash, I'm actually going to skip out on MTA currently. So I want to go ahead and do another couple of chunk unlocks. And I have a beginner clue in the bank, and I believe it takes me to this chunk right here, just north of Falador. So I'm going to go ahead and unlock that. I'm going to unlock the Goblin Village chunk. And as for the 3rd chunk, I'm not sure yet. I may just hold on. Now, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and access the Black Knight's Fortress and the Edgeville Monastery. Go ahead and unlock those 3, because I do want to unlock all 4 of these this episode as well. So yeah, let's just go ahead and unlock these 3 chunks right here. So now comes the fun part of paying all the money for all 3 of those chunks. So chunk 56, 280, 285, and then 290, for a grand total of 855k, basically half the cash stack. Add that to the tab. So now we can unlock 3 new chunks with our 3 new items, the mime gloves, the mime legs, and the felling axe handle. And there we have it, all 3 chunks unlocked. And I actually totally forgot that this clue is actually right over here. But let's go ahead and do this clue, see if we can actually get a casket on our first step for once. Nope, but we should be able to do it. Yeah, we should be able to do that one. Well, this game sure has a way of being hilarious, as this clue is like literally the one of the 2 I can't do, maybe 3. And yeah, I need to go through this chunk to get there. I don't have 68 agility, and I'm not going to grind that out for this one clue step when I can just unlock this. There's no other way to get to that spot other than walking through here, so... Oh man, this game sure does love to troll, but I'm going to go ahead and just hold on to the clue for now, and go unlock 1 more collection log item. So now I'm going to be going for the iron and the bronze boots respectively, and I brought my bullseye lantern, so I should be good. This is a new music track. And there's an easy way to get around the hole in the wall. You just stand 1 tile before it, have run on, and then run past it, and they can't get you. But we're going to be killing the cave slimes, as well as the cave crawlers. Not entirely sure where the cave crawlers are. I'll find them, and then I'll just tune you in whenever we get a drop. Oh, and there is a 50 attack. It didn't pop up, but 50 attack, 50 strength now. I'm going to go ahead and switch to training defense and get probably 50. And then from there, I'll just get 65, 65 for future access to the Warriors Guild. Well, hey, there we go. There is the iron boots that it came in at pretty much exactly 128 kills. Came in at 124, not bad. These are actually worth 6,000 coins. There's no way. What? Okay, that is pretty random because I think the rune boots are like the same price. That is interesting. All right. Well, nonetheless, we have them. Now let's find those cave crawlers and let's get those bronze boots. Hey, there is the bronze boots coming in at 38 KC. Very good. I like to get these items early. Although I do need combat XP, but it's fine. We ended up getting to 43 defense. We also got the 50 attack. So now that we have these two items, we can go complete that beginner clue and then move on to something else. So let's put these in the tab. Iron boots first, then bronze boots. Let's go ahead and pay for that Ice Mountain chunk. So that's going to be 295,000 for that chunk. And add these to the tab, and there we go. We should hit 10 mil worth of platinum tokens this episode. It's pretty cool. So I'm going to go ahead and do that beginner clue. And there we have it. Any new music tracks? Doesn't look like we're going to get any. And do we get a casket? Yes, we do. So this will be beginner clue number 3 on the account. Let's see what we get. And typical loot, but that is alright. So we now have access to pretty much every single beginner clue. If we check the chunk picker real quick, there we go. It should be just these 2 chunks down here now. The Alcarid area along with the Shanty Pass have the final 2 clue locations that we need to unlock. We have the bronze boots to unlock this one, but we need 1 more. Now I can do the, I believe it's called, what's that quest? Below Ice Mountain? Is that what it's called? Yeah, Below Ice Mountain, which takes you through all of these chunks we just unlocked, actually, these 4, and into Falador. So we can do that quest whenever we want. And the Below Ice Mountain in specific has a dungeon, and that has a lot of collection log items to it. So I've actually had this easy clue in my bank since I believe like episode 2. And the first step was in our area, which was the Varrock step. Now, the second step is here in Falador. Easy clues can be as little as 2 steps. So let's see if we get a casket. No. Okay, we can still get another step we can complete. Let's see. We can do that. We can absolutely do that. Okay, do we get a casket? Oh my goodness, a 4-step easy, come on. What do we get? Taverley Circle, we can do... Okay, we need ham boots, which we can trade. Why am I concerned? We can trade. We should be able to do that because... Where is the clue? It is actually there, and we unlocked that 2 episodes ago, so I think we can do this. I think easy clues can only be 4 steps. Alright, we got the easy clue casket. Gonna go ahead and put these items back in the hidey hole. So what do we get on our very first easy clue casket? There's 131 items to obtain. Surely we can get 1 from this. Yes, and we get 2. Oh goodness, clues are gonna be so good. So good for this entire account. Oh wow. So that is, I guess we'll go with the Iron Plate Skirt G first, followed by the Honorable Blessing. It's nice to have a blessing on the account. Can equip that instantly. Very good. Well, okay, let's go ahead and just put these in the bank. Plate Skirt followed by the Honorable Blessing. I truly did get blessed with that. Now, I have a medium clue in the bank somewhere. Here it is. And it is also in a area that we can do. So I'm going to go ahead and try this and see what happens. Well, unfortunately, we cannot do this medium clue step, as we have to go into the Barbarian Outpost. It's no problem for us really. We have all three, well, we have 3 chunks to unlock to get there, and we can easily make the money and do the step, but this also requires the bar crawl mini quest, which that alone will require 4 to 5 more chunks on top of the already 3 chunks that I need just to access this area. So unfortunately I gotta drop this clue. So I need to make a bit more money, and I discovered that the burning amulets, the margin is like insanely good right now. They're selling for 7,000 coins at the low end and 7,400 at the high end. And to make one of these cost currently about 3.5k, I think. So I'm going to be making 3k essentially per burning amulet, and I can make like 500 of these per hour. I'm going to do as much of this as I can to stack up tons of cash, and hopefully these margins stay where they are, and it'll make me super happy. So it's not even been an hour yet, it's been about 50 to 55 minutes, but I'm already up over 1.1 mil GP, and I've only made 350 of these things. This is insane money right now. This is looking like at least 1.3 mil per hour, so I'm just gonna keep doing this until these margins completely flatline, or I just can't do it anymore. So it looks like these are dropping in price, so let's go ahead and offer one of these. See how much they're going for right now. Okay, yeah, they're dropping pretty significantly, pretty fast, so I'm just going to dump all these in for 4,800. Yeah, I think I'll go ahead and stop once these sell, which they all insta-sold. Okay, alright, final check from, I think that was maybe 3.5 hours of crafting. We'll call it 3.5 hours for 3.6 mil. I made, I believe that is about 3.2 mil in those 3.5 hours. So I could keep doing this, make a little more money, but I think I'm going to stop here. 3.6 mil is a large cash stack. I have not seen this much money on the account ever. So we can pay for all 3 chunks that we have to unlock, which is the bronze boots, the iron plate skirt G, and the honorable blessing. Okay, I had to do just a little more. I just did about 30 more minutes. Well, I'm almost done, but this is going to be level 70 magic on the account. I did basically, well, I guess I'm magic based because I got a combat level, but I did basically like from 68, halfway through 68 all the way to 70, just enchanting these burning amulets. So pretty cool. All right, and there's the last 200 of them sold. We have a grand total of just under 4 mil. So in those about 4 hours, we made about 3.5 mil. Really, really good. I guess I was just supplying the entire game of their burning amulets, which I'll take. But now I'm going to go ahead and unlock a few chunks because we have 3 to unlock, as previously mentioned. So I'm going to be going for these 2 Al-Kharid and the Shanty Pass chunks. And as for the third one, I haven't decided yet. But I think once I unlock these 2 right here, I'm going to go do some questing and then figure out what I want to do. So let's go ahead and pay for those 2 chunks. So that's actually going to be chunk 61 for 300k and chunk 61 for 305k. Not too bad for paying for those 2 chunks. Let's go and put those in the tab, and this might put me over 10. Okay, just before 10 mil, the next chunk unlock will put us over 10 million platinum tokens, which means at that point we would have paid 10 million GP to access all the chunks we have. And there we go. We now have both of those chunks unlocked, which both of them provide a ton for the account. Shadow of the Storm, Tourist Trap, Start, just a bunch of stuff in general. I can actually ferry to the Temporos area down here, but that'll require 2 more chunks for that boat, unfortunately, alongside the Temporos Cove itself. But all good stuff from here. So if we take a quick peek at the chunk picker, we actually now have every single beginner clue location unlocked for the account, exactly as I wanted for this episode. But I don't think we're too deep into the episode. So I'm gonna go round out the episode by finishing a few quests in these areas. So starting out, I'm gonna do recruitment drive in here, and then let's just see where it takes me. Hey, I had to do the Black Knight's Fortress quest as a prerequisite for the recruitment drive quest. We got 2,500 smackaroos straight back into the cash stack. That'll help a ton. And then the 3 quest points as well. Very good. Now we can move on to the recruitment drive quest. And there we go. Also, the recruitment drive quest completed for another 3,000 big ones to the account. And that gets us to 19 herb lore. Very good. Now let's move on to another quest. I'm not sure. And there is Doric's quest completed. And there is the Goblin Diplomacy quest done for 5 quest points. Very, very huge for the account. I think from all those quests total, we just got 3, maybe 4 music tracks. Not too bad, but let's move on to another quest. Something or another. And there is Prince Ali Rescue completed. 3 more quest points and 700 big ones, again, to the cash stack. And last but not least, the Below Ice Mountain quest is now completed. Another 2,000 coins to the stack, as well as full access to the ruins of Camdozel, however you pronounce it, which is huge for the account, as I believe this has 11 collection log items locked behind it. But this entire cave and all of its content will be explored at another time, because I do want to take a deeper dive into that in a different episode, but nice to have. Yeah, there is an absolute plethora of material and content to obtain in this cave. I'm looking forward to it. I have not done any of this on any account. I've only ever done the quest, so I'll be excited to try this whenever I get to it. So I had to do it just a little longer. The money is still pretty good right now, even though they have dropped significantly. Put them in for 4,000 each, see if they sell. They insta-sell for an additional 1.5 mil. Bringing our cash stack right back up to a 3.5 mil cash stack. Now I believe I bought all the supplies. It looks like 1.2 something mil. So we made about 350, I'll call it 350k. Those prices were so high purely because Jagex is taking a big stand on bots recently. And I'm sure the bots were supplying a lot of these silver jewelry things that we all use. And I do want to mention that I've been keeping up with it in the editing. The collection log items, there's actually an additional item came out with last Wednesday's game update. Yeah, the Gathixian Temple Teleport. So that just came out a few days ago. So I've been keeping up with it in the editing process, 1524. But yeah, there is that many collection log items now. Decided to come do some MTA to get the Infinity Hat. And here is all of the telekinetic points. The most time-consuming room there is in MTA. That is now done. Next up, I'm going to do the graveyard room and tune you in when I'm done with that. And here are the last peaches for all of the points in the graveyard room. Let's move on to the alchemy room. This should be the last alch right here. Go ahead and alch that. I have 38,000 coins, 10 pizzazz points. With the bonus points I get from depositing this should put me over 400, and I'm really looking forward to this XP drop. 76,000, oh my goodness. Such a good XP drop. But we actually didn't. We didn't get it, so we gotta get about 1,000 more coins in here. But there are 73 in magic. Very nice. Okay, here we go. There is the 400 alchemy room points. Now let's move on to the final room, the enchanter's room. So now we have all of the enchantment room points. Let me just finish these 2 off real quick for a nice 3,100 points and very, very close to 74 magic. I believe getting this Infinity Hat got us from 70 all the way to 73, very close to 74, which is amazing because we're getting very close to the Trident of the Seas, which is level 75 magic right here. So I can buy that. It's within the rules. I can buy it. Since it's a collection log item, I will definitely be buying the uncharged version because I think that's like 70k. But we can finally get, after about 3.5 hours, the Infinity Hat. Let's not waste any time. Let's go ahead and get it. And there we have it. The Infinity Hat is now unlocked. Amazing. Fashionscape on point. Go ahead and throw this in the tab as this item right here. So we're almost the entire filled up area of the bank of what I can see. So we now have 2 chunks to unlock with the Honorable Blessing, because I actually haven't used that to unlock a chunk yet, and then the Infinity Hat. And I'm still thinking on what exactly 2 chunks I want to buy, but I think I do want to end up going with the Ferox Enclave, both chunks of which I need in the future. If we go right up here, we'll need both of these chunks for the future of the account. I'm tired of not having any sort of run restore method. So if I unlock this one, I can obviously use the Clan Wars, and I think there's a little restoration pool in one of these 2 areas. Regardless, I'm going to unlock both. And then the main thing is Last Man Standing, which I am not a PvP person, okay? I am terrible at it. I've only done Last Man Standing for like 30 minutes on account, and I'm just horrible at PvP. But the... but Last Man Standing just offers so many collection log items. There's so much to do there, so many items to achieve, and we actually have all of the account requirements to do so, because I think it's just locked behind total level and quests, both of which we should have, so we can access that whenever. So I think it's about time we venture into the wilderness and unlock those 2 chunks. But first, we actually have to pay for the 2 chunks. So this is chunk 62, which is going to cost 310, followed by chunk 63, which will cost 315, so 625 to unlock the Ferox Enclave, arguably the single-handed most collection log items we can achieve within 1 chunk. I'm not sure on that, I'm just kind of thinking that right now, but I'm pretty sure it would be. Let's throw these in the tab for over 10 mil in the Platinum token stack now. That is insane. And if you're curious as to how I'm actually going to get there with only 2 chunks, because I would have to travel through here, I'm just going to go ahead and take the canoe. Now, I do need this chunk pretty soon to unlock rune crafting, but that would require 3 chunks to get there, and I'm just not going to do that at the moment. I'd rather just save this last chunk here for another time. But this is a physical form of travel to take the canoe, and there's a canoe location at the Ferox Enclave, so I'm going to use it. But first, let's go ahead and unlock that chunk since it's already paid for. There we go. Float the canoe, paddle with said canoe to the Ferox Enclave, arguably the most cinematic experience you will ever see in Runescape. And we are here in our brand new chunk. We get 1 new music track. First time ever into the wilderness. We actually got a hard task in the Varrock area for making that canoe. So we're going to immediately unlock this chunk as well. And there we have it. Every single item has been accounted for and paid for this episode. Very nice. We get access to 2 different banks, as well as we can finally use the free-for-all portal, this pool of refreshments, whatever we need to restore run, prayer, HP, stats, all of that good stuff. And then we finally get access right over here to Last Man Standing, which I'm not going to do anytime soon, I don't think, at least. But it is nice to have that unlocked as an option if I ever have the PvP itch, which I never do. But to finish out the episode, I actually have a beginner clue I got from doing a bit of forestry. It's a Reldo step. Now, as mentioned before, we have every single location at our disposal for beginner clues. Alright, we got our casket on step 2 of the clue. I never get 1-step clues, but that is fine. What do we get? Do we get a collection log item? Nope, we do not. Typical as usual. Let's see how much it's worth. Okay, 1.7k. It's pretty good one. I think I walked into a flex off. I'm not entirely sure what's going on here exactly, but they must clearly be flexing their pixels. Let's go ahead and finish off the episode. Actually, this will finish off the episode selling all of our farming supplies we got from basically the entirety of the episode. And we get a total of 1.154 mil from all of that. Very, very nice. I'm going to go ahead and end the episode here. Now, on the screen, I'll put up my stats before and after, as well as my character summary before and after, as well as the collection log tab in the bank. And as for the chunks that we have, I do want to show you a different way. I'm actually just going to show you on the chunk picker itself. So here's all of the chunks we currently have unlocked. We got the entirety of the free-to-play beginner clue areas, as seen right here. Every single marker on this map is now in the unshaded area, the unlocked areas. Very, very good for us to have every single beginner clue step now, as well as we unlocked the Ferox Enclave. Super good stuff. And I don't want to forget Zaya. We do have all of these chunks over here in Zaya unlocked as well. We got all of those chunks entirely from doing physical forms of travel. So if you're just tuning in, this is the Zaya chunks we have. And in the next episode, I do have a special item I do want to go for. It's been on my radar since day 1 of the account. If you're around from episode 1, you may know what I'm talking about. But that's to come next episode, and I hope to see you there. So here we are, back where it all began. I'm pretty sure I spawned right on this tile. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know what tile I spawned on, but here we are, back in the starting chunk. For the gear that I'm going to be using to obtain this is basically as much offensive stat bonus as I can possibly get, being the rune boots, combat bracelet, and the strength ammy. I don't think I really have access to much more. I'm not going to be using potions because they have 5 HP. No need for that. Dueling ring for quick teleports to the Ferox Enclave, and I guess I can use this to the Monastery of the Edgeville. But other than that, it's just Fashionscape for the most part. And here's the inventory. So I have all my beginner clue stuff, I guess. Now, if I get a Charlie the Tramp step and I need to get a pike or leather, something, whatever he needs, I'll go get that from the GE real quick. But this is what we're rocking with: teleports, a couple stams, some cash in case I need it, and I don't need any food. So what I'm going to do now is actually do this beginner clue that I have in my bank from a bit of forestry I did earlier. So I'm going to do it, and then this will start the clue stack. And this should be the casket here. So yeah, this will be the very first beginner clue of the video of hopefully many. Now on the screen, I'm going to go ahead and put up my first 5,000 kills. And as you can see, I got a total of 82 beginner clues, 44 easies. Now I don't really intend to do all the easy clues, but if I can do a few, that's a win. But I can definitely do every single beginner clue. And if I go 5,000 kills again, I can expect about 82 as well. So we have all of our quest points. We even have double. I made sure to get double just in case. We're on a member's world, so we are good there. We're eligible to get this drop. Do we get it on the first kill? Nope. Oh, we have ourselves here a mime random event. Pretty good chance, as I only have 2 out of the 4 or 5 pieces total, so let's see if we get it. And there we go. We have the mime mask now, one of the most terrifying items in the game. So it's been about 1 hour now, and I only got 260 kills. Now granted, I do think my beginner clue luck was pretty good. I got 6 clues in those 260 kills, which I think is above average. And actually 2 easy clues that I can complete steps on. So I'm going to actually start stacking those up there. Once I get 3, maybe 4, I'll do them. I also made some alterations. I have Trainer Manor Teleport alongside Glory, some nails in case I need to make a hidey hole. Other than that, that seems to be about it. So we actually have a easy clue here, and it's our 4th one. As you can see, all 3 of these we can do, and this one takes us right over here. Now, it's 1 chunk away from the already chunks I currently have, so I think I'm going to go ahead and use the mime mask here to unlock this chunk. So let's go do that. Alright, so this is going to be chunk number 64, so that's 320. We'll take that into platinum tokens in a sec. Let's go ahead and put this in the tab. Here is the collection log tab if you are new to the series. Quite a lot of things, and they are in order. Let's go ahead and convert these to platinum tokens. Add that to the stack. We're getting on up there. And there we have it. The Ranging Guild chunk is now unlocked. This chunk is going to be super useful later on for many things like that. For Temple of Ikov over there, this for fishing contest, and I'm sure we'll be back here for much more than just that. But we're here for the clue, so let's go ahead and do this clue. It's right over here. And since I have 4 clues, I can actually guarantee a casket here. Alongside, we got 1 music track. So can we do this? We actually probably can. I am lost without my button. Where do I go? I guess I don't need the button. I know where that is. Well, that was a 3-step easy clue, and I actually made the stash unit here, which got me 31 construction, which got me 900 total level on the account. Very good to see. I'm looking hideous, so let's put this back on. That is much better. Okay, a random jump here, but I actually have this easy clue here. And if we look on the map, down here, it is in the birth rope area, which I'm just 1 chunk away. And I might as well just go ahead and get this 1 Shazian piece from tier 3 that I need. I think it's the gloves. So I'm going to get this and use this item to unlock that chunk. And if you're wondering, I'm at 6,201 KC, so I've done 1,201, and we're actually doing pretty well on both easy and beginners. I'm getting extremely lucky on easies, so I just want to keep that train going because there's so many items to obtain from these. And there we go. Now let's go get that one. So let's put these in the tab as item 65, and this is going to cost us 325,000 smackaroos. To the stack, and now let's go unlock it. And there we have it. This chunk is now unlocked. A lot of good stuff from here, but I can finally teleport up here with the games necklace right over there, so that'll be convenient. Alongside, we're pretty close to the Warriors Guild now, and this area, nice, is used for a few quests. I can actually get my Graceful down there, but let's go ahead and do this clue and see if we can continue this luck. Well, this was a 3-step easy, and we got the casket. You know, this game just keeps giving me clues 1 chunk away from the ones I have. Now, the nil chunk, I actually do want to unlock very soon because it gives us access to this hunter shop, which is the last thing I need, I believe, for the Arnie Diary, as well as just the Warriors Guild and just generally a pretty good city to unlock, as I need it for the future of the account anyways. So I think I'm going to go back to Shazian, get 1 more piece, and unlock this. Now, we have all of Tier 1, 2, and 3 now, so we have just Tier 4 and Tier 5 left, which is 10 pieces, so I'm still fine with that being 65 chunks in. Not too bad. Let's go ahead and get this first piece, and hopefully I can kill it without any gear essentially. But let's go get the chunky nil after this. Alright, and good fight, sir. There's the Shazian Helmet 4. Now let's go get chunky nil. And into the tab, and this is going to be chunk 66, so that is 330,000 coins. And into the tab it goes. So I have myself a clue here, and by the way, I now have a new microphone, so I might sound a little different than the last clip, but the clue I have is actually down here in Yanil. A little bit earlier we unlocked this chunk, but as I was thinking, I don't have a decent way to get over here. I could charter, but that's really the only way, and I actually can't use the Nightmare Zone teleport because I don't have enough bosses killed during quests. So I think I'm going to take a quick break and do the RD Easy Diary. I have every single chunk I need to complete this diary, so I think I'm going to go ahead and do this now. It'll be a good unlock. Well, we can go ahead and scratch that plan because I completely forgot that you need to use the Wilderness lever from RD to teleport to the Wilderness. I started knocking out a few tasks and I was like, alright, what should I do next? And then I read, yeah. I am so far away from that chunk, it's unreal. So I'm actually gonna go ahead and just walk on down to Yanil, take charters if I need to, or just teleport, it's alright. Well, here is a notable level. This is level 50 defense. Now we're flat 50s and everything, including HP, which is pretty cool. Now I'm gonna switch to training attack permanently until I get essentially level 60. And when I get 60, I can probably use a Dragon Longsword, but that's about all I can look forward to. And the current clue casket count is up to 12 easies and 38 beginners, and we are sitting at just under 2,500 kills, so we're almost halfway, which I will tune you in for that in just a moment. And that kill is the 2,500th kill of the goblins. We are no closer than we started, but that is fine. This is just how RNG works, so I don't think we ended up getting any more clues. Those are 2 steps I can complete, but I've been waiting for at least the 3 that I can do, and I didn't get any beginners. I'm actually fairly unlucky on beginners now. I got a ton the first and second hour, but since then, they have slowed down considerably. Total time so far has been about 8 to 8.5 hours, so which means we're getting about 300 to 350-ish, I think, somewhere in that range. Kills per hour, which isn't bad. I predicted about originally 350 to 400, but I didn't factor in actually doing all these easy clues. They take a lot more time than beginners. We've been doing some AFK Motherlode Mine, and we actually have 50 golden nuggets now. We can buy the Prospector legs. That is now 3 pieces out of the 4 in the Prospector now obtained. So that means we just need 30 more golden nuggets to get the Prospector boots, and that'll be full Prospectors on the account. And then we just need the coal bag and the gem bag. Oh, we have a Sergeant Damien random event. And we get... Yes, we got the camo bottoms. Very, very nice. I wish I got an item for that. I don't see anything here, but it's all good. That is item number 68. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate it. And this right here will be the 50th beginner clue casket. That is to be expected. I expected to not get this to drop early. You know, I'm just not going to tell him anything. The sense of discovery in this game is what makes it so great. So, Sour Buds, you do you. If you want to train range that way, go for it. And there is yet another beginner clue milestone that is 75 beginners now. There's another Sergeant Damien random. Alright, what do we get? It looks like we got another item, the camo hat. Again, not really sure where this item is, but it's there somewhere. And this is a number 10,000 Goblin KC on the account, 5,000 this round. Let me actually not click on that. So I have 5 easy clue steps I can do, well 4, including this one, which I do want to get. It's the Catherby step, which is right over here. I can use the charter to get there as a physical form of travel, and I can buy all these. Should be no problem to get those items, and I can use them for the clue. Yeah, we're 5,000 kills in, ton of clues. I can guarantee probably at least 2 caskets from all these. We're leaving empty-handed for now, but I do want to come back this video for sure. I am definitely going to get this item this video, but I do want to move on briefly, do a little bit different content for now, because I think I have like 3 collection log items to use for chunks. So I'm going to go ahead and do all that, do some different content, and then come back. Okay, let's throw this into the tab. So I actually did put these in there. So these are the 3 items that we have to use to unlock chunks, and we should have plenty of cash to pay for all 3. So for now, I'm going to go ahead and get that Catherby chunk. That is chunk 67, which is 335,000 coins in the stack. Now let's go get the Catherby chunk, finish this clue, and then I'll report back after I do that. So first we actually have to unlock the chunk. So let's go over here to the Catherby chunk, unlock that. So now we can charter there and finish the clue and whatnot. And here we are. So let's go do that clue. Alright, so I actually ended up having 6 clues there, and we got 4 caskets. We had to drop 1. That's fine. And this clue has 0 steps completed, so I'm just going to keep it in the bank for now. So right now, what I'm going to do is head to the chunk picker real quick and show you kind of what I'm thinking about. Alright, so we just unlocked this chunk right here. So what I want to do is, since I recently got this birth rope chunk, I want to actually go over here, and I promise it relates, unlock the Canifis chunk, and with this I can start doing agility at the agility course, get enough marks of grace for a piece of the graceful outfit, because I believe the outfit is going to be getting changed in the near future, and I want to go ahead and get that first piece now. So I'm going to go ahead and get a piece of the graceful outfit. I'm not sure yet, maybe just the cheapest piece, but I do want to also do agility just because in general it's very useful. Well, I actually didn't mention why it relates. You can get the graceful outfit right down here in the pub, the Rogue's Den area, that has the NPC where you can buy the graceful. So now that we're at the bank, I'm going to go ahead and put these in the tab. So we're at 20 easies and 84 beginners. Yeah, I think I got a few beginner clues from forestry that I've been doing here and there, and 20 easy clues is insane. There's so many collection items, I can already see it. So let's go ahead and put all this back in the bank. Then let's pay for that Canifis chump, and let's get out, I believe that is going to be 340,000 coins, and we're going to be using the camo bottoms for that. Into the tab for over 12 million at this point. Very cool. So now let's go do some chunk unlock and some agility, everyone's favorite skill. And also, I did not mention, I don't know why I haven't mentioned yet, but 5,000 KC is the drop rate for the Goblin Champion scroll, which is fine. Goblins are super easy to kill. They only have 5 HP, and you can primarily one-hit all of them. And the amount of clues we've gotten is unreal. If I go another 5,000, I mean, we're talking so many collection log items stored up. Wow, I got a mime show. I'm pretty sure I can get another collection log item from this, because I have 3 emotes currently. So let's see if we get this. Good luck, fish. And we get another 2 collection log items. Wow. Okay, so now we have 3 emotes, and I believe that's 4 pieces of the mime outfit. And here is the 30th mark of grace. Now we can finish this lap and go get those graceful gloves. So let's trade grace here, get the graceful gloves. We have 30 marks of grace, and there they are. 1 out of the 6, I think, from... yeah, 1 out of the 6 graceful pieces. Very nice. Now when that update comes out, we will have at least 1 piece to start getting more marks of grace more consistently, because the percent chance will help. So I'm going to go ahead and show you the bank real quick just to show you I still have 1 mark of grace in the bank that we got as a collection log item way back when, episode 2 maybe. So as you can see here, I have 1, 2, and 3 here, and I want to start working towards barrows. Now I'm not going to do barrows anytime soon, It's going to be a few episodes more than likely because I'm just not strong enough in the combat skills yet. But what I do want to do is unlock fairy rings, and it's gated behind the Fairy Tale Part 2 quest. You don't have to do it all, you just have to do up until you unlock fairy rings. But to do that, I need Fairy Tale Part 1. And to do Fairy Tale Part 1, I actually need to do Nature's Spirit, which is right down here in the Nature's Grotto. Now, I need this third chunk because you can't actually walk over there to the bridge. You have to get this chunk. So that's why I have 3 there. And then there's one more chunk over here, the Dark Wizard's Tower. This chunk is needed for, I think it's the Fairy Tale Part 1 quest. I'm pretty sure you have to talk to an NPC in here. So we need these 4 chunks to unlock fairy rings. Alright, I actually reviewed the footage, and I actually have these 4, so the camo helmet, which I don't know why it's called a helmet, but these 4 items I can actually use to unlock those 4 chunks. I thought that I only had 3, being these 3. And now comes the very pricey part of paying for all these chunks, so that's chunk 69, chunk 70, chunk 71, and then chunk number 72, I think I just did 355, so 360. I'm hoping that's right. So 1.4 mil to essentially unlock fairy rings. Not too bad. I'd pay that. So into the tab. Very good. Now we still have a bit of cash. Not enough to buy another chunk, but that's fine. Alright, before I do the Nature Spirit quest, I'm going to go ahead and unlock all 4 chunks just to have them. So I don't have to, like, you know, unlock them as I go. So here is going to be chunk number 1. Alright, and there's those 3 chunks unlocked. Now, I can continue with the Nature Spirit quest, but I'm just going to go ahead to Falador to unlock that Dark Wizard's Tower chunk. Alright, and there we have it. So let's go ahead and cross this, and let's go ahead and do that quest. An easy Falador task, and I think, yeah, we got an easy Moritania task by going into the swamp. Alright, and there is the Nature Spirit quest completed. Decent XP, very nice. 2 quest points, and oh, we actually got 65 crafting from that. That's pretty cool. Let's go ahead and pray at this for, I think, a task. Yep, a easy Moritania area task, very good. Now we should be able to do the Fairy Tale Part 1 quest. I'm like 80 to 90% sure we have all the chunks for that now. Alright, so yeah, I need to get what's called a red vine worm to complete the Fairy Tale Part 1 quest. And the only way I can do that is to actually go over yonder to the McRubbers Woods. Thankfully, we did unlock this chunk a bit earlier, so we can go up here and unlock the McRubbers Woods. However, we don't have any item to use. We're all caught up on items, so I gotta figure out what to do. I may go to Creature Creation, so I'll just see you back whenever I decide. Way, and there is the red satchel. Good luck. Thank you, Mr. Sandal Life, for that good luck on your 2 red satchels there. Looking extremely fashionable. Now we can go get that McRubbers Woods chunk, and let's move on with the quest. Alright, but first we actually need to, well, first of all, put this in the tab and pay for the chunk. So we need some money. Yeah, we don't have enough. So let's go ahead and sell some of our farming stuff and pay for that chunk. Alright, as you can see, we have an absolute plethora of herbs to sell. I've been looking forward to this. This is like a week's worth of farming. 1.7 mil just from the toad flax, and we get 369 from the limpworts, 2.1 mil immediately back into the cash stack. So let's go ahead and pay for that chunk. I believe it's going to be 365,000 coins. And put those in the tab. So we're going to be using the red satchel alongside the platinum tokens we just put in there for the McRubbers Woods chunk. Alrighty, and there's the McRubbers Woods. Now, it'd be convenient if we can go through the gate, but for whatever reason, we cannot. So we gotta go around, but we should be able to access it right up through here in this gate. Alright, and there is Fairy Tale Part 1 completed. Only needed to unlock 1 chunk, which is more than okay. this leads to fairy rings. There is 57 farming papaya trees, very cool. Not going to be doing those anytime soon because I don't even think I have a single fruit patch unlocked. But now let's go start part 2 and let's do up until the point where we can do fairy rings. Alright, so one of two things will happen here. I will teleport to the Edgeville area, or I will not, avoiding the last clip. By goodness. Okay, I'm not even going to include the last clip. If you were hanging out with me in the stream, you know what I'm talking about. Let's just say I just had a complete lapse in judgment, and I thought I needed to, for whatever reason, complete another step of the Fairy Tale Part 2 quest, which I did not need to complete. I was actually able to immediately use fairy rings as soon as you get the step where you have to like go to 4 different locations. And I was thinking, oh, I gotta go here, I gotta go there, I had to go like over here to Miscellanea, I had to go down here to Artie, didn't have any of these chunks, I had to go way over here. And I was like, man, I can't even do this. But the whole thing is I have to use fairy rings to even get there, which by that it's unlocked. So now they're unlocked. So I have fairy rings on the account now. Very huge win. And I do want to mention briefly that we got the magic secateurs, which is big for the account as it gives a plus 10% yield to herb patches. So essentially 10% more money. Alrighty, so we're going to be back at the goblins for the foreseeable future until we get this goblin champion scroll. We've already done 5,000 kills this video, so let's just hope we don't go another 5,000, although if we do, clues are fine, so it's all good. So I have no idea what happened to my audio in this clip. I sounded like a complete robot, but I was doing some more mining. I know this is the last pit stop, I promise. But I have enough golden nuggets now for the prospector boots, so I'm going to go ahead and get those now. I got all the way up to 67 mining. I actually got halfway through 66 when I got enough nuggets. Let's go ahead and buy these prospector boots. Get another item to the account. Now, again, I promise this is the final pit stop. We now have full prospectors on the account. And again, we got it at about 66. I got an extra 11 nuggets because I was editing, and now I'm all done editing. So I can finally get to this Goblin Champion scroll. I didn't even notice, but that is another beginner clue milestone. That is now 100 caskets on the account. And we're still going. Oh, I got it! Oh my goodness! Yes! Oh my gosh, finally! Holy crap, I got it. So many hours of killing goblins for this. I just got this beginner and I was like, I'm just gonna kill 1 or 2 more and get out of here, get the clue, but I got the Goblin Champion scroll. Oh my goodness, I can't tell you how happy that makes me. So many hours spent hunting this item, finally. that looks so nice in the game chat. We're ending up with 21 easy caskets and 104 beginners. Can guarantee you this is a ton of collection log items. Let's go ahead and put this in the tab. We already put the prospector boots in there we obtained just a bit ago. And now the Goblin Champion Scroll. The first of, I believe there's 11 total, which we will get one day. But it's nice to have this Goblin Champion Scroll finally. I think roughly 38 to 39 hours total killing goblins just for this one item. So I am a happy camper indeed. So I have this easy clue here, and I have to play a music track for Cecilia and Falador. And the music track that I need to unlock is actually over here in Hosidius. Now, I'm just one chunk away. I have this chunk right here. So I'm going to go ahead and use the Prospector Boots to unlock this chunk. We got plenty of cash. And then, as for the Goblin Champion Scroll, I'm going to be using that along with the cash to get the Tithe Farm, which I believe has 5, maybe 6 collection log items behind it. This is super useful for just training farming in general, and we can actually use the Lovikinj minecart network to get here, which is a physical form of travel because we won't have any adjacent chunks to this one. So let's go ahead and do those two, complete the clue. So this will be chunk number 74, which is going to cost 370. And then chunk 75, which is going to cost 375. Platinum tokens into the tab. And there we have it. There is the Hosidius area unlocked. Looks like we got one music track just for walking down here. Now let's hope... Wait, that might be the quest. That might be the... Okay, that is the... Did I even have to... I may or may not have had to actually unlock that chunk, but it's okay. We're going to need Hosidius area anyway for the future of the account, as there's a couple Mahogany Home locations within this chunk, and I think that's mainly about it. Well, since we are over here, let's hang out with our boy Rayleigh and go ahead and unlock this chunk, because we can take the minecart straight down to the Tithe Farm. And let's go ahead and travel there. Okay, I imagine this is Hosidius South. Just fingers crossed that's correct. Okay, it is correct. So now we have full access to the Tithe Farm. We'll definitely be doing this for quite some time. And yep, we got the casket. So 22 easy caskets from all of those goblin kills. Now that is what I like to see. So to send off the episode, I'm going to go ahead and sell pretty much everything I got. Except for I just sold the farming supplies somewhat recently, but I'm going to sell these things from mining, forestry, and the farming that I've recently done. And I also have 3 mystery boxes to open. Alright, and we get a grand total of 1.1 mil, close to 1.2 mil. So let's go ahead and open each one of these mystery boxes. And... oh, XP lamp, I'll take it. Slap that right onto Slayer. That's a level 20 is Slayer. Cool. We'll go ahead and add this cash to the cash stack, back up to a 2.3 mil cash stack. I have no idea how much I spent this episode, but I believe I unlocked at least 10 to 12 chunks. So I spent at least 4 to 5 mil. So we are making good money these days. So here's all the current chunks that I have on this side of the map, and all the ones I got this episode will be in green. And as for Kourend, here is all the chunks I currently have over here in Kourend. And again, the 2 that I got here will be highlighted. Well, we finally did it. We have the Goblin Champion Scroll. The item that I've wanted since day 1 of this account. Next episode, I will be opening all of these 104 beginner clear caskets, and I will be saving the easy ones for a future video, which I'm already planning out now. There's so many items to obtain, so many more regions of Runescape to see. I'm going to leave no stone unturned. We are just starting this journey, even though we're over 250 hours into the account by now. We're still just starting this journey, and I'm super excited for it. I cannot wait to show you this episode as well as the next episode that I'm working on. So I'll see you next time. So I want to focus primarily on combat this episode. My combat stats are looking pretty low, being about 250 hours into the account now. I need to start training these up, which means I need to start training some combat on, well, between quests and NPCs. So first up, I'm going to stop at Hill Giants, get the long bone, and if I get a curved bone or a giant champion scroll, that's a huge win. But I am not sticking around for those. I'm just sticking around for the long bone because my goal this episode is to obtain the fighter torso. So that's currently about 3 chunks away, maybe 4, as well as 4 collection log items, which total it's going to cost me close to 2 mil just to get that, on top of doing Barbasalt, and nobody really likes doing Barbasalt. Oh, I wasn't recording it for some reason, but there is the long bone. Pretty dry on these items. I still only have 1 giant key and 594 kills. I'm super dry on giant keys, but hey, we got the item we were here for. It's all good. So in the last episode, I obtained the Goblin Champion Scroll, and during that journey, I got a total of 104 beginner clue caskets. I do want to open those. Now, doing the Hill Giants just now got me an additional 3, so I'm up to 107 beginner clue caskets. And the wiki says you can expect 1 unique on an average of 1 out of every 12 clues, which by that is about 9 collection log items I can expect. Now I'm expecting to get a duplicate here and there, so I'm going to round that down to probably about 6. And with the long bone I just got, that's 7. So what I've done here is kind of laid out my 7 chunks I want. And this one is a point of interest because I'm not sure if I actually do need it. But these 3 right here are needed to get to the Barbasalt minigame for the fighter torso, and I can do Waterfall quest. This one is for the Trino Village quest, so I can start that, which is additional combat experience. And then 6 and 7 is for the Dragon Slayer quest. Again, all combat related quests that I want to do, and it kind of lines up with 7 chunks. Now I'm pretty sure this is all the chunks I would need to do all of those quests I just mentioned, so I think it's time to go ahead and open these clues. Alright, so here we are. Now in the bank, I do want to show you real quick. We have plenty of cash right now. This would afford about 6 to 7 chunks, maybe even 8. So we're all good there. So let's go ahead and start opening these. Oh, and there is the first item, the Sandwich Lady hat. And there is another item, the Rune Scimitar Ornament Kit, Saradomin version. Oh, and we got the best item, the Dad Slippers. Gotta go ahead and put those on now. Heck yeah, that looks amazing. Oh, and we got the shoulder parrot. We're getting every single good unique from this. Oh, there was another Sandwich Lady hat. Just missed that. Oh, we got the Demon Feet. That's pretty cool. And oh, there is 2 in 1 clue, the Sandwich Lady bottoms as well as the black pickaxe. Alright, just 4 more. Do we get any more items? The last one? Nope. Okay, I gotta count all this up and see what I got. Alright, so here we are. So we have done now 111 beginner clues. We obtained 7 uniques. All uniques are obtained through those 107 clues we just opened. And in the inventory, I have them all in order from the order I got them. So these are the 7 items we got. So with the longbone, that makes 8. I was predicting 7, so pretty much right on par with what I was predicting. And the Runelight tracker says this is a grand total of 1.75 mil. all of it basically is coming from these mole slippers, which I had no idea they were this much money. And then these, yeah, basically these 3 items are accounting for 90% of the value, as the other uniques just aren't really that much. We also got 1 duplicate Sandwich Lady hat, so I'm super happy to only get 1 duplicate. So now we have a total of 83 collection log items unlocked to the account. So we have plenty of chunks to unlock, so let's get to it. Okay, so they are back in order, so let's dump all of these items into the collection log tab in the order we got them. And if you are new to the series, this is what our current tab is looking like. All of these platinum tokens have been also used for chunk payments alongside collection log items. Now for the GP cost for all of those chunks, it's going to cost right at about 3.3 mil, and right now I have 2.3 mil in the bank, so I'm going to go make about 1 more mil because I want to have all the money before I start unlocking chunks. So to make the money, I'm going to go ahead and do Bracelets of Slaughter. The Burning Amulets are no longer viable as they're about 3.6k, so they're less money and they require more items to make. So I'm going to make these. The profit right now is about 700 to 800 coins. I think closer to 800 coins, so this should only take about 2 hours, because I can make about 450k per hour making these, as I can make about 600 per hour. Now this has got to be the best fashion scape you've ever seen. I almost forgot about the black pickaxe, but there it is, I just now put it in there. So I just sold everything from the beginners, apart from all of the uniques I got, and I got 76k, so not too bad. I just got a Sergeant Damien random event, and I already have all camo pieces on the account, so I didn't bother to show it, but I actually got all 4 emotes as well as a lamp from just doing it after the fact. Pretty strange. I thought I just got a lamp when I looked. It's like, oh, I got all 4 emotes. So yeah, all 4 emotes now. And this enchant right here is going to be 75 magic. We can now use the Trident of the Seas along with the Blue Moon armor, which is pretty cool. Looking forward to getting 2 Perilous Moons one day. That is huge for the account. We can now use the Trident, which I'm definitely going to buy. Alright, so here is the last batch that we're going to sell for now. So they're selling for that, so let's just put them in for 39.10, see if they sell. Pretty good price on those. They went up a little bit as I was doing them, as this took many moons for me. So let's go ahead and look at the GE history. Now there is a ton in here. It's going to tell you I did 2,000. So I did a total of 2,000. There's 600 sold there, 400 up here, 500 there, and then another 500 here. Tons of both crafting and mage experience, up to 67 crafting now, very close to 68. And again, we got 75 magic from that. So at moment of truth, we're now up to a basically 4.1 mil cash stack. That took, if you're doing it efficiently, 4 hours. I was not. Probably took me closer to 6. You can expect to do that in about 4 hours. So you can make about close to 500k an hour doing that method currently, which isn't bad at all. So on the screen, I'm going to put up a couple of items I got while doing some AFK forestry on mobile. Yeah, the zombie boots followed by the zombie shirt, which is actually why I went over my original like 3.2 or 3.4 mil, whatever I said. I went over that to get close to 4.2. So now we have all the money, we should at least, to buy at least 9, maybe 10 chunks. I'm going to be using the long bone as well as the Sandwich Lady hat. So that is going to be chunk 76 and 77. So that is going to be 380 and then 385. Into the tab, and there we go. So I'm going to be unlocking these 2 chunks right here, the Tree Gnome Village area, as well as the battlefield right here, to do the Tree Gnome Village quest, because I want to do Waterfall as well pretty soon, next actually, and I'm pretty sure Waterfall quest sends you down here into this dungeon, so it's just, you know, frugal to get this now. Alrighty, and there we have it. So it looks like we got just 1 music track, 2 music tracks actually. So now we can do the Tree Gnome Village quest. I'm pretty sure we should have all the chunks now. Well, I knew this would happen eventually. I need to go up here to this corner by the underground pass. I guess I had my map zoomed in and I saw this corner and I assumed, but nope, it's at this corner. Thankfully we have a a bunch of chunks in our back pocket, so I'm going to go ahead and unlock one more chunk, being the West RD Underground Pass chunk. So let's go ahead and pay for that chunk. It's going to be chunk 78, which is going to be 390,000 coins. Into the tab, over 15 mil. Very cool. Now let's go get that chunk and then complete the quest. Oh, and by the way, we are using the Rune Scimitar Ornament Kit Saradomin for that chunk. And this should be quest completed here any second now. And there we have it. There is the Tree Gnome Village quest completed, a ton of attack experience. It's pretty much the only reason why we're doing it, but it's also needed for the future of the account. Let's go ahead and do some chunk unlocks for Waterfall quest, because we should now have, fingers crossed, all the chunks for that, minus these three, of course. Okay, so let's go ahead and pay for all three of those. So chunks 79, 80, and 81. So that's going to be 395. And now we're entering the 400k bracket. And now 405,000 coins, 1.2 mil to do Waterfall. And here is each item: the mole slippers, the shoulder parrot, and the demon feet. Put those back on, put these back, and there we go, 17 mil now. Let's go do Waterfall quest. Alright, and there we go. There is each area unlocked. Now, I didn't need this chunk for the Waterfall quest, but I wanted to go ahead and unlock it because this is where Barbasalt is. So I'm going to go do the tutorial real quick because I think I have to do that to do the minigames teleport up here. So here is why I had that chunk as an interest chunk on the chunk picker. It is right on the border. Now, it'll either spit me out here or here. I don't quite remember. I want to say it'll spit me out here, but I'm not 100% sure. If it does by chance spit me out here, I will go unlock that chunk after the fact, but if it spits me out here, I'm not going to do it because I don't want to get that chunk quite yet. It's not going to be very useful right now, so if I can hold off, that would be super good. Oh, you know, I can just teleport out of here. I don't know what I was talking about. Alright, so let's be careful to not left click it. Let's use the urn on the chalice for the Waterfall quest completed. So much XP and 51 strength as well as 58 attack. Super nice. Alright, and so with those two quests now done, I was briefly thinking about doing the Grand Tree quest because I was thinking I just need these two as well as the one by Yanil, the Hazelmere. But I also remembered, or I guess I should say, I looked at the quest guide and I saw that you have to go down here to the shipyard, which I don't know how I'm going to get there yet. I know the glider is a physical form of travel. I honestly am brain farting on how to unlock the glider. I want to say it's from the Grand Tree quest, but I'm not going to do that now. I'm going to focus my attention on Dragon Slayer. So I already have these two chunks as marked as 1 and 2, and I believe I'm going to need this chunk actually to telegrab something in this jail cell here, as well as I think my ship is going to be on this dock. So yeah, I need these three chunks to complete the Dragon Slayer quest, and I believe that is it. So let's go work on that. Oh, and there is a big woodcutting level. That is level 80 woodcutting now, all from this one area doing forestry. I'm going to go to the bank real quick and show you my forestry stuff. So the current session, which I started this video, we're up to 2,400 U logs, just over, a bunch of nests, good for money, and the total bark we are currently at is 8,472. I'm probably going to be saving up for the funky log shape thing, the thing that you use to recolor the pet. So that's what I'm saving it for now. Probably not this video, but it'll happen. Okay, that is enough forestry for now, so I'm going to go ahead and unlock those three chunks for the Dragon Slayer quest. So it's going to be chunks 82, 83, and 84. So it's going to be 410, 415, and then 420. So 1.25 mil to do Dragon Slayer, not too bad. Into the tab, and then I'm going to use these three items as those three collection log payments. And we just have one more the zombie shirt to use, so we're pretty much all caught up on our chunks now. Alright, so I'm at the part of the quest now where I need to kill Elvarg, and to kill Elvarg I need to go unlock these 2 Crandor chunks. I'm gonna go ahead and do that right now. And there we have it, both of those chunks are now unlocked. Kinda stinks that we need to buy these 2 chunks, but it's for the quest cape, it's all good. And the good thing about it is we don't actually need this chunk, I'm pretty sure, for literally anything. I don't think this is needed for any diary, and we don't need to go down here to the Karamja dungeon because we can access it actually through this dungeon. So that's a good perk, I guess. And I think there's one clue here. Now let's go ahead and travel to Crandor and witness the best animation of all time. Alright, this fight should be pretty easy since we now have overheads, which most people don't when they do this quest. And there we go, we have slain Elvarg, the free-to-play boss. Now let's get the head and then let's get out of here. Alright, so let's talk to Oziach for the final time. And there we have it, the Dragon Slayer 1 quest is now completed. Tons of XP in both strength, 52 strength, and defense, 51 defense. Very good for the account. I skipped out on quite a few early levels. Those levels would have taken about 2 to 3 hours. So I'm glad to be not training combat for an extra 2 to 3 hours at these low levels. Now I do want to mention that we will unfortunately be assigned dragons for Slayer tasks, but by the time we actually get to Slayer, our combats are going to be pretty good, so I'm not really too concerned about that. So another skill that's a part of the combat is prayer, and I'm just arbitrarily going for level 50 prayer. No real reason, just feel like it. So it takes 58 ensouled giant heads to get to that, which cost, as you can see, it was about 50k. And then what I'm going to do is buy the runes, because this I think is still about a 2 GP per 1 XP. I need about 40,000 XP, so it's about 80k. And I didn't mention, but I am 45 prayer, and this is the last reanimated giant for 50 prayer on the account. Very nice to see. I think we got 1 combat level and 5 total levels from that. So now I think I'm going to go head back to Hill Giants and get to 60 attack. Once I get 60 attack, I think I'm gonna head to the Barb Assault. There is a 59 attack. Oh, missed the level up, but that was 60 attack. I wasn't paying attention, but there it is. I've killed a total of now 845 Hill Giants, and I only have 2 giant keys. I'm going incredibly dry on these things, so maybe that just means something big's to come. But finally, let's go get that dragon longsword. I've been looking forward to this. Alright, so let's just go ahead and put this in for 60,000 coins. We should purchase this, no problem. There it is. This is not on the collection log. And the D-Semi I can get, but I don't have Monkey Madness 1 done, so I can't use it. Which is why we're going the dragon longsword route, but let's put that on. Now that is a champion for sure. And I can get the rune plate body since I did do Dragon Slayer. But since I'm getting the fighter torso this episode, I don't see the point. So what I'm going to do now is go do those beginner clues that I got from Hill Giants. I stacked them up. So let's go do that and then see how many items we can get from those caskets. Alrighty, let's see what we get here. And okay, that's fine. We got an emote. It's fine by me. Don't need collection logs anyways, it's fine. Alright, so we managed to do all beginners. So we have 7 caskets to open. Just going to go ahead and open them now. Might get lucky and get 1 item. And the last one, completely abysmal, but that's fine. We're up to 118 beginners now. Alright, and the Barbarian Assault begins. Now hopefully this doesn't take too long. I've gotten fighter torsos on like maybe 3 or 4 accounts by now, and it's always taken about 4 to 5 hours, so maybe this time it'll take a little less. Alright, and there is all of the attacker points. Alright, and there is all of the healer points. That one took a while. I did not record it, but I now have all of the points for the collector. This is dragging so much. If you've been here, you know everyone leaves in the middle or at the end. It's very frustrating, so I'm almost done with all 4. I am just missing the defender. I've done some, but again, 2 in a row where people left wave 3 or 4, so I'm just going to leave for now and finish this tomorrow. So I just noticed mithril seeds are really expensive for some reason. I'm assuming for PvP purposes. Wow, they sold for almost 62,000 coins, making Waterfall a good quest to do for XP and GP. Look at that. Alright, and there we go. We finally have all of our points needed for the fighter torso. I got all my defender points for that, like at wave 2 or wave 3, but I stuck around because I don't want to be that guy who leaves. But now we have all the points and then some. This took basically 5 hours. 1 hour of that just literally sitting in the wave 1 lobby trying to find a team. Let's go ahead and find the rewards, dude. Scroll down to fighter torso. We have everything we need, including 4 queen kills. Let's go ahead and buy that. And there we have it. The best early game item in the game, the fighter torso. Let's go and put that on. Now that looks real nice. For anyone doing Barb Assault, I highly recommend at least watching a guide. I'm going to link the guide that I used in the description, but definitely check out a guide before you come here. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and put this in the tab. So now we have these 2 items, both torso pieces, to use for the next 2 chunks. But we don't have any money, so we gotta go make some more money. So I have a ton of farming stuff, as you can see here. 1.8 mil there, about 300k here. I'm gonna go ahead and sell these now. And this is all the farming I've done this episode alone, by the way. So we get, wow, and yeah, we get 2.021 mil. Super good. Corms are doing really good for us, getting us a lot of XP too. I'm pretty close to 60 farming as well. But that's another 2 mil back to the cast stack. We're now up to 2.3 mil again, and very close to level 60, which I think I can do a farm run now, actually. Alright, and if we pick this limpwort and put some ultra compost, that is going to be level 60 farming on the account. We can now grow our own yew trees. Yew trees are actually pretty cheap these days, so if I want some good farming XP, I probably honestly would do those. So with the fighter torso now obtained, I want to go ahead and focus my attention to something else, and that is my ranging skill. Now my ranging skill is still level 1, so the only logical way to train that is by doing a quest. So what I've done here is laid out the 1, 2, 3, and 4 for the Golem quest, followed by the Shadow of the Storm quest. Both quests will eventually lead to, obviously, the quest cape and actually Barrow's Gloves. But also, Shadow of the Storm gives you a option to put 10,000 experience on any combat skill, and I can choose range for that. No level requirement. And that should get me up to about 27 range. So 1 to 27 range, manually training it obviously takes a while, like at least an hour to an hour and a half, maybe even 2. So I'm going to bypass all of that by doing these 2 quests. But to do so, I need these 4 chunks, and right now I have 2 items, so I need to get 2 more. So for the first item, I have some Stardust here. I've been doing some shooting stars on the side while doing some forestry, and big shout out to the One Chunk clan for calling out stars when they're in the drainer and lumberage areas. Also, big shout out to them just in general for being such a good support group. But I have enough to get the Celestial Ring uncharged, so let's go ahead and get that. And there we go. So we have 51 Stardust left over, it's fine. We'll get the Star Fragment one day. So I actually just noticed that I'm at 251 hours on the account. So here's to another 250. But you know, I came here to do some forestry to get this last item. Completely forgot that I can actually wield the Dragon Axe now. That is a huge win on the account. So a bit earlier I had mentioned that I want to get the funky shaped log as my next item from forestry, but I'm actually going to be going for the clothes pouch blueprint. Since it's only 10,000 and I'm very close to that, I'm going to go ahead and get that. Alright, I can't imagine I don't have enough bark now to do what I want to do, so let's go check. Okay, yeah, we have 10,000 bark now. No golden egg, unfortunately. 80 wood cutting. I think that thing's super rare anyways. I think it depends upon your woodcutting level if you get it or not. Let's go ahead and destroy this. Alright, and we are back with all of the logs that we need. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and get this blueprint. And there is yet another forestry item to the collection log. I'm pretty sure I can't use this because it consumes, I'm assuming it'll consume the item if I use it on the clothes pouch, is also what I'm assuming it's for. But if we take a quick look at the forestry collection log, I'm currently at 12 out of 23. I'm just missing the golden egg, both sets of the forestry outfit and the lumberjack, and the funky shaped log along with the petal garland. So I'm doing pretty well on these, honestly. I think these two are just purely dependent on how good your RNG is. I did get pretty lucky with the fox whistle. And as for the lumberjack, I'm just going to wait to Temple Trek to get that. How much is this thing worth? Wow, that is awful. Alright, let's go ahead and put in the tab. I already put the ring in here, so there is that. Now, we have these 4 items here to unlock those 4 chunks for the Golem and the Shadow of the Storm quest, so let's go ahead and knock those out now. But first, of course, we have to pay for all of these chunks. So chunk 85 is going to cost us $425. And I haven't even done the math yet to see if I have enough cash. I'm assuming I do, but chunk 86 is $430. Chunk 87 is $435. Too many numbers for me to keep track of right now. And chunk 88 is, what is that? $440. So $440, and there we go. 1.7 mil to do those 2 quests. Could be worse, I suppose. Into the tab, and there we go. Oh, we're up to 20 million platinum tokens paid for chunks on the account, and we're not even at 100 yet. Alright, so here's the little bit of forestry spoils we have from this episode. I think this was about 4,000 to 5,000 bark worth of stuff. Not too bad. I'm predicting this is going to be like close to 400k. And we get a grand total of 432,000 coins. I don't know how long that took me. I had to guess about 4 to 5 hours. Alright, so I am currently heading down to start the Golem quest. And when I get there, I'm just going to go ahead and unlock all 4 of those chunks and then complete the quest. Alright, this is the first time stepping foot into the actual desert. Holy moly, how many music tracks is that? Okay, wow, that is 8 music tracks. Wow. We are currently up to 181 out of 777. And finally, we have all 4 of those chunks, and it looks like we got 1 more music track. Oh, stealing that feather was a medium task in the desert area, which is actually why I had to get this chunk here. But also, I believe the Giant's Foundry quest is going to take me to this area right here, so it's not a completely dead chunk. And there we have it, the Golem quest is now completed. Alright, so with this chunk, we actually get access to the Necklace of Passage teleport up to here. I'm not sure if this is gated behind the Eagle's Peak quest. I'm gonna go ahead and try it now and see if it works. So I think it's this one. It seems like it's gonna let me, and wow, that is pretty good. Pretty underrated. I guess this chunk is actually pretty useful. Alright, I can't imagine I'm gonna have any issues with this fight. I don't know what he uses. I'm assuming magic and melee. Looks like melee right now. Okay. Oh goodness, he's gonna beat me up here. Hopefully I can kill him. I know I just need to do the final damage with the silver light. He might take me out here. I might have to come back. Alright, let's go ahead and re-gear and let's retry that. Alright, and we're back for round 2. Alright, and there we go. I didn't die, you didn't see anything. I'm just gonna cut that clip out. So I'm definitely going to be choosing a ranged for this. That is Shadow of the Storm now completed for 10,000 ranged experience on the account. All the way from 1 to 27, which is exactly why we did it. Super nice, and I totally didn't die. So at the end of the last episode, I had unlocked the Tithe Farm chunk, and conveniently enough, there are a few sand crabs here that I can kill to do some AFK training on. I'm 27 range currently. that's not good enough for this episode. I want to get to at least 50. So I do have a few options here. Only thing is I don't have the accumulator or Ava's device, anything like that. So I'm just gonna have to pick up everything, which is fine. So let's go and gear up and then come back. Alright, so here's what I landed on. 1500 iron knives, which I think should be plenty. Coif, shields, studded stuff, the glory, and the combat bracelet, just as much range offensive bonus as I can get at this current level. And I didn't mention the quest I just did. It got me an additional, I think 4 or 5. I think it's 5 music tracks. So total, we must have got like 13 or 14 music tracks just by going in the desert. Super cool. I missed the pop-up, but that is 30 range. I'm just going to stick with using the studded for now up until 40 because I don't think the snakeskin stuff will make too much of a difference. Alright, well I absolutely definitely lied there. I'm definitely going to be getting the snakeskin because I actually looked it up. So right now with this armor and gear, I'm getting 40 ranged bonus, attack bonus, and I'm getting, yeah, 50 with all of the upgrades. And there is 39 ranged. It briefly popped up, but most importantly, that is 1,000 total level on the account. That looks very clean. And we're 1 level away from 40, so yeah. Oh, and I actually missed the pop-up, but there is 40 ranged on the account. We can now use all of our green D-hide, and we can actually use this because we've completed Dragon Slayer, so that's super cool. So this is pretty much best in slot until level 50. Alright, so I just sold my iron knives, and I'm going to switch to using steel darts. They're far cheaper, and they're going to be just a little bit better. So yeah, these things, as you could tell, are like 40 times more GP. So these 1,000 should get us all the way to 50, I'm assuming. This should be the last hit for 50 ranged on the account. Never seemed to get the pop-up, but there it is. We got up, I think, to just 1 combat level, 2 hit points level, and yeah, all the way from 27 to 50 range, just AFKing the sand crabs. Total time, maybe about 4 to 4.5 hours. So here are the current chunks, and the chunks that I got this episode are in order and in green. Every single chunk that we got this episode is on this side of the map, but I will go ahead and show you Kourend real quick. And here is Kourend. Nothing's changed on this side of the map, but this is what we have over here. Now that we have these combat stats looking pretty good, I think now is a perfect time to go ahead and end it here. In the next episode, I will be unlocking my 100th chunk on the account, which means 100 collection logs on the account, and I am so looking forward to that. So we definitely accomplished a lot in this episode, mainly with questing and in the combat skills specifically, which I am super pleased with. And we got 1 out of the, I don't know how many pieces of the Barb Assault minigame stuff. I definitely have a ton of work to do in Barb Assault. I'm not particularly looking forward to it, but we gotta get it done. But with all that being said, we finally have the Fighter Torso, definitely the best early to mid-game upgrade you can make on any account. And if you did enjoy today's video, please drop a like, please drop a sub, it will help me out tremendously, and thank you very much for that. So I will see you next time. I have a big problem with this account. My POH looks, in a word, terrible. You see, this episode I will be obtaining my 100th collection log item on the account, aka my 100th chunk. I'm dubbing this as a season finale, the season 1 finale, so welcome all. And I cannot justify my house looking like this for another moment, especially the conclusion of season 1, so let's fix this. Construction is a huge money sink skill, but the benefits from it provide the best quality of life changes for any account. Now currently I am level 32 construction, and my goal this episode is to get to level 65. This is going to cost about 3.5 mil if I were to train it traditionally, and part of my rule set I do want to mention is that I cannot use other players' POHs. Who wants to train construction traditionally? Now let me introduce you to the best and most notable thing to happen to the construction skill since the Falador massacre. Mahogany homes. This method of training construction consists of you going to various towns across Gielinor and fixing up homes. The GP cost is way less than the traditional method, but slower XP. To me, saving that GP is well worth the slower XP, plus this activity has 8 collection log items locked behind it. Now, we have most locations unlocked, but we are missing just these 2 chunks, and thankfully they are adjacent to the ones we already have, so let's get to work on getting those. Well, I can think of no better way to kick off the season finale of logging chunks than to get 70 mining, adamant ore, huge XP boost here, and size 7 stars, amazing, and expert mining gloves, which are on the collection log. All good things to come from 70, and I currently have all of Prospector outfit unlocked. What I'm currently going for is the gem bag. It's not super useful, but it does have a use here at least. Granted, I'm going to be getting it next to last. The coal bag will be the last item, because I'm pretty sure it has no use. But this is what we're saving up for right now, and I think currently I have about 75 golden nuggets. Gem bag cost 100. Alright, now I'm not entirely sure if I have all of these pieces for this random event, but let's go ahead and see now. Nope, I did not. There is the Lederhosen top. That is the first item of the video, which I did not plan on getting. I wanted to get the gem bag as the first item, but hey, it's all good. We got an item out of it. Alright, and there it is. We finally have 100 golden nuggets. That took way too long. As you can see, I am basically halfway through level 71. I'm just ready to get this item. Let's go ahead and get the gem bag. And the gem bag is now obtained. Not a very useful item, but it kind of helps in Motherlode Mine and a few other niche places, but pretty much a useless item. But for us, it's kind of useful because we can unlock a chunk with it. So let's go ahead and put this in the tab, and I already put the Lederhosen top in here. Let's go ahead and put that in there as well. And if you are new to the series, this is what the tab looks like. They are all in order, in the order I received them on the account. And if you're wondering why I have 20 million coins worth of platinum tokens in this tab, it is because I pay for each chunk with GP as well as one collection log item. Now, this is 5,000 times the numerical order of the chunk unlock. So, for example, I'm about to unlock chunk 89, and that's going to cost 445k, and then chunk 90 will cost 450, and so on. You know, maybe I'm going crazy or something, but I have never noticed these little black rings around the fountain here in Varrock. Has anyone else ever noticed those before? Are they new or something? So to get those 2 chunks, it's going to cost basically 900k, and I don't quite have enough money for that, but no worries, I have this ore from doing Motherlode Mine itself, which it's looking like maybe 400k total. But also, I have a ton of Quorms as well as Limports. I've been farming, and by the way, I only have 2 farming patches, in case you are wondering. This Valandor patch over here, and the Artie patch right over here. These are the only 2 patches I currently have, but I do want to change that somewhat soon. Okay, so from the mining, we get a grand total of 542k, pretty good. And yeah, this is where all the money is. So from the farming, looks like we get about 1.6 mil, so we are 2.15 mil richer on the account. Put that in there for basically a 3 mil cash stack now. We can totally afford up to maybe 6 chunks or so, 7 maybe. So without further ado, let's go ahead and pay for those 2 chunks. So that's chunk 89 and chunk 90, so 445 and 450 respectively, for a total of 895 platinum tokens, and then slap those into the tab. So now let's go get those chunks. Alrighty, and there we go. So we didn't actually technically need this chunk here, but I wanted to get it for the house teleport. It'll make things much easier when I have to go to this area to fix up some houses. And this is actually huge because we get another farming patch, which I believe now no longer has any sort of requirement. So that is now a new farming patch unlocked as well from this. Alright, so first thing is first, we need to relocate our house to Hasidius. And thankfully we do have the construction level to do that. Only cost 8.7k. Alright, and the second step is to buy the materials. Now, I'm not level 50 yet, so I can't do the adept contracts. I'm going to be doing the novice ones, which require oak planks. So I bought 500, which should be plenty to get me 250, which when I do get 50, I will switch to adept, and 100 steel bars, which should be overkill. to do all the way to 65. And the penultimate step is to gear up. So I have a mud battle staff, and which is on the collection log, and my rule is I can buy it, but if I ever get it via collection log means I can never sell the item for the GP. I'll just sell it and convert it to platinum tokens, if that makes sense. But this is the gear I'm going to be using. I know I'm fairly heavy with 28 kg, but you get a cup of tea after every contract, which should keep me at 100 to constantly running. Alrighty, and the final step is to actually get the contract. So Amy, I would love a novice contract if you don't mind. And our first contract is Falador, perfect. So I have all the teleports here that I need, being the Hasidius, which is the outside house teleport, and Falador, Varrock, and Artie. So I have all teleports I need for this, so let's just hope I don't accidentally click on Camelot, because I do not have that chunk. Alright, these two things right here, after I do the contract, should be 50 construction on the account. Let's go ahead and get that turned in now. And there it is. I would love a cup of tea. There is 50 construction on the account. We can now do adept contracts as well as build a 25 room house. Very good. So let's go to the GE and let's go get some teak planks. So as you can see here, we had just enough oak planks to get us from 32 all the way to 50. Now, I think teak logs are fairly pricey, but it will be well worth the GP cost here. Right at 1,000 coins. I can buy, I have no idea how much it's going to take to even get to 65. Level 65 is about 450,000 XP. Right now I'm at 100,000 XP, so I need 350,000. I have no idea how much per teak plank, all that. I don't know all the math behind adept contracts. I'm just gonna guess, let's say 800. Let's go with 800 and let's see if that's enough. I gotta remember to hit 3 on the keyboard instead of 2. So our first one is going to be same place as usual, but these require a bit more planks, and you're almost guaranteed to use a steel bar every single time, as well as you do get an additional 1 point, I believe, per contract. Novice ones give 3, and I believe these give 4. So the first item we are going for is actually going to be the plank sack. I don't know why I came all the way to the bank. I have all the stuff here. But the plank sack will be super useful, super quality of life for doing these contracts. Oh, I kind of skipped through that one quickly, but that is a 55 construction. And I think it said I could now build hard stash units. I'm pretty sure it said that. This interface is a complete mess, so give me a second to find it. Okay, yeah, there it is. So I can now build up to hard stash units, which is super cool. I actually didn't remember that these were tied behind a construction level. So now we have the medium and the hard. Alright, and this turn-in is going to be level 60 construction on the account. Very large, very good. Throne room, pretty cool. And we're almost at 350 points. We actually just need one more contract, so let's go do that real quick. Okay, and we are back. So unfortunately, for whatever reason, RuneLite has I guess a 1 contract delay, but I have done 99 contracts and 351 points, which is enough to buy our first item, the plank sack. So let's go ahead and get that. And definitely the best item to get from the reward shop here. It's going to make doing these contracts super, super easy. I can put up to 28 planks in here, so yeah, it's essentially 2 inventories of planks, which I don't have to bank near as much, which after 60 construction, I finally can do this. So let's keep going. Well, alright, here it is. The final turn-in for 65 construction on the account. I don't really need it for anything in particular. I think 65 is just pretty good, just in general, to upgrade your POH. So before I go any further, I do want to mention I did change my chat box here. I like the way this one looks much better. Alright, so we have just enough points to get 2 additional collection log items here. So we're going to get the supply crate, followed by the carpenter's boots. I typically like to get the more expensive items first, but yeah, I just have the perfect amount for these 2, so I'm going to go ahead and get them now. So at first, the carpenter boots. And there we have those. Go ahead and put those on. Nice. Put those immediately back on. And then one more here. We're going to get the supply crate. For whatever reason, that is also on the collection log. So that is nice to get as well. So in total, we got 3 collection log items from that. Well, I accidentally opened the supply crate, which removed the item from the game. So I'm going to go ahead and buy another one. I already got the points. So let's go ahead and get another one. And nothing happened. I only got 9 limestone from that crate anyways, so it wasn't even a good mess up. Alright, so let's go ahead and put these in the bank in the order we got them. So the plank sack, the carpenter boots, followed by the supply crate, which I totally didn't have to buy 2 of. So the numbers are in, and from 32 to 65 construction with mahogany homes, it cost me a grand total of 1.6 mil. It took 427 oak planks, 1,251 teak planks, 78 steel bars, and total time it took about 4.5 hours. Overall, not too bad at all. So now I'm gonna go make some money because I only have about 300k left, and upgrading your house costs a ton of money. Okay, I just logged in and not sure exactly what's going on here, but okay. Okay, I see. Well, okay, it looks like they're all out of items, but they were dropping, there was one, there's another, they're dropping a bunch of high value items, and everyone's going crazy for them. Okay, so I think that's enough money for now. I got 1.7 mil. I did some burning amulets, yep. They were back up for a brief time, so I did about 650 of them, and I made about 900k from them. I also sold a little bit of farming supplies to get an extra about 550k or so there. So yeah, 1.7 mil, let's go work on the house now. So I think I have my house all set up, so let's go take a look. Okay, I would definitely say this is better. Definitely not where I want it to be, but it's definitely a work in progress. So let's do a quick tour. So we got the Mountain Glory, and then rugs in all the rooms for coziness. We got teleports to the South Graveyard, which is actually used for a fairy ring, which is pretty convenient. Already Valador, Lumbridge, and Varrock over there. So just some basic teleports that I have access to. An altar, just in case I need to restore some prayer real quick. Some cozy living room space. Kitchen, which is not fully set up, but it'll get there, and a pretty cozy bed. So again, not too much over here, but it's looking a little better, right? I mean, at least a little. So entering the house portal in build mode in the Hosidius area gave me an easy Corinne task, and changing the stone here to fancy stone was a hard Varrock task. I also built the Pool of Restoration, which I glanced over, but this is definitely the most pricey item in this house by far, as if you could call this house pricey at all. But grand total, I spent about 900k on all of this, which, believe it or not, it's 900k to do what I did here. So in total, it looks like I spent about 2.5 mil on construction this episode. That is definitely the most money I've ever invested into a skill on this account by far. So let's go make a bit more money, because currently this wouldn't even buy 2 chunks. And there is a kind of big mage level, 76 magic, 70 combat, still magic based. So I'm almost done enchanting all these. I want to get to 70 crafting, which I need about 200 more. And after that, I'm going to change my money making up just a little. And here's the last bracelet for 70 crafting. Fun fact, the 70 crafting is the maximum skill requirement needed for the Questscape, as well as the maximum skill requirement for the hard achievement diaries. So I don't have to do any more crafting for quite some time, and I'm finally looking forward to doing a different moneymaker, which I will tell you in just a moment. Okay, so I'm finally all done with Bracelets of Slaughter for now, and crafting in general to make money on this account. I think I made 800 to 1,000 here. I'm pretty sick of it now. Being 70 crafting now, I should be fine for the foreseeable future. I need to start doing better money making methods, and I have the perfect thing. So I'm going to be taking full advantage of the Ferox Enclave, and I know what you're thinking, last man standing, right? Absolutely not. I am going to kill the green dragons right up here, just south of the ruins and just north of the Graveyard of Shadows. I can expect, the wiki says 900k GP per hour. I am absolutely not expecting that. I'm expecting maybe 400 to 500k GP per hour, because with my current stats, I'm not really super strong. I think they'll slap me up pretty well, but I'm kind of in the combat bracket for them. They're level 78, I'm level 70. I think there's 5 up there. Only thing I gotta watch out for is PKers, which I should be fine in general because it's super close to the Ferox Enclave. So let's go kill some dragons. But first we do have to get those chunks. So that is going to be chunk 91 for 455,000 coins, and then chunk 92 for 460,000 coins. And these are the 2 collection log items we're using, the plank sack, followed by the carpenter's boots. And into the tab, there we go. Man, I just noticed that I got all of these music tracks just by leaving the Ferox Enclave. I have no idea how many this is. Crazy. Okay, so I've just ran up here, and it doesn't actually look like I actually need this ruins chunk here. So I'm just going to hold off for now, I guess. It seems like they can occasionally wander in there, but they wander back fairly quickly. So I think I'm just going to hold that for now. So technically I have the next chunk paid for already, being chunk 92, but I've only unlocked the 91st chunk so far. But let's go gear up and kill some dragons. So I think I'm all ready now. I got some blue D-hide, rune boots, the D-long, of course the anti-fire shield, combat bracelet, a little bit of tank in the helmet slot, and then just a dueling ring. Nothing really else to put in the ring slot. And as for the inventory, this is what we are going with. Some super strength, super attack, looting bag I got from, I think, Chaos Druids way back, like episode 2 or 3. And then just some decent food, some monkfish and lobsters. So let's see what we can get. I'm going to test this for 1 hour and see how it goes. Well, let's go ahead and scratch that plan because I've already been PK'd 2 times. So let's go ahead and cut our losses and sell this little bit of stuff we got. I was only there for like 35 minutes. Tons of PKers showed up. They want to clear out bots. I'm an easy target. I kind of forgot that I'm at the perfect combat bracket for most pures to attack me, and they have high mage, high range. So yeah, I probably should have considered that a little more. It's not a completely dead chunk. We'll be back there eventually when we're a little stronger. So for now, it's just going to sit there because we don't really need to go back there for quite some time, unfortunately. So let's go figure out a different moneymaker. Okay, so I've landed on making air orbs. Now the input is this much, 357, which isn't too bad, but you can make about 1280 from the air orb, making this close to 900 GP profit per one you make. I think I can make 500 to 550 if I manually cast the spell. So I'm looking at least a 450 to 500k profit GP per hour. I'm assuming even if I get PK'd once or twice doing this, it'll be okay, at least for money. And the only thing is I need this chunk right here. Now we've already paid for a chunk, being I thought I needed this chunk over here. I didn't. So I'm actually going to divert and go to this wilderness chunk, funny enough. Alrighty, and this is the last air orb for a long time, I hope. So I have a lot to talk about, so let's go ahead and sell everything we got and see how much money we made and go over everything. So here we are. So let's check the history real quick, and I do want to show you I have sold approximately 600 air orbs. I have 1400 here, so I did a total of 2000. I'm now up to 77 magic, which I do have a goal this episode. I want to get to 79 magic for a reason I will tell you somewhat soon. But I also have a ton of Quarms and a ton of Limpworts because I've been doing as many farm runs as possible. So moment of truth, how much do we get? And we get a grand total of 3.831 mil. I'm pretty sure, at least I hope, this is enough to do my episode goals for the remainder of the episode. I'm close to a 4.2 mil cash stack. I think I calculated I needed about 4 mil, so I think we're cutting it close, but we should have enough. So the first thing I want to knock out is getting this chunk right here. Now, we have the supply crate to use to unlock this chunk. We have plenty of GP now. This is going to be very useful because A, I could teleport to Camelot right here, right by the achievement diary icon, and I can also use this farming patch, so that will be another farming patch unlocked so I can make even more GP. And if you're observant, you may have noticed that I have 8 selected chunks on the chunk picker. I'm going to be revealing those over the episode, the remainder of the episode, so be sure to stay tuned for all of that. But this is chunk number 1, so let's go get that one. It is time to pay for that chunk, so this is going to be chunk 93 for a grand total of 465,000 coins, and again, I'll be using the supply crate. So once I use this, we are all caught up on collection log items, so we would need 7 more, essentially, to complete the episode to get to 100 chunks. Platinum tokens and into the tab for over 22 mil now. Alright, and there we go. So we do get any music tracks for going up here. Looks like we got 1 Camelot. Very nice. So I didn't mention, I don't think I mentioned it at all this episode so far. I got here by a physical form of travel, which is in the rule set. Any physical form of travel, such as charters, minecarts, hot air balloons, stuff like that, I can use to unlock chunks. I just can't use any magical methods of transportation to get to new chunks. So I could have teleported here the whole time. I just never did because that's a magical form of travel. But now we officially unlocked it via physical forms of travel. So it is nice to go ahead and teleport here. So let's teleport now, because I'm assuming it's a task. And yep, a medium Corinne area task. Nice. I definitely had to be careful over here because the leprechaun thankfully is on this side of the chunk, but he's literally one tile from the other chunk I don't have access to. Just gotta be a little careful. So the first step is to get to 70 construction. Now I know the episode goal was to get to 65 and I've already achieved that, but 70 is for the stam pool in the house. I really want to get that. I'm tired of going to the Ferox Enclave every time I need to restore Ron. So what I did was got all the supplies, which cost straight at 900k. I think this is a well worth investment. So this should be plenty, but we'll see. And here we are a couple hours later getting 70 construction on the account. We can now do expert contracts as well as build the restoration pool in our house. A very massive level indeed. So if we check the reward shop here real quick, we don't actually have enough points to get anything else currently. I already have these 2 items, so I'll just get another item later on down the line when I get to like my next construction goal, which would probably be 75, but definitely not this episode. I literally had just enough planks. I have 5 left over, so I didn't do any calculations, I just guessed. So it was a perfect guess, pretty much. So now we have the level to upgrade our pool of restoration to a revitalization pool. I think in the last clip I said restoration pool, but yeah, we can make the stamination revitalization pool. 10 stams, which I can buy on the GE, it's in the rules. And that costs about 85,000 coins, not too bad. So let's go ahead and upgrade it now. And there we go. So this restores, I believe, stats plus your run energy now. A massive thing for me because I do so many farm runs. So from 32 all the way to 70 construction, I spent around 3.4 mil, including house upgrades, maybe 3.5. And I estimated, right, I guess I estimate that the total cost via traditional methods of construction from 32 to 70 would have cost at least, I'd say 8 mil. So I think I saved about 4.5 mil GP. It took maybe 2 or 3 more hours extra time. So a very, very good time investment, a good money save as well. So a bit earlier I had mentioned that I wanted to get 79 magic, and that's for a certain reason. If you notice, in my house I had an open, empty teleport frame, and I want to put the Barrows teleport there. Now to do that I need level 83 magic, but I can +4 mage boost with a magic potion actually. So my goal was 79. And I'm at the MTA currently, and I'm going to get 2 additional items, being the Infinity Gloves, as well as the Apprentice Wand. Now I spent about 200k GP on runes, so I also need to buy another Beginner's Wand, because I'm not 100% sure, but I'm like 95% sure that when you upgrade your Beginner's Wand to an Apprentice Wand, it consumes the initial item, it upgrades it. So I would essentially need to buy each item, each wand, before I move on to the next. So unfortunately I'm gonna have to spend overtime a lot of money on that, but that's all good. Let's knock this mage level out. Runelight makes this game so easy. You used to have just the blinking arrow here with the box. Now you have that additionally with the next spot you go to, which you just saw was in blue. I mean, Runelight, it just makes this game way too easy, but we all love it. And let's go ahead and turn these in for all of our points in the enchantment room. More importantly, all of the points we need for these 2 items we were going for. If you look here, everything is, at least I hope my math is good, everything should be good here. And I just gotta say, I love the Alchemist Room XP drop you get when you deposit coins. It's so good. But let's go quickly buy the Beginner's Wand from the GE and then come back and purchase our new items. Okay, it's not selling for this, so let's try to buy it for 175 and see if that buys. Okay, it bought for 158. Okay, that's not too bad. Alright, and here we are at the Rewards Guardian. Now, here's my 2 beginner's wands, the one I bought, and then the one I got way back episode 3, or maybe 4, I don't quite remember. Let's go ahead and trade him. And I hope my math is good, so let's go ahead and get these affinity gloves first. And there is item number 1, the infinity gloves. Let's get item number 2, the apprentice wand. And yep, I have just enough, and I have 2 beginner wands, so it'll override. And yep, just as I thought, there is the apprentice wand as well. Sorry for the spam, but yeah, there is 2 more items of MTA now achieved. Very, very nice. So getting those 2 items just now reminded me that there is now 1535 collection log items. I'm going to keep up with it in the editing. I think these past 2, maybe 3 items I've obtained were after the game update came in, which released, funny enough, another spider boss. Don't know why we need another one, but Araxor just came out, actually as of recording this about 4 or 5 days ago. But there is now that many items to obtain, so making our goal of getting to 1500 just a little easier. So let's put these in the tab in the order we got them. So we got the gloves first, followed by the apprentice wand, and then put our original beginner's wand in the bank, way up there. So that begs the question, what 2 chunks am I going to unlock with those 2 new items? And you may have picked up on it, I'm heading to Barrows. So I'm going to unlock Morton, followed by Barrows, the chunk itself. I might do the quest, might not, I'm not sure, the Shades of Morton quest. But yeah, I've unlocked all these chunks just throughout the series, gone down here, so we just have 2 chunks left down here to get to Barrows. I'm super excited, I'm super looking forward to it. I'm pretty sure we're strong enough. If Settled can do it on 1 HP and no damage, I think we can do it too. So that's what we're working for now. But currently we are not 79 magic. I'm about 80% to level 79, so it won't take too long. I'm just going to go back to the alchemist room because that's pretty good mage experience. So once I get 79, I'll build the house portal, and then I think we're going to start doing some Barrows runs. So real quick, let's go ahead and pay for those 2 chunks. That is 470 or chunk 94, and then 475 or chunk 95. 945 to complete the route to Barrows. Not too bad at all. And then these 2 items are being used for payment. So let's put these in the tab. And let's go get those chunks. But first, I had to get 79 magic. And I'm 1.1k away. 700 coins here. If you don't know, you get 2 XP per 1 coin you turn in. So this should be 1,426. And yep, there it is for 79 magic. Nothing major other than Entangle. I guess it's a pretty good spell to have unlocked, but we can +4 boost, so let's go build that Barrows teleport portal and go unlock those 2 chunks. So with those 2 chunks now unlocked, we actually gain access to the Shade Catacombs, which I believe has 14 collection log items within it. So that is nice and a very underrated part of this chunk, but we do have to do the Shades of Morton quest, I believe, to do that content, but we'll get around to that eventually. But we're here in the house to do the Barrows teleport portal. So without further ado, we have, I guess I should drink the magic potion first. We have all the runes we need, and there is the +4 magic boost to 83, and then we can make number 3 to nowhere to go to Barrows. Figured this thing was in order. It is not, but there it is. The Barrows teleport portal is now built. So let's go ahead and enter that. The chunk is unlocked, so I can now get there. I got there via physical form travel first. And there we go. So this is where it puts you very, very conveniently by the 6 mounds to Barrows. So without further ado, let's go gear up and do some Barrows. Alright, so here's what I've landed on. Some decent tank gear. I'm going to be using Wind Wave for all the Barrows brothers, apart from a Rim. I'm going to use range for him. I have rune arrows along with 50 range currently, so just blue d'hide and some magic short bow. I got potions here, basically a superset. Prayer potions, a ranging potion, and all the Barrows brothers do have a air weakness, which is somewhat recent. A couple of months ago, that update came out to where they assign weaknesses to certain creatures and NPCs throughout Galenor. Barrows is one of them, and they have an air weakness, so using air spells here is really, really good. I have pretty high expectations. I should be able to do this no problem, and if I do have a plan after chest 1, which chest 1 I'm going to get to 100% because a bolt rack is on the collection log, and you're guaranteed bolt racks, I'm pretty sure, if you get 100%, and then after that, I'm going to be using just the 83 or 86%, whatever it is. Alright, and there's all of the Barrows brothers killed. We have 100% potential. I should get bolt racks here. Do I get lucky? A 1 KC item? I don't even get bolt racks. Okay, let's see how it is. But I do have the strange icon, which should be some nice prayer XP. So yeah, that took quite a bit of prayer. It was really not that hard. It just took almost 2 prayer potions. I think what I should do is teleport to the house maybe twice, restore my prayer, and go back. I think that would save me a lot of money. So I think if we give this icon to him, he should give us some prayer XP. Okay, he gives us a dusty map, 20,000 prayer XP for 51 prayer. I glanced over it, but that flyer I got, I'm pretty sure exposes the Barrows area down there. So like I could see it on the mini map now. Yeah, I just got down here for chest number 2, and the map is all lit up now, so that's a very nice little thing, a quality of life upgrade. This run is going much better. I've used no prayer potions. I've just teleported to the POH about 5 times, I'd say. So not too bad. Alright, we're at 100% again, which I looked it up. You don't actually need 100% to get bolt racks. I think you just need 88.1%, but still got it anyways. So chest number 2, we get no bolt racks again, and not a very good loot. Alright, I got a very fitting random in the middle of my run. So what do I get? It looks like I get 2 more items to the collection log. Zombie gloves followed by the zombie trousers. Okay, very nice, very nice. Alright, this is KC 10. Surely I can get lucky. Nope. But there is a easy combat task at least. Now, I'm currently at 97 collection log items. I need 3 more to get to 100. And I want Barrows to be my 99th and 100. Being a bolt rack and a 1 Barrows item. So I'm going to go get 1 piece of the Shazian armor. This is what my current collection log tab is looking like for the Shazians. 16 and a 25. I'm going to get tier 4 of something, maybe the gloves or something. But I'm going to go do that. After that, I'm going to go get some prayer levels because I'm very close to 52. I think I'm just going to go for like 55 or so because that's going to be like 40 something K XP. Which my method is 2 GP per 1 XP, I think still. So it'll cost me about another 80k to do that, which isn't too bad. It'll help out with Barrows. Alright, so this method is currently about a 2.5 GP per 1 XP. It's gone up a little, and sold heads have gone up about 50%, but still 2.5 GP per 1 XP is not bad at all. Alright, and there we go. There is the Shazian Gloves 4, collection log item number 98. And into the tab it goes. I also put the zombie gloves and the zombie trousers in there as well. And there is the last reanimated hill giant for 56 prayer. I went to 56 because 56 gives me a new prayer potion restore bracket, which gives I think plus 21 now per prayer potion I sip, which helps out just a little more. So now let's head back to Barrows. Hey, there it is finally. The bolt rack has been achieved. KC 12. Pretty decent chest, yeah, right? 16k. Well, now I can finally stop getting 88.1%. I can go down. I'm not sure the exact percentage, I'll look it up. But from now on, no more bolt rack rolls. So let's put those in the tab, and they will stay there permanently. I might just sell 35, I might keep all 36, not sure. But that's where they are. So now all we have to do is get 1 Barrows item, which will go right here for the 100th spot. I'm looking forward to it. Alright, and we get... Oh, there's our first item! It's the worst item. Oh man, the Rim's hood for the collection log item 100. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Oh man, I wish it could have been anything else. I guess a Rim staff would have been worse. But there is collection log item number 100. I do think this is one of the few items I can actually use. I cannot use it because I don't have 70 defense. Never mind. There it is. KC 21. It is done. Alrighty, let's go ahead and put it in the tab. So there it goes into the tab for item 100. Actually worth kind of a lot, 272k. I guess it does have some use, which I will be using it. It's just a Rim's hood for the first item is kind of a meme, I feel like. But we also got a very cursed number of coins from that chest. Let's put those away. So I think it's time to reveal what we're going to use these 5 collection log items on. So I do want to quickly mention that it says 96 unlocked chunks, 5 selected. This adds up to 101, but from the beginning my rule was that Lumbridge here is free and does not count towards the order. So technically this should say 95, I just don't have a way to get it to say 95. So it says 96, this adds up to 101, but this is chunk 100. I'm going to unlock chunks 96 through 100. So I'm heading way up here to the wilderness. I know it sounds pretty random, but let me explain briefly. See, I can get up here via physical form of travel with the canoe from Edgeville way up to here. It doesn't show on the map here, but there's a canoe location at this pond, and I can walk all the way through 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now, if you're wondering why I'm doing this, it's because the Artie Easy Diary requires you to pull that lever in Artie, and it takes you right up to here to the deserted keep. And this is a magical form of travel. I'm considering it, at least. It makes sense to me that it's a magical form of travel, and that's, again, part of my rules. No magical forms of travel to unlock new chunks. I have to get here via physical form of travel, which is my feet. So this is what we're working towards right now. Total, it's going to cost 2.45 mil to unlock. Currently I have 400k, so I got to make 2 mil more. Between the Barrows loot and the farm runs I've been doing, I should have enough. So here we are back now. This is what I got from Barrows, these runes, and as for the blood runes, I used basically most of them. I have 141 left over. I didn't have to buy any apart from the initial 500, which was nice. It looks like I, over time, lost some, but I don't have the 733 that I initially got, or I guess I got through Barrows. But here's what we're working with. A lot of money and farming supplies. And I cannot sell this Rim's hood because it needs to permanently stay in the bank, because it's a collection log item. So if I obtain a second one, I can sell that second one. But yeah, the first one, it stays in here permanently. So let's sell all of this and see how much moolah we make. So from the Barrows runes, we get a total of 556, not bad. And here's all the money. We get a grand total of basically 2 mil from that. So this is perfect. This is all the money we need. I am very pleased with that. Having all 4 farming patches active now makes a huge difference, as that was only like maybe 10 to 12 farm runs, which like 3 days IRL time, not bad at all. And I want to quickly mention, I have no idea how much I spent on between food and potions and runes. My best guess is going to be like 400 to 500k range. Okay, it is time to pay for all of that, so we're gonna just speed through this real quick. 480. Okay, there we go. And last but not least, there is 500k for the 2.45 mil. 2.45 mil to complete the Artie Easy Diary. I don't think anyone's paid that much ever, but yep, there it is. 25.6 mil, I think that says, worth of platinum tokens during season 1. The tab is 33.7 mil. So now we can go unlock all of those chunks and complete an achievement diary, the entire premise of this series. Okay, so we're here at the canoe, and if we look at the map here, there's a canoe location here that the chunk picker did not show, and it does say no departure, so I'm essentially stuck up here unless I get killed or I use the lever to get out. I can't actually walk because this is above 30 wilderness, can't teleport. Here might be level 30 right on this edge, but I'm not sure. But yeah, I'll be stranded up here, so I have to get to the lever or get PK'd or killed by a random spider. But here we are, wilderness pond, no canoe trees here. Let's travel up there now. I should have unlocked that chunk first. Hindsight, it's definitely better than 2020. I already paid for it, so it's all good. Let me just go ahead and unlock it now. Okay, there we go. All right, now let's work on getting all of these other chunks. And there it is, the 100th chunk unlocked on the account. I've had this plan for quite some time now. Yeah, I'm super happy to finally get to 100 chunks. And here is the lever, the last step in the RD diary that we needed to complete. I do have about 3 or 4 steps to do, but I will go ahead and do this one now so I can teleport straight from here to, I believe this one takes you to RD. And I can take it straight back for the easy task, as well as a wilderness easy task. Very, very nice. Super happy about the RD one especially. So the last steps we currently have to do is the Rune Essence, the Silk Trader, enter the Combat Ring, which we can do, and view the Emporium and Yanil. Save that one for last. Alrighty, so we just have the step in Yanil to do, so let's go ahead and get in here. Does anyone else hear them? There's always just this music playing every time I go to Yanil. I don't understand what's going on with that. Alright, so let's get Alec, trade him. There it is. The final step in the RD Easy Diary is now completed. Let's head over to 2 Pints, get our cape. The cape we've paid so much for. Alrighty, 2 Pints. Hand it over. And there it is. See you later, 2 Pints, for RD Cape 2 one day. It's officially time to retire the red cape. It served us well during Season 1. Season 2, RD Cape all the way. It's so good to have. Such an easy upgrade for literally any account, but chunk accounts, not so much. But especially regular chunk accounts, you'll never see this item on them. But we have the RD Cape 1 finally. We can teleport to the monastery whenever we please to restore prayer. Teleports you right down to here. Pretty decent teleport over here for Fairy Ring 2. It looks so good. As for the lamp, I don't have any skill above 30. I'd use it on rune crafting, herb lore, or slayer, but I don't have either of those to level 30. I'm just gonna do agility. So the conclusion of Season 1, this is the chunks we have in the Corinne area, and 1 and 2 are the first and second chunk we unlocked this episode. So here is what we got over here. And then here is the bulk of the chunks that we unlocked this episode. And again, they are in order from 3 through 12 in the order I got them this episode. And I'm very pleased with the progress here. This map is looking still very, very incomplete, but for some reason, the world of Gielinor with 100 chunks feels so big right now. Well, there we have it. Season 1 is in the books. There is so much left to do. This account is now in full swing, and I'm having an absolute blast with this series. This is the end of Season 1 and the beginning of Season 2, where I'm upping the ante. 2 collection log items are needed, plus the GP per chunk. Season 2 is going to have new chunk unlocks, new goals, new things for us to do and to see, and I'm really looking forward to it. Don't forget to leave your RSN and leave a comment down in the comments below for your chance to win these 2 bonds that I have to give away off my main Renry. And lastly, I'm going to be putting together a little montage of these past 100 collection log items that I've obtained, so stick around for that. It's going to be maybe 2 minutes or so. I haven't made it yet. But yeah, it's going to be about 2 minutes, and it'll display all of the collection log items that I currently have up from episode 1 all the way to now. So with all that being said, thank you for joining me in Season 1, and I will see you in Season 2 of Logging Chunks.